In a distant kingdom, a distant state, there was a village called Chong in the province of Shaanxi. In the Song family house, a large number of employees who served the chief unexpectedly gathered. The Song family is the head of a noble sect that has lived in a small village in Shaanxi province for over 100 years. Famous at that time for the white jade sword, they were considered the pride of the village. The Song sect had been awarded the title of noble sword, but the leader had one concern. The head of the Song family was a noble sword named Song Bujong, and he trained the second son of the Song family named Song Baek. But suddenly Chan got angry at his son because he didn't do the assignments correctly. Baek immediately turned into a cute little cat and turned to his father. Baek said that he was wrong again. Jong got very angry and asked, "Is this something that the son of the Song family should say?" The boys looked at them from the side and said that they had started again. Wasn't he being too strict with a 7-year-old? But they couldn't do anything about it anyway. But at this time, the first son of the Song family, named Song Yeon, did not pay attention to this and continued to train his abilities. He immediately used all his abilities and demonstrated his mastery of the blade. The boys saw all this and said that the eldest young master seemed invincible. At such a young age, he had already mastered the Song family's 4 traits technique. And besides, he has already read the trilogy and books on war tactics. Because the young master is so inferior to the elder, Chief Chang is so strict with him. And then the guy remembered and said that he thought they should stop the chief. The second guy also supported his actions, because she might interfere. Chan told the boy that he was doing the technique incorrectly. Baek was very scared of his father, and repeating the movements, asked if it was correct. Chan became even more angry and started yelling at his son. But suddenly, a young girl came up and told them to stop. Chan immediately calmed down after hearing his wife's voice. Baek immediately ran up to his mother and hugged her. Chan told Zhenya that because he continues to patronize him, he is growing up too soft. But the girl did not answer, and with one look, she showed him that he was wrong. And Chan immediately fell silent. The girl said he was only 7. What did he expect from such a young child? He was moaning like a dog on the hottest day. Chan replied that this same guy was born into a family of warriors. He just needed to be a little stricter. The girl immediately asked him, "So what? He wants to make Baek like Yena too?" A child who at 13 doesn't smile, doesn't pay attention to his mother, and trains with a sword all day long. Yong was such a sweet child, and Chan made him into a son who doesn't care about anything. But suddenly Yen decided to take a break and saw his father and mother arguing, which seemed very strange to him. The girl told her husband that he had pushed through the older child, but she would never let him raise Baek like that. Yen smiled and said that they had started again. This is happiness. Then he looked at the blue sky and dreamed. Late in the evening, thunder began to rumble, and at the same moment, a thunderstorm began. Chan looked at the sky and said, "Why is it raining? And it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. It looks like tomorrow will be a break from training, if they're going to be practicing swordplay in the rain." He immediately remembered his wife's words, how she told him that the children could catch a cold, and he understood that she would raise a fuss again. Chan looked at the blade that was a trophy and said that it was not worth scolding only Baek. He also neglects his affairs in the estate. Chan decided to practice a little, and taking his magic blade, he began to demonstrate something magnificent. But unexpectedly, in this rainy weather, Yen was walking around the area and froze in a moment when he saw his father training. Roots that grow deep into the ground are not afraid of frost, but you can only maintain greenery all year round by protecting it from hurricane winds and winter cold. His father has achieved the 8 traits of the Sun family technique. His tree is evergreen. Chang finished his training and asked his son why he came here so late. Yong replied that the general was looking for him, so he came to report it. Chan asked in surprise, "General?" Yen replied that it was true. Some old woman asked to let her in to wait out the rain. Chang asked, "What old woman at such a time?" Yon replied that he knew that outsiders were not allowed here, but her situation seemed hopeless, so he decided and asked permission from him. Should he refuse her? Chan replied that no, he would go and check himself. But suddenly he stopped and asked his son what his father's path was. But Yeon was surprised and a little confused at this moment. Chang thought, is he too greedy? No matter how gifted Yeon was, asking him about the 8 traits was too much. And then Yen replied that his father's path was green, like the roots of a tree, firmly rooted in the ground to withstand the winds. Therefore, the tree itself remains evergreen. Chan immediately laughed and said that he knew Yong was capable, but this was too much. At that age, they were already discussing family techniques with him. Yong asked his father what he was talking about. Chan immediately threw his sword into his hands and told him to take it. Yong grabbed the blade and did not expect this. Chang ordered him to start practicing the way of white jade from tomorrow. He is already ready. Yong replied that only the head of the family can use white jade. The chief replied that it was simply a good sword. A sharp sword should be owned by someone who can use it properly. Chan was delighted and said that his spirits had risen so much that he was almost ready to give his bedroom to the old woman. Chan went to the gate and asked the old woman, "To the Hua Chon temple?" The grandmother replied that she wanted to make an offering to the Buddha. After all, her dear son was taken to war, but he returned without a head. She wants to pray for the negligent mother who could not protect her son, so that she can receive forgiveness and meet him in heaven. The headman thought for a moment and replied that she should come in. They would show her the room, and in the morning the temple would send someone to escort her there. Granny was surprised by such words and replied that the vile old woman did not deserve such treatment. And with such merits, his fame would spread throughout Shanxi province. She believed in his good name, and with such a character, he would easily show his back to the unfortunate old lady. And then she fired a bullet from a tube right at the head. The chief immediately fell to the ground and asked the old woman what she was doing. The old woman replied that she had prepared herself. And they are considered a village sect, but they are among the top 3 in Shanxi province. It would be a problem if he exceeded her expectations. Chan immediately took his blade, and with a movement of his hand, responded that it was too early for him to die, and he chopped off her head. Chan then fell to his knees and started spitting blood, saying that she was a damn hypocrite. And then suddenly the old woman was still alive and telling him not to overwork himself so. He was poisoned by the sand, 7 steps in pursuit of the soul, and the more he moved, the more pain it would be for him. It turned out that the grandmother's body was just a bone. Suddenly, a boy crawled out of it. Chan asked him who he was. The guy asked, "Does it matter? The Song family will be destroyed today anyway." Chan got very angry and pounced on him, shouting at him to shut up. But the boy told him not to hurry. The guy decided to show his strength and suddenly released long claws from his hands, with which he repelled the chief's attack. Chan was not ready to give up and was delivering the strongest attacks, but suddenly he saw how this guy's claws entered his blade. The head immediately stepped back and realized that it was corrosion. But there is no metal that can corrode steel. This technique is definitely blood demon shy. Shah told Master Song that it is truly amazing. It continues to move even when poisoned. Chang asked, what brought the henchmen of the leader of a demonic cult here? Shi replied that having something he couldn't control was a reason to get angry. The chief did not understand and asked him what he was talking about. Shi replied, "A white jade sword. The white jade sword that had claimed many lives during the war." The old man was impressed by its power and wanted it for himself. This means that the jade sword will be the first trophy of the Central Plains. The first part of the true demon society will be provided by the blood demons. Chang thought and realized that the demon cult had started to act again. Perhaps it was the advance guard. They would attack soon. And in that case, as he said, the extermination of the Song family is inevitable. It's good that Yong has a jade sword. And now, they need to leave before reinforcements arrive. Shi asked him what happened to him. After all, he had some kind of strange posture. Does he really want to start his final battle? Chang immediately shouted to the children of the Song family that they must survive at all costs. After all, their roots are in the Song family. Yun was very scared when he saw his father going to attack to protect them. But Mother grabbed him by the hand and said that he couldn't go there, and asked his mother to let him in. He would go to his father. The girl immediately answered him that this was an order from the head of the family. He dared not obey him yet? Yen couldn't accept this, and seeing his father fighting alone made him hope that he would survive. Peck asked his mother why he needed to get dressed. His mother told him that he and his brother were going on a trip. Bayek was surprised and asked why his brother had turned away. At that moment, Yeon was thinking, was it right to run away, leaving his father here? It would be better to send his brother along with his mother. Mother turned to Yeon and told him to take this sign. This is the sign of the Song family, the ascending dragons. This is proof of their belonging to the Song family. Yen was surprised and immediately realized that her mother was also going to stay here. The mother immediately hugged her eldest son goodbye. Mother told Yen that he was already so grown up. She didn't understand how she hadn't noticed it before. Yen couldn't help but cry too. Mother told Beck to come over to them. She ordered the younger one to listen to his brother. From now on, the two of them are one, so they should never be separated. Peck was surprised and asked, "Whole?" Mother answered that brothers are friends sent by heaven. Therefore, their friendship is not a duty, but a privilege. And Beck must follow his brother as a father. And Yeon must guide his brother to the true path. Mother asked them if they understood her. They immediately went down the secret exit, and Peck asked his mother if she would come with them. The mother replied that they would go ahead and she and her father would follow them. Peck was surprised and asked, "Is this like a game of hide-and-seek?" The mother replied that it was all true, like hide-and-seek. It was a very long game of hide-and-seek. Without knowledge of martial arts, she would only be a burden to them. This is the best way for them. They must survive at all costs, and let them be happy. And then the elder saw that strangers had entered the territory and asked who they were. But he immediately received a blade in the chest. At this time, Chang continued to fight, but he was already running low on strength. Shi was heard saying that Master Song was holding up well. And this is the first time he's fighting someone who's lasted so long in a battle with a member of the Shy Blood Demon tribe. But he was already getting bored. Let him give them the white jade immediately. Then he would kill him painlessly. Chang wondered if his children had been able to leave safely. He told Demon that fortunately, it seemed that the heavens did not wish for the 7 songs to fall today. Chang immediately looked at him angrily and told him to finish already. The demon laughed and replied that no matter what, everyone should think that this was a setup by other sects. Even if he was poisoned by the 7 steps of soul pursuit and the poison of Shi's blood demons. And then Chang decided to show him who was the boss. The demon didn't expect this, and didn't even have time to dodge before Chan cut him into small pieces. The demon asked at the end how he managed it, and at that very second he said goodbye to his life. Chan thought about it and was glad that these 2 poisons did not mix well. The poisons were rare, so they were stabilized. But his time is coming to an end. But suddenly, someone behind him said that the Song family's technique did not gain its fame in vain. Turning back, he saw the demons who had come to his clan. The demon said that Sun had dealt with the blood demon. But what if he was faced with the 12 swords of the true demon society? What would he do then? After their defeat in the war, their demon cult was in a humiliating position for 40 years. The true demon society has always been at the forefront of promoting martial arts. The demon chief told his people to bring back the Song family's white jade sword as his first trophy. The destruction of the Song family would mark the end of an era and humiliation. He immediately ordered his men to destroy everyone and everything in the village. This is his order. Chan at this time understood that there were still these demons that he had to destroy, and he had to hold out a little longer. Chan asked them what the dogs of the demon cult were doing here. And then the guy came out and said that they needed to sort things out before the leader arrived. Immediately giving this order to his subordinates, they all pounced on the head of the Song family. At this time, Yen and his brother fled underground, hoping to escape the danger. But Yen was punished for leaving his father alone to fight. Bayek turned to his brother and asked him to move more slowly. Yong told him to be patient. But suddenly Baek lost his strength and fell to the ground. Yong stopped abruptly and asked him what he was doing. Baek replied that he would not go. Yeon asked him to get up because they did not have time for this. The boy said that it was hard for him, and he couldn't do it anymore, and he decided that he would wait for his mother here. En got very angry and grabbed his brother by the hand and told him to go faster. But Baek resisted and said that he didn't want to. Suddenly, at this time, the earth shook violently, and Yen stopped and thought, "What is going on there?" Baek turned to his brother and pointed his finger at him, telling him to look here. At this time, Chan fought alone with several demons, and even managed to finish off several of them. And then a thug pounced on him and shouted at Chan to die. The leader saw this and immediately prepared to defend himself. Chan, with one movement of his hand, directed the strongest energy at the enemy and broke his weapon into pieces. His most powerful attack continued, and she moved her weapon to the enemy himself and cut off his arm. By this time, the girl came running and asked him what he was messing around with. He was almost a corpse. She used all her strength to get close to him and said that he was an uncooperative man. But at that very second, she suddenly stopped in surprise because Chief Chan showed his most powerful magic. The girl thought at that moment, "What is this? He's about to die. And where does this overwhelming feeling of fear come from?" But suddenly the head of the demons himself came and called his subordinates idiots, saying that he told them that Song Chan was a difficult opponent. The girl turned around sharply and, looking at the roof of the house, saw that the head had arrived. The leader looked at the situation and ordered his true demon warriors to carry out the order. Chan was not afraid of anything, and when he saw them all, he said out of anger that this place would become their grave. Chan turned into a monster because he understood that his family was in danger, and cutting each of them, he said that he would leave no one alive. The girl saw all this and didn't believe it. Is Song Chang's martial art really that strong? She knows about the rumors, but she didn't think he was that good. And then the leader came up to her and said that he was just playing with them. The girl was surprised and asked, "What?" She immediately asked the chief to give them a little more time. The chief replied that he would now see how much he would play, his old friend. The girl heard all this and wondered what he was talking about. Chan was fighting the demons at that time and even coped with them easily. He knew he still needed a little more. And then the demon chief said that, as expected, he finished at line 8. Chan immediately recognized that familiar voice, and turning around, he saw that the demon chief himself was attacking him. He easily repelled this attack immediately. The leader told Chan that it turned out they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Chan was very surprised and asked why him. The leader replied that he would only say that it was not a matter of personal hostility. And he saw that he had not lost his strength yet. The girl watched the strongest fight and said that she couldn't believe her eyes. Why do they use the same martial art? The demon chief said that his Song family techniques were still excellent. Chang told him not to disgrace himself. How dare a fugitive mention the Song family's techniques? The demon chief replied that, like Chan said, he was a fugitive. But even a healthy pine tree can be destroyed. But suddenly Chan saw that his sword was breaking, and this idiot struck at the place affected by corrosion. The demon chief said that Chan knew that without the jade sword, the Song technique only had half the power. But suddenly at that moment, from underground, Peck screamed in pain. The demon chief stopped abruptly and used his hearing. He immediately turned his gaze to the place where the wall was broken. And with his gaze he saw that children were sitting under the wall. By this time his subordinates arrived and brought the chief's wife, who immediately knelt down. Chan immediately got angry when he saw his wife. He asked her why she was here. What happened to the children? The girl turned to the demon chief and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The demon replied that he did not want to meet her in this way. The girl told him that he was still as stupid as ever. She thought that in the past he had realized that he would achieve nothing this way. From now on, everything would be the same. The demon listened to her and said, "What boring last words." Chan saw that things were bad and understood that he did not want this. The girl turned to her husband and said that she was happy to meet him. The demon chief immediately swung his blade and killed her. Chan saw all this and was so angry that he ran towards his wife. He immediately grabbed her head and asked why. Chan asked Demon why he killed his wife, who had nothing to do with them. Demon asked, "Didn't he say? He has no personal grudge. He is guilty only of having something that did not suit him, and of not having the strength to protect it." Chan asked him if it was just for that reason. But suddenly Demon saw the boy evolving, and with a movement of his hand, took his blade. Taking his powerful blade in his hands, his aura began to stand out so strongly that it frightened everyone around him. The Demon Lord immediately realized that this was a great void. This was the ultimate sleep technique that could only be achieved by reaching the 9 traits. Could it be that he had surpassed his limit due to anger? The demon said that his technique just wouldn't reach him. Chan immediately got to him and told him to shut up. After that, there was a big explosion. Chan's blade stood in front of the demon's face and froze. The demon replied that he had said that Chan couldn't, while his subordinates put chains on him and kept him away from the chief. Chang said that there would come a day when he would be killed by the children of the Song family. The demon immediately raised his blade and replied that he would wait. The demon killed his friend and said that he did not want to pay for the wound he received like this. But then a subordinate came to him and asked. The chief asked, "What happened?" The subordinate replied that they had discovered a secret passage. The chief asked in surprise, "A secret passage?" And then he remembered the situation earlier and realized that these were Song Bu Chan's children. But otherwise, it would be really boring to collect the debt in this way. The chief ordered his men that they were returning. The subordinate was surprised and asked, "What?" The girl also asked him what he meant. After all, the white jade sword was definitely taken away by the children of the Song family, if the elders knew that they had let them down so easily. The leader said that she still hadn't realized that the Song family's technique and the jade sword were just an excuse. He was initially reluctant to indulge the old people's desire to collect objects. The girl replied that they would not leave it so easily. The head immediately began to laugh and replied that for the sake of entertainment, once every 10 years it was worth being a little patient. The girl was very surprised and looking at the head thought, "What the hell is he up to?" When he came to the house, Paek asked his brother why he was doing this. After all, his father was wounded. Why were they running away? He started waving his hands and asking his brother, "Why?" After all, his brother is strong. Why are they doing this? Paek fell on his knees and cried, saying that he would not forgive. And it turned out that his brother was a coward. Yen couldn't answer his brother's questions, and as the eldest, he knelt down in front of him and hugged him. Peng immediately felt the love from his brother, but Baek shouted at him to let him go and called him a coward. But Yon did not let him go and hugged him even tighter, and answered his brother that he promises that he will definitely take revenge on them, and no one will leave it like that. Paek told his brother that there was no point in revenge. They would be better off if they just went to Mom and Dad. The next morning, the boys reached Beijing, and using cloaks, they tried to hide their identities. But suddenly, unexpectedly, Paek saw a girl nearby buying food, and he sighed sharply from fatigue and asked his brother if he was hungry. Peng was surprised by his brother's question and did not answer, moving away. Yong thought in his head and realized that since that day, Baek had not spoken for several days. He still had not come to his senses. En told his brother not to go anywhere then and to wait for him here. He would go and look for food. At this moment, Paek was at a loss and wanted to stop his brother, but he couldn't say a word. But in his heart, he knew that he didn't want En to leave him. He could not eat, just let him stay with him. And then Paek remembered how his brother told him that he would never abandon him, and he clenched his fist. Baek resigned himself and told his brother that he had to return quickly. At this time, Yon asked people for food, but everyone refused and threw water in his face. The man said that being a beggar in the morning is bad luck. Let him think he's lucky. Next time he'll get beat up. En said that he knew the townspeople were heartless, but he didn't think they were that heartless. But with so many people, someone had to help. Walking down the main road in hopes of finding food, a few people from the alley spotted him and chased after him. They followed him slowly and tried not to show themselves, but Yen turned around abruptly and asked what they wanted. The man laughed and said that it was nothing. They had just seen him being chased away several times. And it looked like he was hungry. And if he went with them, they would treat him. And how did he like this offer? Yong immediately realized that these people wanted white jade from him. Fortunately, not many here knew martial arts. These look more like local bandits, but there are too many of them. Yen decided that he had better run away and immediately rushed. The man told his men that they were standing. Let them catch him immediately. He must be caught alive. Yen realized that he had been overconfident. He thought that they would be safe if they left Shaanxi province. But it's not just people who are skilled in martial arts that are dangerous to them. They need to take Beck and go to Luoyaodong. At that time, a large carriage was driving through the city, and the girl looked around in surprise from the window. The old man turned to Su Ren and said that if she stuck her head out like that, she might fall. Ren laughed and asked the old man whose student she was. The old man replied that she was nervous because she had gone out into the city for the first time in a long time. It was one of the 4 heads of the Murima Damo schools. The old man thought that even in a spacious Murima school, the child would sooner or later become bored. Sometimes it was worth taking her out. But suddenly the old man felt that something was about to happen. At that moment, Ren lost her balance and fell off the cart. As she fell, she saw that she was landing face down on a sharp stone, and she closed her eyes so as not to see it. But after a few seconds, she opened her eyes and saw that she was standing right in front of the stone. The old man used all his magic to save her and caught her in the air so that she would not get hurt. The old man asked if the man who fell out of the cart and almost died from hitting a rock was really his student. Ren smiled and replied that, of course, he was the student of a caring man who would not leave his beloved student to die. The old man looked at her and replied that she was very eloquent. Ren suddenly asked her teacher to wait. The old man immediately turned off his magic and left her to fall. Ren, falling, replied that it was too much. Of course, she was guilty, but to leave her like that. Ren thought about it and asked why the carriage stopped. But when she looked around, she saw that there was a guy lying in front of her. Ren immediately ran up to him and begged him to wake up. On opened his eyes and saw the girl. Ren was happy, and for her it was happiness that the guy was still breathing. But why was this guy's face so handsome? En didn't understand what he was saying and called the girl Mom. The teacher approached Ren and said that she would have died by now while she was looking at him so intently. Ren started to deny and told the teacher that everything was wrong. The teacher said that since her student had already fallen in love with this guy, he had to save him. Ren got very angry and blushed from the teacher's word. The teacher asked her to be quiet. He needed to check his pulse. The teacher realized that, fortunately, this guy had simply passed out from exhaustion. Given his physique, he looked like a well-trained child from a warrior family. What had happened to him? But suddenly his gaze fell on this guy's sword. At that moment, a man came up to them and said that he was finally caught. He was hiding like a rat. The man asked the old man to give them the sword. The sword belonged to him. The teacher looked at the sword and asked what they were saying, that it was theirs. The man replied that it was all true. If he got in the way, he definitely wouldn't get away in one piece. The teacher took the boy and asked how a man dared to appropriate a sword that had cut off the heads of countless followers of a demonic cult. The men felt his powerful energy and could not understand how this old man could be so strong. At this time, Peck was standing in the very place where his older brother had left him. He had moved aside and was sitting quietly and silently. Peck remembered what his brother had told him earlier in the forest, and watching him, he thought, "What is he doing? It's time to sleep, but it's too noisy here." He ordered him to be quiet because of his pursuers, but he himself makes the most noise. Peck was very angry with his brother and considered him a coward and was never ready to forgive him. But then suddenly something knocked, and Peck looked at the stove and saw that there was a medal standing next to him. Yong said that this was the Song family's sign, the rising dragon. If they split up, that would be all he had left. Yong looked at the sky and told his brother that he would not abandon him. But Beck remembered all this and clutched the sign in his hands and cried loudly. He realized that his brother had abandoned him and decided to go his own way. But at that moment, the same cart that Yong had fallen in front of passed by. The teacher immediately noticed this boy, and he seemed very unusual to him. But at this time, Yen was unconscious, and Ren was monitoring his well-being. Baek went his own way, and turning everything over in his head, said that his own brother Yon abandoned him, the leader of one of the 4 strongest cults. This title refers to the 4 strongest cult masters who participated in the Great War against the demonic cult 40 years ago. And after that Great War, they retired and founded a cult, the Murim school, sacred to all cultists. During the school hospital, Murima Yong screamed for them to let him in. After all, his own brother was waiting for him. The teacher replied that he was sorry, that if he had known he had a brother there, he would not have taken him away so thoughtlessly. He should not worry. He had sent a man, so just wait. And immediately got out of bed and said that he had to go. And with tearful eyes, he replied that his brother would wait for him. The teacher told the boy not to worry. They would definitely find him. He swears by the name of one of the 4 heads. Ren also supported and told the guy that it was true. Her teacher never lies. But Yen did not agree with them. And when evening came, he immediately decided to run away to find his brother. The guy immediately thought and understood that the promise of one of the 4 chapters is absolute. But he has no time to wait. How deep is he in the mountains? He has been walking for quite some time, but the mountain does not end. Now it is clear why the location of the Murima school is never known. But suddenly, on the way, he saw a strange man walking. Yen immediately looked at his belongings and saw that he had 3 swords, 3 paths, unusual clothes. And it seemed like he had heard about him somewhere. It is obvious that he is one of the martial arts masters. He will act naturally. There should be no bad people near the Murima school. But Yen passed by him and said nothing. But the stranger, passing the boy, replied that he had a good sword. Yen immediately realized that things were bad and abruptly drew his blade, placing it in front of the man's jaw. The stranger asked him what he was doing. The old man merely praised his way. Yen replied that everyone who said that wanted to get him. He told him to stand still and he would have to go quietly. The boy called En a kid and said that he seemed to have misunderstood something. He had plenty of swords without him. En told him to be quiet and stand still. The guy told the boy that he was jumping to conclusions, and then, with the slightest touch, he pushed the boy aside. En managed to land on his feet and understood that he didn't believe it. Such power from a simple touch of his hand to the sword. The guy started laughing and said that he was not mistaken. In his hands was a very expensive white jade. En was very surprised because this stranger recognized the white jade. Was it possible? And then he remembered the conversation with his father. En asked his father if it was true that their grandfather was a hero of the Great War. The leader replied that it was true. Their grandfather saved the murim along with the 4th head of the murim school. Yen said that was why he was given the white jade, which had exterminated countless cultists. The leader replied that it was true. He had been through a lot as Han Hel's sword. Their grandfather was also strong, but he said that Han Hel's strength was unmatched among the 4 leaders. Bayek smiled and said that it turns out that Han, he is the strongest. The leader answered that it was. After the Great War, such an expression even appeared. Bayek asked which one. The leader replied that it was 3 swords and 3 paths. If he met Han Heel, he should run. Yen immediately thought, how could he forget? It's not often you meet a man who carries 3 swords. If he's right. And then the stranger said that he didn't know what was going on. And Yong understood that before him was the strongest Han Hel. The guy said that only a few people had held a sword to his throat and survived. Yon thought he looked young, but this was definitely one of the 4 Han Hul chapters. Running away from him was pointless, so what should he do? Khan saw that the boy probably realized who he was, but his eyes were blazing with fighting spirit. For the first time in a long time, he saw something interesting. Khan told the boy that they would do this then. If he made the old man pull out at least 1 sword in 20 seconds, he would let him go. But if he loses, he will become his disciple. But Yong was surprised by such a proposal and did not understand what to answer him. Han asked Yon why he was so happy that he could become his disciple. "Let the kid not worry. This old man will make him the strongest after him." Yong told Han to keep his word. If he made him draw his sword, he would let him go. After 2 years, a buyer came to the seller in the village and said that the money for the goods was here. The salesman smiled and told the man what kind of man he was. He gave the money without even checking the goods. The man replied that Old Man O's goods were always perfect. The seller turned to Song Beck and told him to bring the goods. Beck brought them and asked the old man where he should put them. The man saw the boy and said that time had flown by so quickly. It had been 2 years since he had picked him up, right? And then he was worried because the boy was too weak. But he grew up so fast. But then, as now, he is still silent. The old man told the man that he was right. On the way home, the old man looked at him and saw that he was different from ordinary children. Judging by his build, he had studied martial arts, but he never told his story. The old man asked Peck if he wanted to go home. Peck was surprised by such a question and answered that no, his home is here. But suddenly, arriving home, the boy asked that someone had come to them. The old man immediately saw a familiar face and ran up to ask why he hadn't warned about the visit. And then the warrior opened his Panama hat and answered Blacksmith O that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was the general of the East. The old man immediately fell to his knees and replied that he was greeting the general. And then the girl came out after him and said that she was here too. Peck was immediately surprised when he saw the girl and blushed deeply. The girl asked, "Who is this?" At that time, Peck was sitting under a tree and saw a cart. He said that his family had one too. But suddenly someone asked him what he was doing. Turning around, he saw that the girl had come. The girl greeted him and said that her name was Ton Bani. But what was the boy's name? Peck was very confused and didn't know what to say to her. But then the guard told him that he had to answer when he was spoken to. Bani disobeyed her guard and sat down next to him, but the guy was very scared of her and didn't even expect it. Peck asked her what she was doing. Bani replied that she introduced herself again and that she was 9, and how old was he? Peck blushed deeply and saw that she seemed even more beautiful up close. He immediately introduced himself and said that he was 11 years old. Bani was surprised and said that he was like an older brother to him. Peck was surprised and thought, "What older brother?" Bani said that since it happened that way, Peck could call her Lime. The guy was surprised and asked, "Lime?" Bani replied that it was true lime. The girl told the boy that his face was red. "Is he sick by any chance?" Peck replied that no, he was fine. The guard thought, how dare this little guy talk to her like that? Does he even understand who is laughing and talking to him now? If he knew who she was, he wouldn't even dare to raise his eyes. She is the daughter of the one who stands at the very top of the 1,000,000-strong army. Except for His Majesty the Emperor, he has the greatest power, the precious unmarried daughter of the Minister of War and the General of the Army. But how dare this country boy? But suddenly Lime started laughing and asking Peck what it was. And she was very interested in getting to know him better. The warrior was surprised and thought, when was the last time she smiled so sincerely? It was the first time he saw her smile after the death of the elder lady. Such a sincere smile. In fact, he was afraid that this trip would be too difficult for her. But still, it was good that she went. As she was leaving, Lime shouted to her brother Beck and suggested that they have more fun next time. The warrior was very scared when he saw her come out of the window and told the lady that it was dangerous. Beck saw them off and realized that this girl Ton Bani was a strange girl. But suddenly the old man told the guy what it meant that he could have such a face. Peck told him that it was not so. The old man told him that they would meet again in a month, and because of this, they will be busy from tomorrow. And he suggested that the guy go into the house, because it is already getting cold. Peck knew he had to endure it for a month. Every day without stopping, the old man made the general a sword and worked through his sweat. But suddenly Peck came to him and said that he had brought water. The old man praised him and told him to come here, because he was going to show him something now. The old man told the boy that from today on he would help him repair weapons. After all, it was the first time he saw anything other than farm tools. But suddenly, Peck saw the sword and immediately understood what it was. The old man noticed that for the past 2 years he had only looked at tools, but at first glance he identified the sword and apparently knew the way. Even if he doesn't talk about his past, this child is definitely from a family of warriors. Peck remembered something he didn't understand as a child, but now he knew why their house was like this. Because of one piece of metal. All because of one damn piece of metal. And then the old man told the boy that it was just a sword. Peck was surprised and asked the old man what he was talking about. The old man replied that he had said that if a bad man uses a weapon, it will bring evil. But in the hands of a knight, it becomes a righteous weapon. The sword in his hands belongs to the one who leads millions. This sword protects them from enemies from the north. The old man told Peck that it was impossible to live in hatred. He had to live looking to the future. Peck saw that his grandfather had been fixing the general's sword for many days. But he still didn't understand what he meant. Live looking to the future. What does that mean? But he seems to genuinely care about it. There are very few people left who treat him genuinely. Mother and father who always looked after him and worried about him. And a strange girl. And in the hope that they would meet in a few days. And then Peck came to the house and told the old man that he was back. But suddenly he dropped the water and saw Grandpa lying on the floor unconscious. Peck didn't lose his head and called the doctor to examine Grandpa. The doctor told the boy to give him this twice a day starting today. Peck asked, "Will he get better then?" And then the doctor answered him that it would reduce his pain. The guy immediately realized that everything was bad. At parting, the doctor told the boy that the old man was a very good man and let him bury him in a good place. But unexpectedly, late at night, the old man woke up with a cough and decided to get to his feet. He began to appeal to the heartless heavens that if they would give him a little time to finish the sword. He stopped abruptly and thought about Song Beck and felt sorry for him. But suddenly he heard a knock and asked who was there at such an hour. But when he went outside, he was very surprised, because the child Beck tried to make this sword, which the general himself left. Peck took out all his anger on the sword, and he understood that he was abandoned again. And this was because of his helplessness, like his mother and father, like his brother and grandfather. They all leave because of his helplessness, and he can't let that happen. And then Peck made a huge promise to himself that he would never lose anyone again. No matter what it cost him. The old man looked at him and saw that he was trying very hard. But suddenly he remembered how the doctor told him that it would be difficult for him to live another year. Let him put everything aside and live through this time in peace. After 1 year, he said that he had no regrets, but the eyes of the orphan who wandered everywhere were too sad. It was a small whim of a dying old man. That day he asked the boy if he was hungry. The old man actually thought that he would leave him after that, but in the end it was he who had to go. And then the old man told the boy that if he continued, he would only break him. Peck turned around and asked, "Grandpa?" The old man said he screamed so loudly that he scared him to death. Peck asked him if he was okay, but the doctor said something else. The old man replied that this charlatan had predicted his imminent death 2 years ago, so he shouldn't worry. Peck was delighted and asked, "Is it true?" The old man immediately asked him how he dared to smile when he almost broke such a precious sword. Peck immediately raised his hands and said that it was not so. The old man said that it was a joke. In fact, this time the sound of the blow was quite good, and then Peck was glad and considered it happiness. And he saw that his grandfather was getting much better. The old man told the boy to finish the sword. Peck was surprised and asked him if he was serious. The old man replied that he had had enough of empty assignments. He was now quite capable of it. And then Peck felt his hands shaking. And finally, he was recognized, the basis of working with steel, the temperature, and the subsequent melting. The old man told the boy that forging a sword was a continuous and difficult process, just like life. Even though he went through hard and tiring times, he would definitely do it one day. But suddenly, having made the last blow, Peck was surprised and realized that this was exactly the same sound. The sound that occurs when iron sticks. Peck immediately turned around and told his grandfather that he had succeeded. But he saw that his grandfather had not moved or spoken. Peck did not expect such an ending and even dropped the sword on the floor out of fear. He came up and told Grandpa that he had made that very sound. Peck asked his grandfather to open his eyes. He managed to forge the sword correctly. Peck immediately hugged his grandfather and realized that this was the end and began to scream loudly at the top of his voice. Oh Jongdong's death left him more than just sad. Peck cried out because he knew that everyone who loved him was gone. A few days later, the general would return for his sword. Lime would stick her head out again and ask how much longer they would have to go. The guard told her it was dangerous. The general asked her if she wanted to see Brother Sun so badly. The general saw that she seemed to really like this guy, Peck. Bad boy. And then Lime screamed with joy that they were approaching. Lime immediately came in and shouted to Brother Song that it was she who had come. And then she saw that Beck was lying with his sword and sleeping. Peck told them everything in detail and even showed them Grandpa O's grave, where he buried him. Lima couldn't contain her emotions and immediately started crying. The guard told him it was cold outside and suggested that he return to the carriage. Lime refused and said that Brother Song was having a hard time right now. And then the general was upset because he was late and even wanted to have time to pay him back. If only he had come a little earlier, by the way, this kid Song Beck. He said he finished the sword himself, and if he wrote the tombstone himself, it means he knows how to write. The general asked him, "Is he Song Beck?" The boy replied that everything was correct. The general told the boy that if he had nowhere to go, would he like to go with them? Peck was very surprised by this proposal and thought that everyone who cared about him had left. He would be abandoned again, and now he would not let it happen again. Peck thanked him for the offer and said he would refuse. The general realized that he was very sorry to lose such a talent. He agreed with him and told him to take care of himself. But suddenly Lime came running and took his hand. Lime asked him to go with them. After all, she wants to spend more time with him. After these words, Peck changed his mind and agreed to leave with them. But on the way, he thought about it. He thought she offered it to him out of sympathy. Cheap sympathy from a little girl. But the warmth of her small hands was exactly what he had been missing. Although he had followed them because of Lime's persistence. And suddenly someone from the convoy said that they had arrived. The guard told the guy to get off his horse. And then Peck was surprised by what he saw. Because this was Ton Bani's house. Unexpectedly, a woman met them and told the master that they had returned. Lime immediately saw her nanny and ran into her arms and hugged her tightly. Peck was surprised and saw a huge house in front of him, and he thinks that it is even bigger than his. No, they can't even be compared. The woman turned to the gentleman and asked about the child. Lime answered her that it was Brother Song, and then the general said that he had brought him with him. Peck was very surprised to be introduced like that. The general turned to Mo Yon and said that he would take care of this child from now on. Mo was surprised and asked, "What?" The general was surprised by this answer and asked him, "Does he really not want to?" Mo sighed and told the boy to follow him. He knew he had his hands full and the baby was on his mind. Peck thought he didn't understand why people were so surprised. The girls said they heard it themselves. In the East, bringing a child into a family where there are no men means the appearance of an heir. Then Mo told the boy that he was late. Beck apologized and replied that he was late because he was accompanying the lady. Beck immediately called him General Mo Yon. Mo got angry after that because he told him to call him Senior. Peck apologized and replied that he didn't understand much, so it was difficult for him to remember all his words. Mo asked the boy if he had prepared for the exam. Peck replied that he trained as an officer every day. Mo said that was great, and now they'll see how much he's grown. And then he pounced on him. Mo even bent the stick with his strongest attack and told him to try to block it. Peck wasn't afraid and easily put his stick under. Mo immediately saw that this boy was really an officer. The basic technique of the 4 directions spear, he improved it based on the training battles. Mo asked him, how much longer will he just defend himself? And then Peck saw that the teacher was getting a little heated, which meant it was time to show everything he was capable of. And now, you can easily approach him. Mo got angry and asked the guy why he was laughing. Was he really expecting this, and now he was much stronger? Mo said there was nothing he could do about it and changed his grip on the weapon. Peck noticed it right away. Mo started spinning his stick like a helicopter, and attacking told him to try and deflect it. After delivering the strongest attack, the consequences were incredible. Mo asked the boy what was wrong with him. Where did all his confidence go? Peck asked the elder, what is he talking about? Didn't he use special techniques? Mo asked the boy what he thought about the hares on the battlefield against him. Mastering special techniques is just a step on the way to passing the exam, not an enemy who would fight him in a manner practiced in training. And the reason for his existence, let him not dare forget it. Peck took it all on himself and felt that these were heavy attacks. At this rate, his weapon would not withstand. But suddenly Mo launched an attack from a distance that caused Beck's weapon to break. He immediately realized that it was a combat spear. Mo was stubborn and ran to attack, telling Beck that this is not all. The guy understood that he was strong, but martial arts on the battlefield. At this point, Peck decided to do something different and suddenly dropped one part to the ground. Mo was surprised by this and said that he would be killed like that. Mo told him to dodge, but Peck used a spin and easily blocked the attack. All this time, Peck kept his family sign on his neck, but when he went out to a secluded place, he decided to take it in his hands and looked at it intently. He knew he wanted to return to those memories. And then Lime came to him and said that this pendant. She greeted him because they had not seen each other for a long time. Peck asked the lady, is she finished yet? Lime suddenly fell silent and asked angrily. And then Lima said that it seemed she was mistaken. Peck asked her what was wrong. What had he done wrong? Lime turned around and asked him, does he really not understand? Young Master Song. She decided to act openly and said that she had not gone for a walk for a long time. Well, what can you do? That man did not keep his promise and did not come. And then Peck called her Lima. The girl turned around abruptly, smiling, and asked, what? Didn't she hear? Peck told Lima to stop teasing already. Let her be more careful. She knows that the nanny will be angry if he calls her that. And then Lime came up and took his hand. Peck was surprised and asked her what she was doing. The girl asked, what's wrong? He used to give her piggyback rides. Peck replied that they were children then. Lime asked him, and now what? And then they both blushed from looking at each other. But in that moment, Peck remembered Nanny telling him not to be mistaken. The others might think he was brought in as an adopted son, but to the mistress, he was nothing more than a toy, and the toy must behave accordingly. Did he understand that? Peck clenched his fists and replied that he remembered. Lime asked Brother Song, what about now? Beck immediately squatted down and told her to climb in. Lime was surprised and asked him what he was doing. Peck asked how what? He thought she was asking about that. He thought she was still a child. Come to think of it, nothing bad would happen if he carried her on his back. Lime got very angry and told him to stop, and she decided that she would go herself. Peck asked her what she was thinking. Should he carry her? Lime told him to leave her alone and not to follow her. Bayek apologized to her and said that it was his fault and offered to go together. Lime asked him not to follow her. The nanny was watching them at this time and saw that Beck was well aware of his situation. Only the problem was in the lady's heart. After that, they went for a walk anyway. And when they came to the bridge, Lime told Peck to look at the sunset. Peck saw and understood that she had already calmed down. Judging by the fact that her mood changes in a second, she really is a child. And then he remembered that Ton Bani. And only 2 people were kind to him for no reason. He couldn't protect his grandfather, but he would definitely protect Lime, no matter what. But unexpectedly, they weren't the only ones standing on the bridge. There was another man with security. He asked if there was such a girl in the area. The guard asked the gentleman if he should bring her. The gentleman replied that he would not. With someone as beautiful as she, simple entertainment would not be enough for him. And it seems that she is from a noble family. He immediately ordered his men to find out where she lives. At this time, in front of the imperial palace, the general sat on his knees and looked at the sky and said nothing. Mo asked the general how long he had been sitting like this. Wasn't that enough? The general replied that he knew that disobeying the emperor's decree was considered treason, and if it's so hard for him to wait, let him go home. Mo got angry and said that he would go to the palace right now. And the emperor may be at a banquet given by Chang Maso, and that's why he's not coming out. He's not even sure that it's the emperor, and not Chang Maso who's sitting on the throne. The general told him to watch what he said. This Chan is just waiting for a chance to destroy him. Why can't Mo understand that they will use even the most insignificant reason to take away his power? The emperor is a wise man. No matter how much Chang tempts him with sweet words, his eyes will not deceive him. Soon he will understand everything. Until then, he would wait. Inside, people were telling Agency Chief Chang Maso that the Governor-General was still waiting for orders. They had no more excuses to refuse him. Chang replied that he was still stubborn. What an ignorant general. He thought it was time to stop. Military official Sa said that they must not provoke the Governor-General. If he learns that the emperor is seriously ill, then his 300,000 army will march on the imperial palace. Chang told him that he was worrying too much. Without the Liao Dong army, the country would fall into the hands of the barbarians. And the general knows this better than anyone else. Does Sa know that the general of the East is too concerned about his family and will thus trap himself? The next day, Lime was looking out the window early in the morning and sewing her clothes. But suddenly she was surprised and said that it started to rain. The stranger stood in front of the palace at that time and, stepping on the mud, said why it started to rain at the very moment when he went to get a new bride. The servant asked if he should get new shoes. The boy replied that he should not. After all, he would look sincere that way, and it would have a great effect on her. Arriving at the palace, the guards asked them who they were. After all, not just anyone can enter here. But suddenly the guy asked them who they were. He immediately ordered the servant to show their family sign. The guy asked the guard, "Is the son of the Secretary of State just anyone to them?" The hunter couldn't even say a word when he realized he was in trouble. The boy's servant told them to say thank you that the master was in a good mood today. At this time, Peck was training, and he didn't care what the weather was outside because he needed to be strong. But throughout his entire training, he imagined Lima's face, how she smiled at him and made eye contact. And this is what angered him the most, because he understood her feelings, but Nanny had told him earlier that he was just a toy. At that moment, Lime came to him and turned to him in surprise. Seeing her, Peck realized that he was in trouble. PZK took a rag and wiped her face, asking why she went to the training ground. If she got sick, Nyanya would be angry with him. Lime replied that the rain was so strong. She wanted to take out an umbrella for him, but he poured it on her. And then Peck remembered her childhood, and seeing him lying on the ground, Lime apologized to him. But he wondered why he suddenly remembered this. He couldn't help but laugh. Lime was surprised and asked him why he was laughing. Peck looked at her and saw that she seemed to have grown taller, but she was still a child. It seemed that he was the only one who felt strange. Peck suggested that they go because she might catch a cold. Lime got angry and replied that it was all because of him. And then a guy came up to them and said that he had finally found it. Turning around, they saw that a stranger had come to them, and with his own security. Lime asked him who he was. This was not a place where a stranger could enter. The guy replied that it was offensive. They would become one family. Lime was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. The guy replied that, to tell the truth, he had accidentally seen her a few days ago, and he liked her, and he wanted to share these feelings with her. He came to propose to her because he considers it the right thing to do for a noble man. No need for a dowry. As for him, his father is Secretary of State Li Taichon. And then Limai told him to get out of here. The guy didn't understand and asked, "What?" Peck immediately stood in front of them and said that he was told to get lost. The guy said that this boy keeps annoying him. Who is he anyway? Peck immediately thought, "Who is he?" And he remembered how Nanny had told him not to be mistaken. After all, he was nothing more than the mistress's plaything. Mo also told the guy at training so that he wouldn't forget. The reason why he's here. And then Lime answered for Peck and said that he was her beloved. She fell in love with him at their first meeting. Peck was surprised and turned to her. Lima told him not to look at her like that. It was embarrassing. Peck knew in his head that he had guessed how she felt, but hearing it directly was very awkward. The guy couldn't help but laugh loudly. He asked them if they were making fun of him. The guy said that it looked like he needed to teach them a lesson on how to deal with a person of high class. The guy's guards immediately went to attack them. Peck immediately ordered Lima to go inside. Lime immediately began to resist, but Peck told her to listen to him and leave. But suddenly, when confronted by this guy's guard, Peck was unable to block the attack and fell to the ground. Peck told Lima to run away from here. But suddenly the man stepped on the guy with his naked body and started squeezing. The man told Peck that his techniques. Although he had achieved some success in this, he would not pass the exam with such skills, and he is no match for the squad leader. Lime was very scared for him and started shouting at Brother Bake. And then the guy came up to them and said that it was all true. This was a look that suited his status. Lime asked them how dare they come and attack people in someone else's house. She would never let them get away with it. The guy smiled and asked her, "Won't he let her go? And what will she do? Does she want to tell everyone that the young mistress is in love with her servant?" Lime told him he was serious. The guy replied that he planned to take her as a wife, but if she agreed to be a concubine, he would forgive her. Lime did not dare to humiliate herself in such a way, and after such words, she immediately slapped him. She asked him how dare he. Did he even know where he was? But the guy immediately kicked her in the stomach. Lime immediately fell to the ground in pain. Peck saw this and became very angry, but the warrior held the blade to his throat. The warrior told him to sit still if he didn't want to lose his head. The guy asked the girl who she dared to hit. Lima told him that she would make him pay. The guy immediately couldn't help but laugh again, and he asked his man to give him a sword. And then the warrior turned to the young gentleman and said that he couldn't. The boy told him to shut up and give him the sword. He wouldn't kill her. The guy told the girl she was pretty cute. I wonder what her face was worth. And now they'll see how she talks when he scratches her face. The warrior saw that his master was going too far. They were ordered to just scare her a little. He has to stop this crazy guy. The guy told Lima not to move. He might accidentally hurt her. Lime moved her head to the side and was very afraid. The guy laughed and said that now it was even nice to look at that face. Let her cry some more to satisfy him. At this time, Peck said that he promised to protect her. He swore that he would not lose her bright smile. And then Peck began to slowly move his head near the sword and brought it to the blood. The warrior thought at that moment, what is he doing? Even if he's just an ordinary warrior, if they kill a member of the Eastern clan, there will be trouble later. And then Peck brought everything to blood and said that he must protect her. The second warrior understood at that moment that he had to stop all this right now, before this madman hurts Tonbani. But suddenly, Peck broke free from the warrior's hands and told them to stop him. Peck immediately attacked the others with his blade. The warrior said that he was a fool. He took the sword from the commander. Does he really think it will all be over if he gets his hands on a sword? He will show him the power of the commander's martial arts. The warrior attacked him in response and shouted that holding a sword in your hands does not mean you know how to use it. And then the warrior saw that he had caught the guy, but suddenly Peck began to evolve and showed his essence. The warrior was very surprised and did not understand what kind of tree it was. But Peck dodged and headed towards that guy. But the warrior shouted to the master to defend himself. The boy asked his man what he was carrying, but Peck saw no obstacle in front of him and cut his head open. Everyone was surprised by this, and the warriors realized that they had lost their young master. Lime was also very scared and shouted to Brother Sun. Peck didn't expect the day to end like that, and when he saw that guy's decapitated head, he realized that he had killed a man. He stood in front of the body as if rooted to the spot and could not move. The guy's guards saw and could not believe that the young gentleman was dead. The warrior immediately called Peck a bastard and rushed to attack from behind. And with his strongest attack, he wanted to finish the guy off. But suddenly the warrior Mo came and stood up for the boy. The warrior was surprised because he recognized the boy. Mo immediately attacked them and asked how the dirty dogs dared to meddle with an unmarried lady. The warrior couldn't cope with this attack and raised his head and asked Mo why he was here. Mo didn't stop there and started giving lessons to Peck. After hitting him, he asked if he understood what he had done. Peck didn't know what to say to the elder and only mumbled. But Mo couldn't stand it and raised his hand to him. But suddenly Lime came running and stopped his hand and said that he had done nothing wrong. Mo begged the lady to let him go. But Lime couldn't hold back and immediately burst into tears in front of him. Mo was very angry because this fool had killed the son of the top murim. How could they hush it up now? Lime asked Brother Bake if he was okay. But the boy tried to say that he had killed a man. But suddenly Lime didn't let him say it. And with her warm embrace, she pulled him close to her and told him not to worry. Lime told him not to lose himself because nothing would happen, and they would cope with this. The next day, the general accepted the boy's father within himself and said that he was sorry that his son had died. The man was surprised by this answer and asked with hatred, "What a pity! His son was killed. How will they answer for this?" It was State Secretary Lee Tae-chon. The general asked him if he dared to talk about responsibility. Daikon immediately sat on his ass after such a question. Dae-chon knew that the general of the East could cut off his head right now. He asked the general why he was so calm. His son had suffered in this house. The general thought and asked, then what would it cost him to give birth to and raise another one? Tae-chon did not allow himself to be spoken to like that and asked menacingly, what did he say? But suddenly the door opened, and Tae-chon immediately became wary. At that very second, Limai entered. Lime immediately fell to her knees and told her father that Brother Song Bek was not guilty of anything. All the blame lies with the young master who wanted to mock her. Daikon heard such words and immediately began to deny and say that it was nonsense. After all, his son cannot mock the lady. Daikon said, shouldn't the lady tell the truth now, or does she think that with such a lie she can settle the situation? And let her tell the truth right now. Otherwise, he will kill her personally. Because of such anger, the general could not resist and broke his glass in his hands. The general immediately stood up and asked the advisor what he wanted to say. That his daughter was now lying? Daikon immediately sat down and realized that things were bad. He understood that no matter how toothless a tiger is, it is still a tiger. And if he loses control of himself, he will be left without a head. Tae-chon thought and said that in any case, their lives cannot be called equal. The general asked in surprise, equal? Tae-chon replied that the son of the Secretary of State was killed by an ordinary soldier. This is a sin that threatens the foundations of their country. The general said that if he were the secretary, he would simply chop off this ordinary warrior's head. Why should he shout here and ruin his relationship with him? Tae-chon immediately ordered the general to bring this warrior to him immediately. Lime immediately realized that everything was not going as she wanted, and she understood that Brother Song would be killed. The general told the secretary that he was sorry his son was dead. But what brother would stand by and watch his sister being molested? Tae-chon was surprised and said what it meant. The general asked him what he didn't know. Song Bek is not just his daughter's guard, he is his adopted son. At this time, Nanny and her servants went to the chambers of the guy Song Bek, and without knocking, she immediately entered the room. And then Peck looked into her eyes and realized that the decision about his fate had finally been made. He had already lived longer than he should have. It was enough that Limai was safe. Bayek greeted Nyanya and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked if Mrs. Lime was okay. The nanny immediately greeted him and called him young master. Peck was surprised and asked why they were doing this all of a sudden. The nanny replied that the bath was ready and that he should follow her. At this time, Peck did not even understand what was happening. At this time, the general was sitting in his room, drinking his tea. But after everything, Peck came to him. The general told him that in these clothes he seemed like a different person and looked nicer. Peck bowed and greeted the head of the family. The general said that he hadn't paid any attention to him all this time. He didn't even know he had grown so much. Peck told him no. He was grateful that the head of the family had accepted him, an orphan, into his home, and he wanted to apologize for the inconvenience. The general was surprised by his words and said that he had many enemies. Considering his status, it could not be otherwise. And so he has to be constantly on guard, and he has to protect his daughter. Does Peck understand what they're telling him? He can't protect him either. In 3 days, Mo Yeon will be heading to the battlefield with a new squad. Let him go with him. Peck didn't want this, and out of all his anger, he answered the general that everything would be as he ordered. On the walk, Peck remembered the general's words that he would immediately understand how cruel people could be when he arrived at the place. He would have to kill these vile animals. Peck himself knew how cruel they could be, but he was not going to die there, even if he himself can become a beast. But suddenly, unexpectedly, he saw before his eyes the silhouette of a girl. Peck looked closely and saw the lady. Lime immediately ran up to him and asked him what they should do now. But Peng didn't know what to answer her. Lime was in great pain at that moment and begged him to say something. Peck told Lima to calm down. After all, they were brother and sister now. The lady thought of something and said that they could leave. Peck was surprised and asked her, "What?" Lime offered him with all her might that they both run away. They could live together where no one would find them, and then he wouldn't have to kill people anymore. Peck immediately removed her hands from his shoulders and asked her for forgiveness. After that, a couple of days later, Peck came to Lime's windows and said that he was leaving tomorrow, and let her forgive him for not being able to fulfill her wish. And they will not see each other for some time. Peck didn't want to leave during these wonderful moments when he and Lime were one. But according to the general's orders, he had to obey. And at parting, he said that he would take care of himself, and he would definitely return. And at the end, he left her his medallion. The next morning, Mo took charge of the men and told them to be careful. After all, they were holding expensive goods, and in their hands are supplies for their comrades on the battlefield. They should be handled with caution. But suddenly he saw Peck, who was heading with him to the battlefield. Mo asked him if he had said goodbye to the lady yet. Peck replied that he had not, and it seemed that she was still upset. Mo knew that, whatever the case, the battlefield was not a place where a person could live for long. Now he felt sorry for the guy, but maybe it was all for the best. Mo told the boy that they were leaving soon and that he should follow him. But suddenly someone from behind shouted at him and asked him to stop. Peck turned around and saw that Nanny had come and asked her what had happened. Nanny told him to take this. The lady handed it to him. And then Peck, taking things in his hands, understood why the lady had not seen him for 3 days. She was very worried about him. At this time, Lime went to the mountain, to her tree, and saw everything around her. But she came here to say goodbye to Peck. Holding Peck's medallion in her hands, she prayed that he would take care of himself and come to her unharmed. At this time, everything immediately got worse, because he found himself in the hell of this whole world, where there were no good and bad. The enemies saw that there was someone in the distance, and the commander ordered his men to kill him. Arriving at Peck, they stopped abruptly, because the guy stood in place and was ready to finish them off without fear. The barbarian commander ordered his men to finish off the Imperials already, while Commander Mo ordered his troops to stop the barbarians. When confronted with enemies, Warriors Mo shouted for them to kill every single one, spare no one. But suddenly, someone shouted that he was asking for help. Turning around, Warrior Mo saw that the guy Beck was fighting alone with the warriors and easily coping. At the moment of the battle, Peck turned into a monster who saw no one in his path and destroyed. The barbarians confronted him and told the boy that they would kill him. Peck clutched his spear in his hands and replied that they were all non-humans. They were animals. After the solo battle, Peck looked at the sky and realized that he had survived today. But at that moment, he thought about which of them was the animal. Mo approached the boy and asked if he couldn't sleep. Peck was surprised and didn't know what to answer. Mo told the guy that he thought tomorrow's fight would be the toughest he'd ever had. Bayek asked General Mo if he hadn't gone to bed yet. Mo replied that he had asked him to call him Senior in private. Mo told him he was a weird guy. He just followed orders without question, not caring about his life. Peck didn't understand and apologized. Mo told him that he had been here for 3 years, and after this battle, he could finally return home. Mo asked the boy if he felt okay. Peck replied that people were not like people at all. Maybe he went crazy with them too. Mo asked him if he was worried about the lady's reaction. Peck couldn't answer and froze. Mo said that he didn't need to hide it from him and that he shouldn't worry. No matter what he did, she would be on his side. And that from now on, Beck would call him Senior. Bayek knew he couldn't call him that. After all, for him, Big Brother still meant the man who abandoned him. But one day he will definitely call him that. But he couldn't keep his promise, and everything changed differently. The next day, during the battle, the barbarians shouted that they would finish them off, every single one. Mo saw that something was wrong and asked his men what was going on. Why couldn't they contact the rear? The warrior replied to Mo that he had been told that the rear troops had retreated. Mo became angry and said that it was all the imperial court. The barbarians looked at the battle and said that the enemy's rear was really open. It looks like the empire has finally gone crazy. The commander of Oirat Taza replied that these insects had become slaves of the struggle for power. Forgetting about the safety of the country, that was their essence. At this time, Lime was sitting in her room and looking at the medallion that Beck had left behind as a parting gift. But suddenly Nanny came in and said that she had something to tell her. Lime told her that she had already said that she would not accept Mr. Chan's offer. Let her tell her that. Then Nanny said that there was news about young Master Song Bik. Lime, hearing her brother, stood up at that very moment. Lime immediately went outside and realized that 3 whole years had passed. Finally, he was back. At this time, the general asked his intelligence officer if this was true. The intelligence officer replied that it was. The warrior replied that General Mo Yon's army had been completely destroyed. But suddenly Lime entered and, hearing these words, fainted. The general did not understand what had happened and immediately ordered them to call a doctor. At the battle site that day, everything was destroyed. And by some amazing circumstances, Peck survived. But it wasn't that easy, because he was seriously injured. Peck looked at all the warriors and told Lima not to worry. He would never die. In the imperial palace, Chang sat on his throne and laughed at the news. He asked his people if Mo Yon had really been killed on the battlefield. After all, it was like leaving the general of the East without an arm. Zhang asked Secretary of State Taichon if he liked his gift. Chang asked him how. Would he join him now? Taichon replied that he first had to see the corpse of Beck, who had killed his son. Let them give him his head. Then he will make sure that the general of the East is not just removed, but accused of treason. Chang asked his servants if they had heard everything. Let them find Song Bek's body and bring it to his feet. At this time, in the vicinity of the imperial court, Beck was moving around wounded, making sounds with his spear. All the people were surprised and scared, because such a warrior had never been in their area. But the guy didn't care about anyone and walked confidently next to them. Beck looked at the palace and said that the traitors must be having a lot of fun here. And he named Soshon. At that time, official So was enjoying himself in his estate. He asked how he could be so happy at 40 years old. The second emperor told him that it was much better here than in the palace. So replied that it was natural. Could they afford such a thing at court? The emperor asked. But will everything be all right? He means with them, and in truth they are civil servants and cannot repel a second attack by the barbarians themselves. So why did they help them at all? So laughed and replied that everything had already been agreed upon. The emperor was surprised and asked what he was talking about. So replied that after this incident, the sovereign made a non-aggression pact with the barbarians for a year, and let the emperor not be nervous and listen. For the sake of their future, and suddenly a loud roar sounded, and the glass caught in his hands. So even began to move. Someone outside was shouting for the enemy to stop. The emperor asked what was going on there, and then the door opened, and the wounded Peck entered the room where the two traitors were having fun. The emperor asked him how he dared to break in here, but Peck did not listen to him and cut off his head. So stood there frightened and did not know what to say. But Baek asked the official, so what had happened to him? So immediately told him to stop and think about the consequences. If he kills him, Peck raised his spear and told him not to worry. He would soon meet his damn eunuch friend on the other side. So realized that the guy would not stop there and finally asked him to stop. But it was too late. Beck swung his spear and cut off his head. The streets were bustling at this time. Everyone was walking and having fun. Girls were pestering guys and asking them for fun. But suddenly, one of the guys stopped and, seeing people, asked where the warriors from the border came from. The man told the warrior that it was here, and they stopped right in front of the brothel. The owner of the brothel, Bo Chung, seeing familiar faces, said that she welcomed Mr. Chung. Chung was surprised and asked them, do they all know him? He was the commander of the 10th Army. Bo asked, how could she not know when the whole city was talking about him? And young Master Song was inside. She would see him off. Chon leaned against the girl and said that few people knew about him. For a simple courtesan, she knew too much. Chon went into the room and told Bo that he would come to see her again after he sorted everything out. Bo looked at him with hatred and understood that Chong became the head of the 10th Army at only 30 years old. They say that he is a very kind person, but in fact, he is a cunning fox. Chon went to the crime room and was surprised. He said it was an amazing job. Chon saw Beck and said that it was his doing. So he really was alive. Bayek was sitting on the couch at that time and looked at the guy with his menacing gaze. The next day, Lima received the news and ran straight to town to see if it was true. The nanny shouted after her to wait. In the city, people were asking, what is going on here? Has this criminal really decided to commit treason? By this time, Lime had arrived and walked straight through the crowd to take a look. The man was surprised when he was pushed and asked where the woman came from. Lima, seeing the man in the cage, was very surprised and happy because Peck remained alive. And then she began to cry. At this time, Taechon came to the main guy and asked him why not. Chang answered him that now is not the best time for Beck to die. Taechon didn't understand and asked the boss what he was talking about. Chang replied that he was the only one who survived that battle with the Mongols, so now all the attention was focused on him. In addition, he will have to undergo interrogation about the reason for the murder of official So, but after that, Daichen was upset and said that he understood. He ordered him to do their job, and he would do his. Chang was angry and knew that this secretary was a fool, and if he waited a little longer, he would get what he wanted. Chang knew that Zhong was being neutral, but he brought in Beck, who had killed a government official. He was clearly up to something, and the worst thing is that he may have evidence of his connection with Tazar. Until he knows what he has in mind, there is no hurry. Chan turned to No Hogwan and said that he had a bad feeling. But then he came and asked the chief if he had called him. Chan said that if Tai Sung starts acting thoughtlessly, he should get rid of him. At this time, Peck was put in prison, where there were a lot of guards. But he, too, as a criminal, was tied in chains. Tayson only wanted revenge on him and came to him in prison and said that his life was hard. Bayek immediately got angry when he saw his face. But Tai Sung said that he wouldn't let him die in peace, neither him nor that girl. And then Peck couldn't stand his words and said that he would definitely kill him. And if even one hair falls from Lime's head, he will kill everyone who is in any way connected to him. He jerked towards him, but the chains were short and did not let him get closer. Daikyeon said that he now clearly sees that the guy is just a beast in a human body. He should have died there. His death and that girl's death. It's all his fault. The general asked Chung if it was true that he could save Beck. Chung slowly raised his glass and replied that he could do it, but he has one condition. The general immediately asked him, "What is the other condition?" "Let him give him Song Beck," The general was very angry that he was being treated so lightly, and Chong asked him at last, hadn't he understood yet? Betraying his army is not something a mere bureaucrat can do. Let the general be vigilant. These bastards will not give in so easily. The general asked him why. After all, Chong was not interested in politics at all, so why was he helping him? Jung smiled and told him that Mo Yeon was his friend. Wasn't it natural to help those who were close to him? The general thought and realized what he suspected. Chang Ma-so, he will have to pay a huge price for what he did. At this time, Chan Ma-so's follower was pursuing Chon and was on the roof of the house at the time. But I thought, fortunately, it seems he has no evidence leading to Jang Ma-so. The problem is Daecheon. It will be dangerous if he does something, but he said he had to report it. But suddenly he heard Mrs. Lime screaming. She was asking Nanny to let her in. The nanny held her and said that she couldn't. Lime begged her to let her go. After all, she had to go to Brother Sun. The nanny asked the lady to calm down a little, but he looked at them and was very surprised. But Lime always got her way, and late at night she decided to quietly leave the palace and go to her brother Song. But suddenly she turned back sharply and saw out of the corner of her eye that someone was following her. But then she realized that she had imagined it. But he managed to leave the roof and go down to the ground and remained unnoticed. But he decided to follow the lady. Chan was sitting in his palace at the time, but clutching the drink in his hands, he thought, why didn't he contact him? Having broken the glass in his hand, a servant immediately ran to him and asked him if the master was okay. Chang thought at that moment that no matter how capable he was, he could not entrust such a task to a person of unknown origin. Chan asked his man, what about Baek's interrogation? The guy replied that it would be the day after tomorrow. Zhang knew that once the interrogation began, Taishon would be unable to do anything. But he was sure that he would try to do something during this time. If Taeyeon foolishly hurts Baek, Yong Il-gwang might start bothering him too. That might become a problem. Chan immediately stood up from his throne and told the boy to give him the sword. The boy did not understand and asked him what he meant. Chan smiled with his sinister laugh and told the boy that he would handle everything himself. At this time, Lime was walking around the city and heading to the prison dungeon where Peck was sitting. But suddenly she turned her head and heard a girl standing at the porch telling passers-by to come in to see them. The girls on the second floor also stood and asked the men to come up to their rooms. Lime met with the girl and told her that she had said that she would do anything for her. But the girl told the lady not to even talk about that place. She wouldn't have said that if she knew what kind of place it was. Lime asked what was wrong with him. The girl replied that the people there were very different from those she had met here. Unlike the nobles who value cooperation and the demons who respect strength, Haomon is made up of all sorts of rabble. Therefore, an ordinary person like her who doesn't know martial arts has no place there. Besides, Haomon is located near the red light district, and a beautiful girl like her would be snatched up immediately. Lime replied that she understood everything. It was a very dangerous place. And as she left, she said that she would look for another way. The girl was very scared after these words and told the lady not to even think about going there. Lime thought and understood that this was the only way for her to save Sun. When she went to the red light district, she asked a man where she could find a Haomun establishment. Lime said that she had heard that he could be found near a brothel. The man thought and answered the lady that they do not sit in every brothel. Haomun carefully hides their identities. It is not clear to an ordinary person where they come from. It is difficult to meet them. And apparently, she comes from a rich family, so let her leave here before anything happens. The man thought after she left, how did the lady know about him? It's a pity, but she won't be able to meet them here. But then a guy came up to him from behind and asked what they had just talked about. Walking through the neighborhood, Lima noticed girls jumping on men to get seduced. She was thinking at this time, where can she find these Haomun? But suddenly a little boy asked her, is she looking for Haomun? Lime talked to him and they set off on their journey. On the way, she wondered how far they still had to go. She had already gone far. Would she be okay? She asked the boy, how far was it? The boy sang along to the song on the way and answered the lady that they were almost there. Let her be patient a little. Lima found all this suspicious, and suddenly the boy told the girl that they had finally arrived. Lime asked, "Is this an abandoned building?" And then the boy turned to the guys and said that he brought her. And suddenly Lime saw several guys come out in front of her. The guy gave the boy a couple of coins and thanked him for the task he had completed. The boy bowed and said that he would wait for new assignments. Delighted, he said goodbye to them. The boy, leaving, approached Lima and told her not to be so upset. In this place, everyone lies. Because the strong rule here. Lime thought about his words, about a place where everyone lies and power rules. But then several guys surrounded her and looked at her intently. And then one of the guys, apparently the eldest, laughed and said that it seemed that the general's daughter was not alien to the love of beauty. To walk around the red light district like that. Lime took a deep breath and asked them if they really thought they could get away with this. Young Master Cheon. Cheon immediately began to laugh and said that it was an honor for him that the general's daughter remembered the simple son of a merchant. Lime realized that it wouldn't be that easy with him and pulled out a knife and told the guy not to come near. And if he did come near, she wouldn't just stand there. She asked what was wrong with them. Didn't they know the consequences if they harmed her? She had already refused his proposal of marriage several times. Chon answered her that it seemed she had misunderstood something. The general, on the contrary, would only be glad. After all, it was he who had first proposed to her. She knows her father is in a difficult situation right now, right? Even if not with him, she's in for a marriage of convenience anyway. Lima told the guy not to make her laugh. Her father would never do that. And suddenly, one of the guys jumped on her from behind and grabbed her. The guy asked the lady to calm down. Lime immediately started screaming for him to let her go right now. The guy smiled and told the lady not to worry. After all, it would be good for both of them. Another guy said that it was exactly like that. If she accepted the four of them as suitors, she would be completely free of the general. Lime looked at them all and realized that they were like animals. Animals exist not only in war. And then she mentally asked for forgiveness from Brother Song and shed a tear. The guy holding the lady told his friends to get in line. He caught her first, so he would be the husband. But before he could finish speaking, someone threw a knife at his head. Lime immediately managed to break free from his hands and fell to her knees. Turning around, she saw that the guy was already dead. The others were surprised and asked if he was really dead. But one of the guys saw the attacker and showed where he was. The other guy ran after the attacker and managed to grab the sword with him, but Chon shouted at them to stop. The guy pulled out his blade and attacked, shouting, "What kind of crazy creature did this to their brother?" Lima said that it wasn't her who killed him. It turns out that the guy decided to attack the girl and kill her. But at that very moment, he was attacked with several knives and immediately left to die in front of the lady. Lime stood there and didn't understand how this was happening. After all, she hadn't warned anyone where she was going. But suddenly, someone from the roof of an abandoned house said that he was sorry, but the fun ended there. And of course he's glad that Chon led Dongbani this far. But he can't leave living witnesses. And then one of the guys got scared of this man and turned around and started running away. Chon was surprised and asked him where he was running. The guy ran away shouting that he didn't want to die. And passing next to the lady, he didn't even touch her. The mercenary decided not to leave him alive, and with his knife caught up with him and also cut off his head, like the others. But the mercenary was not alone and brought with him a child who set up the lady. Lime immediately recognized the kid who had brought her here. The mercenary asked the boy why he had to deal with witnesses at all. Would he like to come down? The second mercenary immediately replied that he was already on his way. But it turned out that they were not just the two of them, but a whole clan of mercenaries. Cheon immediately realized that things were bad for him, and seeing that there was no option to run away, he fell to his knees and begged them to spare him. He said he was the son of a famous man. If they let him go, he would do whatever they wanted. The mercenary asked the boy, "Anything?" Chon replied that it was true. Anything. Let them just say it, but at that very second, the mercenary stuck his hook into the head. The mercenary looked at the girl and realized that it was Ton Bani. incredible beauty. She would definitely conquer all the men of the Southern Sea, although she would die anyway. Maybe they would at least have some fun with her one last time. But suddenly, another warrior came and killed several of his guys. The mercenary was surprised and asked, "Who is this?" And then he attacked the guy from different sides with his hook. But he managed to dodge the hook and did a few somersaults to the side. And standing on the chain, he looked into the mercenary's face. The mercenary said that this style was definitely that person. He asked the guy, why him? But he thought and answered, who knows? And immediately picking up speed along the chain, he pounced on the mercenary. But he did not stop at the last moment and went forward, and having gotten close to the mercenary, he cut off his head. But he landed on the ground and said at the end that he himself did not understand why he did it. But he continued to fight with the rest of the mercenaries and did not give in. Lime looked at the battle and asked who was helping her. The mercenaries immediately realized at the moment of the battle that this was definitely not an ordinary master. And then, No thrust his blade into his chest. The mercenary asked, "But why him, and why is he in their way?" But he stood still during the attack and easily repelled it. But I asked the mercenary. He asks why he is interfering. He also does not quite understand why he is doing this. But he finished off all the mercenaries around and understood that if they were already here, then it all started there too. But he didn't care anymore. But suddenly Lime came up to him and thanked him for saving her. And she survived thanks to him. And then, No froze like a statue and did not understand what to say to her. He immediately thought, seeing her eyes, that because of this he trembled. But he turned around and told the lady to go to Jin Wei. And there she would be able to see the one she wanted to see. Lime bowed to him again and thanked him for his help. But as he left, he finished his words, because if, of course, Peck was still alive. But at this time, in the prison where Peck was sitting, an army of warriors suddenly descended, who were heading to kill him. Opening the gates of Beck's cell, they ordered him to stand up. After all, it was time for his interrogation. As he walked to the interrogation room, Beck thought, "How is this possible? After all, an interrogation at such a time is very suspicious. And even on the battlefield, interrogations at late hours were only conducted in urgent cases. Besides, he is accused of murdering an official. So high-ranking people will conduct him, but they are conducting him now. And their uniform, and this silence around. But these are not the sounds of soldiers' steps, 3 in front and 2 behind. But suddenly, one of the warriors from behind took out a knife and held it behind his back, ready to strike. Peck stopped and asked them if they had started yet. He immediately fell over and decided to attack himself. Having knocked out one of the 3, all the soldiers became alert and prepared to kill Peck on the premises. Peck said there was only one, and he didn't know who they were, but they should hurry up. One of the warriors said that this guy was a fucking bastard and ordered the others to kill him. Peck had no choice but to act on his beast instincts and tear out the throats of his enemies with his teeth. Having finished off all the enemies, he remembered the moment when Theron told him that he would not let him die in peace. Both he and that girl. Peck said it was definitely him. He had to go to Lima as soon as possible. She was in danger. But suddenly, someone from behind told him that he really was a little animal. Turning around, he saw that Theron was standing in front of him. Peck told Theron that he was impatient. If he waited a little, he would come for his head personally. Theron said that no matter how much he thought about it, it would be best to cut off his head with his own hands. Fortunately or not, he is still alive. Theron immediately ordered his servants to bring this guy to him alive. He himself would cut off the head of this animal. Having given permission to their men, the warriors immediately pounced on Peck to capture him alive. Peck was not afraid of them and decided to fight to the last, because he had a promise to Lima. Theron was very angry when he saw that his warriors were not coping. He asked them what they were doing. They couldn't even cope with one half-mortal. The warrior told Peck that he was a bastard and dodged like a rat. But the guy was smart, because his hands were blocked. Peck immediately remembered that they were there that day. He didn't understand it then, but now he clearly sees their sword style. It could be used as an example for the squad members. And then Peck told them that they were weak. Or was it he who had become stronger? The warrior immediately got angry and pounced on the attack. The warrior said that they would see how much longer the boy could dodge. But Peck suddenly stopped and remembered the moment of fighting enemies in the war. He remembered that their swords were rough. They resembled wolves. Compared to them, his sword seemed sharp at first glance. But in the end, their sword had no pride. And then Peck kicked him and knocked out one of the warriors. The second warrior, seeing that his allies had been finished off, was scared. Peck understood that the sword of a warrior who had lost his pride by succumbing to power was the sword of a dog. The warrior immediately pounced on him and asked how he dared to kill him. Peck immediately threw the blade towards himself with his foot, grabbed it with both hands and thrust it into the warrior's chest. The warrior finally told him that he was a fucking bastard. Theron looked at this and could not believe his eyes. Theron looked at the boy with fear and saw that he was not a man. He was an animal that had just been released from a cage. Theron immediately decided that he had to run. Peck saw this and wondered if he really expected to survive after what he had done. But suddenly, Beck saw a familiar body that suddenly came out from around the corner. Lime was surprised to see Sun's brother. Peck immediately thought, "Why is she here?" Theron started laughing and saying that he knew the heavens wouldn't leave him. Peck immediately shouted to Lima to start running. Theron pounced on her and thought that with her, this beast would not touch him. But suddenly someone arrived and launched his strongest attack against this advisor and cut him into small pieces. Chan told Theron that he was an idiot who had crossed the line. But thanks to Beck, he was able to solve everything much more easily. Chang looked at the lady and said that it seemed that the rumors had been minimized. Now he understood why the gentlemen were worried. And Lime's beauty could destroy this country. Lime at this moment did not understand what was happening. After all, her body was not moving. Chang understood at that moment that if he used her, he could make the emperor's place his own and get rid of the general of the East. Chan used all his strength and told the girl to take his hand, and he would give her the whole world. But Lime was shocked by everything she saw. She asked the enemy with a trembling voice, "What is he talking about?" But Chan looked at her with delight and said nothing. But by this time Beck ran up and told him to get away from her. But Beck, at that moment, took his sword in his hands and delivered a crushing attack. But Chang was expecting this and easily repelled the attack. Peck was very surprised and immediately thought about where this man got so much strength from. Chang said that he had once heard that he was called a beast, but he did not think that he was capable of mastering the Tao. And after these words, he used his flowing sword and attacked back. But Peck managed to put up his defense to repel the attack. But the end of the sword was so sharp and long that it almost reached the guy's face. But Peck managed to react and parried it. Peck looked at it from the other side and realized that it was a snake in the shape of a sword. And at the end, it takes on another shape. The guy saw the snake in front of his face and immediately realized that it was dangerous and he needed to dodge it. Chan started laughing after that and said the guy rolled on the ground. And that was not bad. Peck stopped at a distance and looked into the enemy's face. He thought about how he could defeat him. But Chan didn't stop there and attacked again and said that he was sorry, but he had more than one snake. Releasing another snake, he said that he would spare his life if he could avoid it. Peck looked at the enemy and suddenly several snakes appeared in front of him, ready to devour him. Lime was also in a panic and saw this and shouted to her brother Sun. But Beck fought them, which led to a big explosion. The earth was completely destroyed after this, and Lime looked into the distance and did not know if her brother Song was alive. But suddenly Chan told the guy that he surprised him, and he didn't think that he would be able to dodge such an attack. Chan became curious and asked if the boy was the warrior's son. His technique allowed him to avoid his dragon's attack. After all, a simple soldier couldn't learn this. But Peck listened and realized that everything was repeating itself again. Once again, the past, which he does not want to remember, helped him. Peck got angry and answered the enemy that he was wrong. Chan looked at him and said that as he had promised earlier, he would spare his life. But he was still curious about something. He heard that the guy was the adopted son of the general of the East, but are he really just brother and sister with her? No matter how you look at it, her look doesn't look like that of a sister worried about her brother. Or his, actually. But don't let the guy get the wrong idea. He doesn't judge him. He rather likes taboos. At this moment, Beck immediately thought and realized who this enemy was. A man who spoke so easily about the general. A feminine manner of speech and excellent martial arts skills. He is the head of the military department, which is directly subordinate to the emperor. Chang Maso. Chang Maso is the general's biggest enemy and the instigator of all this. Maso asked the boy if he would go with him. After all, having lost on the battlefield, the general became a toothless tiger. Soon he will be devoured, if not by him, then by someone else. But if he follows him, he can make his dream come true. Maso was polite and extended his hand to the boy. Suddenly everything changed, and a group of guards came to them and immediately turned to Peck. Chan looked at the man running towards him and said that it looked like it was time for him to finish. As he was leaving, he told the guy to think about the offer. And he jumped into the air and disappeared. Bayek looked at him and repeated his name. And now he realized that Chang Maso was truly a scary person. Both the power of martial arts and the spirit were strong. But Lime suddenly ran up to Brother Song and hugged him so tightly as if she hadn't seen him for several years. Peck told her to stop. But Lima immediately told him that she would not let him go. The guards were shocked by what was happening and said that they seemed to be okay. But the teacher was a little angry about this and did not know what to even say to them. And he simply watched and saw how they loved each other. The teacher said that he had spent so much effort on persuasion and thought that now everything would work out. But the chief himself also came to the scene and was angry. The next morning, the servants were already discussing the events of the previous day. But Lime walked past them so quickly that she knocked them off their feet. The maid immediately turned to the mistress, but Lima had no time for her and asked them for forgiveness. The maid became curious and asked where the mistress was rushing to in such a hurry. The girl replied that she had not seen her so happy for a long time, and he came back yesterday. The maid asked her who came back. Lime came to the guy's room and caught her breath a little after running. But smiling, she opened the door and invited Brother Sun to have breakfast together. But she was a little shocked by what she saw, because the room was completely empty and her brother was no longer there. In the clan's territory, the chief and Peck were walking and heading to a place where no one would hear them. But Peck looked at the chief and wondered what was wrong with him. After all, he suddenly suggested that he go for a walk. The chief decided to speak and said that it seemed to him that this was the first time they were walking with him like this. Bayek told the leader that everything was correct. Suddenly, the leader turned around and thanked the boy for avenging Mo Yon. After all, Yen was like a son to him, but he couldn't take revenge for him personally because of his position. Besides, if it weren't for him, trouble would have happened to Lime, and now he is eternally indebted to him. Peck at this moment listened to the head and said nothing in response. But Peck said that this was nothing compared to the favor that the chief had shown him. But the chief did not speak for long and ordered the boy to bring him Tazar's head, and then he would grant his wish, whatever it was. Peck was ready for this, but he couldn't answer. In the evening, Peck went out into the city to think about his wish a little, as ordered by the chief. But Lime was always there and turned to her brother and asked him why he was doing this to her. Peck approached her and asked what she was talking about. Lima started screaming that they hadn't had breakfast together for so long, and he just disappeared. And now they finally met, and he doesn't even care about her. But Peck suddenly froze and didn't know what to answer her, but his head was completely filled with something else. He was thinking about his desire, as ordered by the chief. Lime asked him if he could hear her, but Peck suddenly couldn't help but laugh. But Lime was shocked and did not understand what was happening to him. After all, he began to laugh so loudly that all the people just looked at him. Lime asked him why he suddenly started laughing. But Peck didn't answer her and hugged her. Lima blushed deeply after this and turned to her brother. But Peck said that he would not let her go again. Lime at that moment felt the warmth and love that she had been waiting for a long time. And now shed a tear of happiness. The commander of the detachment came to the chief in the evening and asked him what he ordered the guy to bring Tazar's head. The chief replied that everything was correct. He told him to bring Tazar's head. The commander asked if the chief understood what that meant. If he failed, his life would be in danger. The leader replied that he was risking something far more valuable than his own life. Shouldn't he pay a fair price for it? Isn't he right about that? The commander realized that even in this situation, he was using his daughter, and he really is a terrible man. General of the East. The commander realized that everything here is worse than he expected. The next day they set out on their journey and gathered as many warriors as were ready to give their lives for the general. The captain told Peck that he would be the commander, and now this army consists of juvenile and adult criminals, and he will lead it from now on. His achievements are not enough to lead elite soldiers, and whatever the reason, killing a boss is a very serious crime. But if he succeeds now, he can wash away his sins. The commander asked the boy if he understood everything. Peck replied that he understood the order completely. But suddenly, he heard someone telling Lima not to go towards the army. Lima wanted to say goodbye to her brother, and no one could stop her. Even the servants told her to stop, but she didn't care. Lime ran up to her brother, and after taking a breather, she started screaming at Peck that he was a complete liar, and that he had said earlier that he wouldn't let her go. And he also said that everything would be different, and why is he leaving again now? Peck got off his horse and hugged her. He told her that this was the last time. Lima was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. Beck did not waste time and suggested that they get married when he returned. Lima was surprised and happy. She asked him if he was lying. Peck replied that he was making her a promise. Lime was very happy and hugged the guy tightly, but her joy simply clouded her mind that he was leaving and would return in a while. The warriors started shouting and laughing and even said that it was just a shame. The guy was still very green. But a man without a woman is doomed. But one of the warriors was not happy with this news and looked at Peck so angrily that he was ready to kill him. Upon arrival in Yongchon, Major General Yu Cha-hyuk met his guests and greeted the Governor-General. The captain asked in surprise, was he the one who became the Governor-General? But it seemed to him that Cha-hek was much happier about it. Cha-hek asked, how could they not rejoice in their freedom? But suddenly the lady came out and asked the captain how he had been doing all this time. And now, he greets the new Governor-General. The Governor-General replied that the lady is here too. He even forgot. The Governor-General told the lady that he would like to stay with her today. Would she mind? The lady was surprised and replied that she would do everything possible for him and would be very glad to have good company. The Governor-General said that they could then celebrate their return properly. And today, they could get drunk like it was their last time. But the lady was not happy about this, and her anger was overwhelming, but she could not say anything to them. As he began to drink, Cha-hek said that when he heard the news that this eunuch was being given away, all 10 years of suffering seemed to fall off his shoulders at once. The Governor-General remembered that Major General Cha-hek was a subordinate of the official So, who reported to Chang Ma-so, and it was he who informed him of their corruption. And anyway, this man had betrayed his master. What should he do with him, thought the Governor-General. Cha-hek thanked the Governor-General unexpectedly and said that whether they wanted it or not, it was they who contributed to the death of General Moen. And he thanked the Governor-General for giving them a chance to right their wrong. The Governor-General raised his glass and told him to take care of it too. Cha-hek started laughing and replied that he had to see the face of this eunuch himself. After a few hours, the Governor-General saw Cha-hek's face and asked if he was drunk already. Cha-hek replied that he was drunk with joy, and he was so glad that he could pay back that bastard who had sold out the country. Cha-hek suddenly remembered and asked, "Will everything be okay with the new captain? He got an army of scum, and they also say that he is still too young for this." The Governor-General replied that he assures General Yu. Cha-hek asked what was going on. The Governor-General replied that this boy had killed tens of times more Mongolian soldiers than they had. But Peck decided not to go with the Governor-General and walked around the night city, and he understood that he was back again in this hell. But this time he was definitely here, and this was not a dream. But without wasting time, he went to his army and woke everyone up. The soldiers asked what kind of gathering was going on so late at night, and it looked like something urgent. The commander's right hand told everyone to listen carefully. After all, the new commander, Song Beck, had arrived. The soldiers were shocked and asked, "Is this kid their captain?" And what kind of joke did the commander's right hand tell? The commander's right hand got angry and ordered everyone to shut their mouths. But the soldiers started shouting that he was a child, and he was definitely not a captain. He had just been torn away from his mother's breast. The soldiers did not accept him as a captain and started laughing at him. They even said that this was not a playground. The captain's right hand saw that this man was so strong that he was nicknamed a bull, but still, he was still a child, and it would be difficult for him to cope with the criminals. Peck turned to them and asked what they should do next. The captain's right hand apologized and asked him to repeat it again. Peck replied that he was asking what should be done with those who refused to obey orders. The guy said that as far as he knew, they needed to be executed. Peck decided and said that no matter what kind of soldiers they were, an order was an order. The boy was surprised and turned to the commander. But Peck did not stop and headed towards the warriors, but suddenly the biggest warrior stood in front of him. The warrior asked him what was wrong. He was just standing there quietly, but Peck didn't talk to him and hit him on the head so hard that even the big guy's teeth fell out. Then Peck didn't stop there and continued his attack with his leg, lifting it up to the big guy's head. Peck told the soldiers that he was warning them only once, and he turned around and went about his business. All the soldiers were greatly surprised by his strength and did not even imagine that he was such a great and powerful captain. But one of the soldiers who didn't like Peck thought, how did he figure it out? It turns out this guy was the most aggressive of them all, and for criminals, this would be the most effective way to control. And to tell the truth, he was interested in learning about the man she fell in love with. The soldier became very curious and always wondered who this man named Song Beck was. After the introduction, he arranged a meeting of all the warriors and turned to soldier Nam. He asked the guy if he had any military experience. Nam didn't expect such a question and after thinking answered that no. Peck asked everyone if none of them had ever been on the battlefield. But the soldiers were all simply silent at that moment and did not even know what to answer to the captain's question. Peck remembered that he heard that the previous army was completely destroyed, so they hastily assembled a new one. But even so, he didn't think that they took people with no experience. But suddenly, a guy from the crowd raised his hand and said that he was the captain of the first squad, Cho Chongbong. Chongbong said he was doing work in Liaodong, but now he has been transferred to Kengong. Peck remembered that Liaodong, and according to his recollections, it means he fought against the Manchu Tungus. And in fact, the Tungus are the same nomads as the Mongols. Peck asked him what he thought was the situation in which the Mongols felt most comfortable. What? He asked in surprise. The Mongols? And after thinking, he understood everything and asked the captain that he wanted to attack them in winter. Conditions here in winter are different from the center. Giving the order to attack in winter is the same as sending soldiers to their death. Biek said that the army of soldiers must follow the commander's orders. Starting tomorrow, each squad leader will train their soldiers, and they must wear armor at all times, so that they are ready to fight at any time. But Nam told the captain that he was not sure that they would obey. After all, there are many criminals among them, so there will be problems. They have no loyalty, so they can turn their sword against them at any time. Bayek thought about it and ordered him to kill those who would shirk the order. But Cho was also surprised and turned to the commander. But if several people die, then sooner or later it will reach the rest. In the morning, the lady woke up before everyone else and told the Lord to wake up. But the Governor-General did not want to get up and simply looked at the ceiling. He asked if he could lie like this for a little while longer. The lady replied that no, it was already morning. But the Governor-General told her that she just wanted to get away from him as quickly as possible. The lady replied that she was sorry, but nothing could be done. She would bring the gentleman some tea. The Governor-General was not happy that he was awakened and saw that the lady was impenetrable. The Governor-General did all his business and, having dressed, asked her how long it had been since they had met. The lady replied that she was not sure, about a week. The Governor-General asked her if she should not have gotten used to him at least a little. The lady did not understand the question and asked him what he was talking about. The Governor-General replied that he was talking about her real name. The lady asked him what he meant. The Governor-General asked in reply, "Isn't it strange? Such a luxurious building stands in such a remote place." So he made some inquiries through his people in the imperial palace. The lady told him that it was just a brothel. The Governor-General started laughing and said that she was right, and it was the cabin brothel. The lady was very surprised, and even froze for a moment, not realizing how she had spilled all the tea on the floor. She told him that if he was so sure, she had nothing to say. And he was right, this was Cabin's house. And what did he want? The Governor-General thought for a moment and replied that he wanted her. The lady did not expect this and even blushed. The general said that, in truth, he had only gone so far because he did not know how he could become her lover. The girl told him how a high-ranking gentleman could say such things to a girl of easy virtue. Even a stray dog would laugh at him. And what does he really want from her? But the Governor-General could not resist and immediately kissed her. The Governor-General asked what difference it made whether she was a servant or a girl of easy virtue. He himself did not know when and where death would overtake him. But the girl was very scared and pushed him aside. She asked him right away how many times had he already seduced women like this. The Governor-General replied that she was the first. The girl asked, how could she believe it? The general said that both heaven and earth knew about it. The girl turned around and replied that he was just a terrible pervert and womanizer. The Governor-General saw that she felt awkward and even forgot about tea. Suddenly the girl said that her name was Yem Okji. The Governor-General was surprised and looked at her strangely. But the girl replied that it was her name. The guy was shocked by this and asked, "Does that mean he won?" Immediately after the conversation, he went out into the forest. He was happy and said it was even funny. How could heaven look so beautiful? But still, what should he do? His wayward adopted elder brother still can't make up his mind. And the man he followed like a father is trying to drive Song Baek to his death. To save him means to betray the one who was like a father to him, and to obey him means to kill his sworn younger brother. But suddenly Nam came running and shouted to the general. The general asked him, "Isn't he a member of Song Baek's squad? We were told that Captain Song Baek was using sparring as an excuse to kill soldiers." At that moment, in the territory of the troops, Baek was fighting with the warriors who did not obey his orders. And he killed everyone who would resist his words. But Baek, having finished with the soldier, saw the general and said that he had already arrived at the territory of the troops. Nam told the general that for the last few days he has been killing anyone who does not obey orders. If this continues, people will start running away. The general immediately remembered his brother Mo Yon. After all, he hated that the first question he asked him was about life and death. And he saved him so many times, and he finally decided that they would save the one whom he considered his adopted younger brother. And when the general of the East said that he wanted Tazar's head, he thought that it was all over. And he even thought that he should give up everything and run away. But if he saves him, he will surely be happy. But Mo Yeon still knows. Unlike him, his brother, this guy is a real psycho. We were surprised by the general's laughter and turned to him. But the general could not stop and began to laugh even louder. The general turned to the boy and said that they could try. And now they would cut Tazar's throat. At night, Peng began to deal with the documents and letters. He began to look at each message and read it from beginning to end. He saw that there were murderers, thieves, rapists in his ranks. But even for the scum, this was too much. There was very little time to train them. But at that moment he took a liking to the letter, and he immediately picked it up to read it. But suddenly Nam came in and told the captain that the general was calling him. Peng went to the meeting and came into the room. The general was sitting at the table with Okya at that moment and greeted Commander Sun. The general asked the commander if he would like a drink. Peck replied that everything was fine. It would be better to tell him why he had called. The general told him that, as Mo Yeon had said, he was a boring guy. But Beck immediately remembered Jong Il-gwang. From Mo Yeon, he heard that unlike him, who was only interested in war, Zhong Ilguang also showed interest in politics. He heard that he was close to Mo Yon, but he has no connection with the East, so why did he save him? Beck thought. The general told the captain that he didn't need to doubt him. He saved him because he was consumed with regret over Mo Yon's death. And he hasn't introduced them yet. And she is his fiancée. The girl bowed and said that her name is Yom Okji. Songbaek bowed back and introduced himself in return. Okji thought the general said that a young commander would come, but why did this guy seem so familiar? The general asked her why she was looking at him like that. They had already met? Okji asked in surprise. How had they met? And suddenly, Oxy looked and couldn't believe her eyes. She remembered that look, and he was that warrior. The general listened to them and said that it was time to get to the heart of the matter. He heard that Beck was planning to attack the Mongol army in winter. Preparation is good, but even so, winter will not be easy for them. Does he have a plan? Okachi was surprised to hear about the attack in winter, but she knew that in winter, Keryudo, the place where Tazar settled, freezes and becomes a fortress. For an army from the Central Plains to go there in winter is suicide. And besides, to get to Keryudo, you have to go through that place. Beck said that the Yumsan mountain range. He was going to go with a small group and destroy the fortress in the center of the Yumsan mountains. The general said that this was the first time he had heard of a fortress there, and that was their stronghold. Peck replied that he had learned this during his last retreat with the general. It was unknown because no one from the army of the center had managed to return from there. And besides, there is always fog and clouds in the Imsan mountains. Until now, the enemy has used this to their advantage, but if we turn it to their advantage, the situation can be changed radically. The general thought for a moment and replied that it was a small diversion under cover of fog. He was thinking of using a strategy with fire. Peck was surprised by his question. After all, he only said that he would go with a small detachment, but he immediately understood the essence of the plan. He really is a difficult person. And the key to success is gunpowder. It's a valuable resource that is controlled by the government. The market is occupied by Chanmaso, but you have to get it somehow. The general asked the girl how much gunpowder she could get. Okchi replied that first he borrowed money, and now he also borrowed gunpowder. How much trouble she had because of one person. Glasses asked him how much they needed. Peck was surprised that she could get gunpowder and wondered who she was. And suddenly the general saw his face and said that it seemed that his brother was interested in the personality of his daughter-in-law. And despite his appearance, his daughter-in-law is the head of the cabin department. Glasses got angry because he revealed her identity, but the general replied that he was his brother. Peck asked in surprise, "Cabin?" The general said, "What do you mean they decided on gunpowder? And which of the criminals does the captain think to take with him?" The next morning, there was morning training going on in the soldiers' area, and all the soldiers were practicing their techniques. The guy understood that he was gradually getting bored with this kind of life, and it looked like a war would start soon, and he would have to get out before that moment. And even the thought makes me feel stuffy. Just think that he went so far because of a woman. The boy wondered if he should punch that bastard Peck before leaving. But the teacher saw him slacking off and yelled at him and asked if he was going to train. Suddenly, Nam ordered them to line up immediately. The warriors immediately began to say that it looked like Commander Sun would kill someone today. But suddenly, one big bag was thrown in front of them, and they were all surprised by this. Opening the bag in front of them, Peck said that this was the price of the lives of those who would be selected for the mission. If they wanted to get it, they should reduce the number of people to 5. After such proposals, the soldiers began to fight each other to identify the strongest. Nam, seeing this, started shouting and asking them to stop immediately. After all, it was too rude. They would lose all their people. But Peck said that this mission would be extremely dangerous. Only the strongest should go. We told the commander that we couldn't do that. After the commander's words, a bloodthirsty fight began. The general had asked him earlier which of the criminals he was thinking of taking with him. It would be very problematic if they decided to escape in the middle of the mission. And as he had heard, many were unhappy with his approach to training. Peck responded that he had promised them amnesty. Then, instead of being punished for their crimes, they will receive the life of ordinary commoners. And the number of candidates will decrease if we leave those who can be forgiven. The general made a smart face and said that this is what he had in mind. He started as a servant and became an adopted son. And now he has set his sights on the master's precious daughter. But don't misunderstand that. He's just surprised at how high he's been able to climb. Still, he knows little about criminals. The general put a bag on the table and said that this was the best way to make them fight. And let Commander Song use their greed. And the greater their greed, the greater their thirst for life. If he gives them half now and promises the other half if they win, that will greatly increase their chances of success. Bayek understood that General Zhong seemed simple at first glance, but in fact, he understood people. He heard that Zhong was close to Mo Yun, but could he be trusted? Beck wondered. Suddenly, one of the warriors turned to him and asked what to do if there were not 5 left, but only 1. Peck looked at the arena and saw that all the people around this guy were lying on the floor and not moving, but he said nothing to the warrior and simply turned away and made his way to his room. But Nam still thought that no matter how you looked at it, he was nothing more than a child who had just turned 20. He is rude, but he was able to subdue the criminals. He had heard before that the commander was the adopted son of the general of the East. But what happened to him at such a young age? Nam approached him and said that he was interested in something. Peck asked the boy, "What is it?" Nam asked, "Why did the commander decide to become a soldier?" This is not the most suitable place for the adopted son of the general of the East. But Peck remained silent to his question and simply continued on his way. But Nam was surprised and felt that he should not have asked him about such a thing. But Peck turned around and told the boy that he had no other choice, and asked Nam in return, why did he become one? Nam was very surprised and asked, "What?" Peck told the guy that his father and brother were officials. No matter how you look at it, given the family's status, he had no reason to be here. We immediately understood, after the commander's words, that he was interested in his origin. And Commander Sun, who cares about nothing but training? Peck asked the guy if his question was too rude. Nam replied that it was not, because in fact, he thought that the commander cared about nothing but his own goals. And maybe he was wrong about him. He told us that his brother was talented from childhood, and that's why they were always compared. Of course, he loved his brother, but after his brother passed the civil service exam, for some reason he suddenly lost the desire to learn to read and write. He immediately remembered how his father told his brother that he was a good boy, and he knew that his son could do it. At that moment, he had the feeling that his brother was the only child in the family, and he simply did not exist there. And he even thought that he would not be able to surpass his brother, so he decided to go into military service. Father always praised his older brother and said that his skills were getting better every day. And he wanted to become a civil servant, but now he has no regrets. Peck put his hand on his shoulder and said that he should not lose to his brother, and they will definitely bring Tazar's head. And so that his scribbling brother looks up to him. Peck finished talking to the guy and said that it was time for them to go and get some rest before making a plan. But in the forest, a group of people were dragging baskets from one place to another. But the leader, seeing how they were handling them, ordered them to be more careful. Or do they want to kill everyone here? The elder began to insult his workers and said that this was why he did not work with the soldiers. Mrs. Okchi came to them and asked if they had loaded everything. The elder one saw her and started to panic and tremble. He pulled himself together and said that they were almost done. But why did they need so much gunpowder? With that amount, they could demolish a whole mountain. Okji answered that it was true. They wanted to demolish the mountain. The elder was shocked by her words and asked what she was talking about, and even asked the lady that she was probably joking. But the bloodthirsty worker saw her and said that she was such a cutie, and she would be much better than money. Suicide Squad member Chan Oshim told the boy to be patient, and once they completed the mission, he could have fun. Suicide Squad member Jong Bondu asked if he would really let them go. It would be much easier for him to kill them to shut up. But the Suicide Squad member Gon No told him not to worry. If they were deceived, He would simply kill this guy who thought he was something. But suddenly, one of the warriors came and asked him if he really thought he could kill him with such skills. They're actually just idiots who still haven't been able to comprehend the situation they've gotten themselves into. No got angry and asked the guy if he won once and became a big shot or something. If he had a dagger, everything would have been different. The guy said that it had already happened, that he had a sword behind his back that could cut off his head. No began to insult the guy and pulled out his sharp dagger and asked the guy if he wanted to check. But Baek came to them and seeing this asked, "Have they still not decided on the ranks? And let them meet Chong Pao, and he will be the one to take them to the mountain." After work, they immediately set out on a long journey. But Pal felt awkward. He looked at the others on the road and thought, how did this happen? There had been no troubles in his life for 25 years. And in order not to become a beggar, he joined the army and luckily ended up in supply. His only sorrows were the unsuccessful trip to Nanjing and the small salary. But now he met Commander Beck, who asked him if he knew the mountain terrain well. He saw that the gaze of the boy, who was called the third commander, was so tenacious that he could not lie. Pal replied to the commander that, of course, he grew up here, so for him it was like his own backyard. But Peck did not talk to him for long and put the bag on the table. Pal was surprised and asked what it was. Peck replied that it was the price of his life. Only now did Pal realize that he should have refused. But who knew that he would send him with the murderers? But he asked the warrior where he was from. The warrior did not hide anything and answered that he was from Hebei and asked what the purpose of this question was. But he replied that he was sorry, because if he had met him in Hanmai, he would have killed him immediately. The warrior told him that he did not even understand how lucky he was to have 2 hands to hold daggers, but he immediately jumped up and asked him if he wanted to check. What would fall off first, the guy's hands or his head? The warrior immediately took up his sword and asked, "But without a hand, he will shut up, won't he?" But Pal got angry and told them to stop. After all, they were almost there. Turning forward, they saw the tails and the narrow road they would have to walk. Pal said it was Imsan, but an eagle was flying over this mountain, delivering messages. And at that moment he just flew by and came to his master. Having delivered the letter, he looked down and saw his enemies. And he said that this mountain would become their grave. At this point, Peck gathered his team and looked at the warriors and said that it looked like everyone was assembled. The commander asked his soldiers how their fighting spirit was. The soldiers immediately shouted in unison that they were fighting and ready for battle. At that moment, we looked at the commander and saw that the atmosphere before the battle was simply incredible. But he also needs to get his act together. Peck continued and told the warriors that they only had 2 orders. The first was to win, and the second was to survive. But the soldiers were very surprised by such words and said that they had not heard. Did the commander really say to survive? Peck told them again that they must not die, but survive. Nam at this moment became very worried and felt afraid. General Zhong looked into the distance of the mountain and remembered Mo Yon, how he always said that if the general of the East comes to power, this country will be safe. But he is still tormented by doubts. Will he be able to, who puts the lives of his soldiers at risk? But suddenly the commander came to the general and said that the 3rd detachment had already left. General Chung asked how the main force was getting ready. Kwanan replied that they could leave tomorrow afternoon. The general said that this would be the end of their complicated relationship, and Tazar would lose his head. That evening, Payak was already on the road with his army. But Nam was still scared and kept thinking about the warrior. He even remembered his speech before departure and the words spoken a few days ago. He thought that he was a commander who did not care about the lives of his subordinates. But it seems that their lives concern him much more than he thinks. But Nam suddenly decided to turn to the commander. Peck asked the boy what was wrong. Nam replied that, to tell the truth, he had more than just an older brother. He also had a younger sister. She was 16 now and looked a lot like him, and he would like to introduce them if they are in their homeland. She is very beautiful. When Peck heard that she was 16, he immediately remembered that Lima was the same age. And now, He hopes that she is doing well. Hearing this, Jongbong asked, "What does this mean? Didn't he promise to give it to her when they were drinking?" We asked him if he believed the words he said while drunk. Considering their age difference, it's almost a crime. Shonbon answered him that this is the golden time. He is still young. Don't we believe his words? Well then, he can show him. Nam told the guy what he was going to show. That's not the most important thing. The warrior suddenly turned to the commander and asked, "Are they sure they'll cope with the task?" And he asked, "Isn't the commander worried that they might be caught and escape?" They are criminals after all, so the worries are not unfounded. Peck told him not to worry. Everything would be fine. The warrior asked the commander how he could be so confident in them. And then he remembered how the warrior who had defeated everyone asked him what he should do if there was only one left, and not 5. He immediately noticed that this guy's eyes were filled with passionate desire, and this look of a confident man. Peck said that they would definitely come back. The warrior did not understand the commander's answer and asked, "What?" But Peck did not continue to talk to him and fell silent. At that moment in the mountains, the warrior who had defeated everyone realized that they had miscalculated. After all, he was now left alone to fight the enemies, and the information had leaked to them. The carts were all destroyed because they were ambushed. But Gong No did not give up easily and continued to fight the enemies. He tried his best to resist one of the strongest enemies, and his daggers simply reflected the attack of the sword. Gon No looked at Pal and told him to help a little. After all, the guide was very scared and stood next to the cart with his eyes closed. Pal said he was wrong and they would all die. Gon No tried to reach him and shouted his name, but Pal did not respond and stood with his eyes closed the whole time. But Gon No got angry and started calling him obscene names. Gon No checked everything and said he had no choice, and he wanted to use it on that bastard. But the enemy had already pounced on him with his sword and was shouting at Gon No that he was a fool. After all, what warrior would throw down his weapon? And at the last moment of his blow, he told Gon No to die and say goodbye to his miserable life. Gon No had an ace up his sleeve the whole time, and in a counterattack, he smashed his enemy's head with his bare hands. Gon No told Mongol to consider it an honor that he used it on him because he had no idea what it cost him. Having slain the Mongol, he stood over him with his daggers and looked at the body of the slain enemy whom he had finished off. But Gon No didn't know that he was using it in a place like this. He looked around and asked why it was so quiet. What was that idiot doing there, he thought. Looking at his ally, he was shocked. The Mongol asked him what trick he used this time. He had heard before that there were people with strange powers among them, and it seemed like they were talking about people like him. The Mongol immediately felt that this guy was very strong. But this did not frighten him, and clutching his sword tightly, he went to attack. But the warrior didn't even flinch, and making a few movements with his sword, repelled the enemy's attacks. The Mongol asked what kind of power this was. The warrior replied that it was a breaking technique. The Mongol did not even have time to say a word before he began to spit blood. But the warrior did not let him suffer for long, and attacking again, he cut him into 2 parts. The warrior looked around a bit and said that they seemed to be done here. But the cart with gunpowder was broken. What should they do next, he thought. Gon No approached Pal and said that everything was fine now and that he could now open his eyes. But the warrior suddenly felt that someone was attacking him, and he immediately lay down on the ground and shouted that they were being attacked with arrows. Looking at the mountain, he saw one of the archers. The Mongol laughed at that moment and said that the guy jumps well. The warrior thought and realized that he had almost forgotten about the archers. The Mongol did not stop and, aiming an arrow, told him to die already. But at that very moment, the Mongol lost his head, and without even expecting it, he fell from the mountain like a sack. Gon No, seeing this, decided to help his ally and said that he couldn't leave him to die here. And after all, the warrior must die by his hand. Pal still could not come to his senses and, holding his clothes in his hands, said that this was madness. Gon No got angry and told him to stop whining and put his clothes on already. The warrior told them that they needed to reach the Mongol camp. But Gong No was cursing at that moment because no clothes fit him. Gong No asked the guide how far they had to go. And fortunately, due to the thick fog, their bodies would not be found until the following morning. Pal said that if they hurried a little, they would be there by tomorrow afternoon. The warrior asked, but wouldn't they make it by early morning? Pal replied that the risks of being discovered were too high. The warrior said that they needed to hurry if they wanted to do everything before the main troops arrived. Pal asked him if they were seriously going to go there together. The warrior did not answer and took the gunpowder in his hands. But he told the guide that if he didn't want to, he could just run away. And he already knew the way. Gong No suddenly told the warrior that he seemed to be an expert in martial arts. But what was he trying to achieve? After all, he doesn't even need money like he does. Then why go so far? The warrior replied that he just wanted to punch a loser once. Gong No asked him what kind of nonsense this was. But the warrior continued on his way and replied that it was something like this. But Gong No said that this was nonsense that only people like him could understand. The warrior told him to think what he wanted, but he didn't need to be bothered. Gong No got angry and shouted at him to answer normally. But the warrior did not want to talk to him and told him to move away. Gong No asked the warrior if he was seriously going to leave Pal here. The warrior replied that he could not drag him against his will. Pal shouted to the guys that, no, he would go himself. A few hours later, Pek's group came to the mountain and saw the dead bodies of the Mongols. But Nam couldn't hold back after that and started vomiting on the side. Pek looked at the bodies and saw that the body was torn in half. Nam asked if this was the work of a suicide squad. Pek replied that yes, they were doing a pretty good job. Nam said that, to tell the truth, before he saw all this, he was afraid that they would just run away. He asked the commander how he knew that they would not run. Pek stood up and said he'd probably want to punch him in the face once. Nam asked what that even meant. What will he do if there is only one left instead of 5? And earlier, Pek told the warrior that it seemed he wanted something else. The warrior said that these bastards were so weak that he wanted to compete with the commander. Pek told him to let the warrior live then, and if he stayed alive, he would let him hit him. At this time, Pal and the guys reached the place, and standing at the top of the mountain, they found the Mongol camp. But the boys were faster and smarter. They immediately began to attack the Mongols, which led to a big fire. The senior Mongols started shouting to the others to put out the fire faster. After all, at this rate, everything would burn down. The Mongol asked where the damn bastards were. The warrior replied that no matter how much they looked, they were nowhere to be seen. The warrior at that moment looked at the fire and understood that with such a quantity of gunpowder, the entrance gates could not be broken down. And Pek had to arrive in time to attack. But suddenly Gong No saw the warrior and said that he knew he wasn't dead. At that moment, Pal held No so that he wouldn't fall. But Gong No was badly wounded in the side and tried to hold the wound so as not to lose too much blood. The warrior saw this and asked if he was okay. Gong No got angry and asked in response, "It looks like he is okay?" The warrior said that it would be harder to survive here than he thought. Gong No told him that he had heard that people who practiced martial arts could even fly in the sky. But it seemed that even he would have a hard time hiding from so many soldiers. The warrior asked him why he suddenly started talking about this. Gong No said he would distract them, but then he would take this guy with him. It would be hard to take him away, but he thinks he could drag this noisy guy away. Pal was surprised and told the villain what he was talking about. And to tell the truth, he hates people from the Murima Association. Gong No said that these bastards deceive with beautiful words, give hope, and then hit you over the head with a blow. And that's what happened to the bastard he killed. But he seems different. Looking at him, he wanted to learn martial arts. The warrior answered him that if he really wanted it, would he go with him? He would make him so strong that he would not even remember the association. Gong No said that if he survived, he would agree to it. The warrior answered him that he said it himself, so he wouldn't regret it later. The warrior slowly took off his clothes and threw it on the corner. Gong No was surprised by this and asked what he was doing. He would get caught like that. How was he going to escape? The warrior told him to hide here until the main forces arrived. Until then, he would fight them, and he will show them a power that cannot be compared to the Murim alliance. And they do not abandon their brothers. The warrior stopped them immediately and jumped right into the crowd of Mongols. Pal was surprised and did not understand anything from his words. But he answered him that he hardly understood his words. Pal asked the warrior what he was talking about. Gone? No thought about it and replied that it seemed he belonged to a devil cult. The Mongols began to fight with the warrior and shouted throughout the area that they should try to capture him and even kill him. The Mongol asked the warriors what they were doing. He was only one. But the warrior did not stop and continued to fight the enemies alone. But in a moment he saw that there were more of them than he thought. And suddenly, one of the strongest Mongols unexpectedly appeared before him. The strongest Mongol shouted to the warrior that he was finished. But the warrior was not afraid, because he saw huge prey in front of him. The Mongol immediately attacked him with his sword and told him to die. But the warrior jumped into the sky and turned over. He then climbed up the gate and immediately continued fighting the rest of the enemies. The Mongols were unable to do anything against him, and the warrior easily destroyed them one after another. After the murder, he felt that he had overdone it, and now there was only one thing left to do. But he had to hold out. Until the main forces arrived, the Mongol looked at him and thought, "What kind of guy is this? After all, with such abilities, he could easily escape. But why does it seem to him that he is just stalling for time?" But the warrior did not attack at that moment and simply walked in a circle. But the Mongol immediately realized that he was in that direction. He immediately ordered the archers to shoot right now, and he wants to break down the main gate. The warrior stopped right above the gate and knew that he would give it his all for the last time. And having delivered his strong attack, he hoped that the little one would definitely keep his promise. He delivered a crushing attack with his sword and cut the main gate into 2 pieces. But the Mongol shouted to his men to clear the way quickly and let them kill him right now. But Baek was also ambushed between the mountains. And at that moment, the archers attacked and wounded Captain Lee. Nam immediately understood that there was a task here. And did they really fail? He immediately told the commander that they had to retreat. They were destroying them. At that moment, Pek turned around and saw the moment where the Mongol had wounded his soldier. He continued to mock the body. But Pek noticed that there were fewer soldiers in ambush than he thought. But if they were people heading for the fortress, they would definitely die. Nam told the commander that he needed to decide immediately. Pek understood that at this rate Tazar's head, but suddenly there was an explosion on the mountain, and it immediately seemed strange to him. Turning around, he saw fire. Pek immediately realized that their house was in that direction. Nam was surprised and immediately asked, "What is it?" Pek realized that his men had succeeded. He immediately ordered Namu to gather his soldiers and follow him. Let him not worry about an ambush. Nam was very surprised and asked the commander what he was talking about. But Pek did not answer and galloped towards the Mongol's house. But the warrior who had carried out the commander's order and who had broken down the main door sat on the ground and thought. For some reason he said that he wouldn't do it again. And judging by the fact that they haven't arrived yet, it's not easy for them either. And once their plan was discovered, there were probably many ambushes waiting for them. But had he overestimated this kid? But then the Mongol came and asked why he was breaking down the gates if there was no one behind them. He immediately pounced on him and told the boy not to think of dying an easy death. The warrior was completely powerless and understood that death on the battlefield was a blessing for the demon. Although it was a pity, he would have liked to talk once. But suddenly, everything changed because someone fired a spear into the Mongol's head and saved his life. The warrior opened his eyes wide and looked at all this with surprise. But the Mongol did not stand for long and collapsed right in front of him. Pek told him that he had done a great job, and he apologized for being late. But at that moment, the Mongols saw the death of their strongest warrior in the team. The warrior asked the commander if he had come alone. Pek replied that everything was correct and asked what was wrong with that. The warrior asked him if he was serious. What the hell was he needed here for? Pek told him that if he was worried, he should get up and help. Pek immediately jumped off his horse and ran to fight the rest of the Mongols. But Pek decided not to go without a weapon, and taking his spear, he jumped into the crowd of Mongols who were ready to give their lives for the chief. The Mongols immediately took up their swords and shouted at him to stop. But Pek did not listen to them, and immediately attacked the most talkative one with a spear. But he took not one victim with him, but two at once. He didn't care who they were, because he had to carry out his orders. The rest of the Mongols simply froze in place and could not take a step. After all, their enemy was very strong, but the warrior himself was shocked that the captain had broken their spirit with one attack. But there were too many of them. What was he going to do with the rest? Pek immediately told him that if he was rested, then he should get his ass off the ground and fight. The warrior was shocked and thought that Pek had seriously decided that it would be just the two of them fighting. Pek asked him if he needed more time. But the warrior took it as sarcasm and started laughing. After all, he had seen a lot of crazy people in the demon cult, but this one was a real psycho. The warrior told the captain that he thought his job was done. Pek answered him immediately that in that case he would give him more money. The warrior said that he had money, but it was better to keep his promise. Pek immediately told him that if he did not keep up, he would throw him aside. The warrior replied that he expected that from him, and he ordered the commander not to grab his legs later. They immediately attacked the Mongols together. The rest of the group of soldiers had already finished their ambush by this time and immediately set out on their way. Nam knew they were delayed much longer than he thought, and he hoped the commander was okay. When Nam arrived at the place, he was shocked and asked what had happened here. Pek immediately said that they were too late. The warrior told them that they couldn't have dragged themselves faster. After all, he really almost died here. But in Murim, the warrior came to the general and said that he was informed that Captain Son's attack on the line was successful. Chon started laughing and said he knew it, and Brother Song did a really good job. Adjutant Chong Guanyong said that they could now finally make a diversionary maneuver. It was time to move out. Guanyong asked, "What about that girl?" Zhong asked in surprise. "What?" The warriors asked him, "Is it true that he is going to get married after this campaign? And she's so sweet. They even envy the general." Chon got angry and said that it's true. He's getting married, and are they happy? The soldiers were happy for the general and said that they congratulated him and that he had finally taken the right step. General Zhong asked Adjutant Guan Yon why he was making such a circus. Yon replied that they would find out anyway. And for them, it was another piece of good news. The soldiers immediately said that they swore allegiance to the general. The general did not expect this and was even a little embarrassed. But suddenly, one of the captains, Chang Ye-san, came for them and realized that now was truly the time of the young. After all, the general, who was younger than him, and even the guy, the same age as his nephew, made their contribution. And now he is even beginning to feel old. But then the warrior asked, "Isn't it terrible that those who have worked hard for decades are left behind because of the young?" Captain Chang Ye-san got angry and asked who. But suddenly he saw an ordinary warrior in front of him who was silent. Chang Yao-sang saw that it was an ordinary warrior. But more importantly, how did he know about it? He immediately grabbed his sword because he found it all suspicious. The soldier told the captain that he had pointed his sword at an ordinary soldier. Captain Ye-san asked him who he was. Let him tell his name. The soldier immediately began to take off his armor and threw it aside. Captain Ye-san was shocked and wondered why he was taking off his clothes. The soldier showed his face and asked if that was enough proof. He was here to deliver a message. Captain Ye-san immediately saw the snake mark on his body. He realized that these were the emperor's subordinates. But why was his man here? The soldier told the captain to kill Zhong Ilguang. Ye-sung was surprised and replied that the boy was suddenly asking him to kill the general. The soldier said that this operation would fail either way. And so, Commander Chang, let him focus on protecting and preserving his own life. Commander Ye-sung asked why he had to kill the general. The soldier replied that it was because he would be the next governor-general. The military advisor to the Eastern General, Sa Mak-jun, ran to the chief to report that Jiang Maso had begun to act. They planned to kill Baek and General Zhong, which will be the first step for them to attack the Eastern General. And now, he must report to the General of the East as soon as possible. Suddenly, a soldier appeared in front of him and asked Sa Ma-jun where he was going. Eastern General's military advisor Sa Ma-shun was surprised and asked how a mere eunuch dared to stop him. Then the soldier threw a bag at his feet and said that it was a gift. Sa Ma-jun asked, "What kind of gift?" But when he opened his eyes a little, he was shocked by what he saw. Under the gift for him was Kondok's head. The soldier said that they had a rat spy, so they had to catch it, but then it suddenly turned out that it was the son of a respected man. What stupidity. Their leader offered him invincible power, but he sided with the old man of the East. And now, let military advisor Sa not forget what the consequences of his choice may be. Sa asked, "Did he really kill the emperor?" But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't kill the Eastern General who saved the emperor's life. And since he turns a blind eye to this, there must be something wrong with his health. The soldier raised his sword over him and said that he was even sorry. But he did not use his great mind for his master. But Sa told the soldier that of course he was having fun now. But history would still judge them. The soldier didn't care about him and said that it was too trivial for a dying speech. And letting go of his blade, he cut off Sa's head. But when he left, he told Sa's body that he had made a mistake in something. But the General of the East will become the sinner in history. At dawn, Paek asked the warrior if he really wouldn't go with them. He could be of great help in the next attack on Karyudo. The warrior replied that he had had enough, and he thought that if he did something like that again, he would lose his life, and he would simply return to his homeland. Paek asked him if he was sorry. He still couldn't hit. The warrior came up to him and smiled and said that everything was fine. He didn't know the reason, of course, but he really thinks they will meet again. Paek turned around and wished the warriors a good journey. The warrior now understood that Song Baek was the man that the girl was in love with. At first, he thought he was just a boy, but on the battlefield, this man was stronger than anyone. He is strong even without martial arts. But it's very strange to imagine how much stronger he could become if he mastered them. Gon No asked the warrior right away. If he liked the commander so much, why didn't he follow him? Was sentimentality attacking him? The warrior understood that it didn't matter to him anymore. After thinking about everything, he said that it was time for them to set off. But at that moment, Pal and the guy looked at each other and froze. The warrior turned to him and asked if he would also go with them to the demonic cult. Pal got scared and asked him if he was crazy. To the demons? The warrior answered him that there were beauties there that could not be found in the Middle Lands. Pal said that he was already married and even had children. Gon No asked, "Is it true?" The warrior tried to convince him and told him to think carefully. Gon No asked, "Are there really that many beauties there?" The warrior immediately turned around and looked at him. The warrior said that it didn't apply to him at all. They had eyes, so his face definitely wouldn't work. Gon No got angry and asked him what he was even talking about. The warrior replied that if not a girl, then he would definitely find a drinking buddy there. Gon No immediately replied that he would not go then. At the military camp in Karyudo, General Zhong said that tomorrow they would finally do it. But Guan Yong replied that if Commander Seong arrived in time tomorrow, their victory would be easy. The general asked with surprise, "Slight?" But in fact, he thinks that the battle will drag on for a long time. And yes, most likely. And suddenly he asked Adjutant Chong how he planned to relax after the war ended. Yen replied that he was thinking of going to Huashan. The general was surprised and asked him if he was sure. Yen replied that yes, his second son was their disciple. The general laughed and said that it was amazing. Huashan is quite famous in the martial arts world. Yen replied that he was just lucky. He just stayed there one night, but suddenly they heard an explosion, and the general ran out and asked what happened. The warriors began to shout that they were being attacked, and he saw before him the Mongols who were fighting to the death. Yen immediately told the general that they must retreat now, otherwise they will all be laid down here. Let the general give the order immediately. The Mongol at that moment looked at the enemy camp that he had burned and said loudly that they were not going to follow their plan. Near Heryudo, Song Bayek's party was heading to camp. On the way, Jongbong asked the boy if they weren't eating too fast, or maybe the commander has a secret mistress there. Nam told him to stop joking and check if anyone is lagging behind. After all, he himself said that they eat too fast. Chungbong got angry and stopped and said that Nam was just a bore, and it was impossible to talk to him about anything. At this point, Nam realized that they were really in a hurry. They needed to cross the mountain and join part of the main force to attack from the rear, and their current forces would not be enough to attack. But it was very strange that the commander was in such a hurry to get to the camp. And suddenly Peck stopped his horse and saw his camp and realized that they were too late. After all, the entire camp was burning to the ground. But the voices of the warriors were heard, and they shouted for everyone to hold out a little longer. The Mongols killed the soldiers one by one and did not see fear in front of them. After all, there were actually more of them. The Mongols rejoiced in their victory because they had destroyed the entire enemy camp and shouted with confidence. Nam didn't believe it and tried to ask what was going on here. But Chonbon replied that they had been betrayed. Nam immediately got angry and told him to watch his words. What traitors! The attack on Mount Yum-san was Commander Sun's plan. But suddenly Peck said that the commander of the first squad was right. And maybe that was why there were so few soldiers on the mountain. They knew about the attack in advance. Chonbong asked the commander what he was going to do. Beck thought about it and turned his horse in the other direction. But Peck said they would make a detour and attack Taza. Nam got very scared and asked, "What?" Nam immediately asked the commander if he really wanted to abandon their allies. Peck asked him in response if he thought they could save any of them now. In war, he learned only to win. But General Chong at that moment continued to fight and stood alone against the entire Mongol army. Chong asked them what was the matter. Let them start attacking like real warriors, not brats. Zhong looked around and saw that even Nam Shin had abandoned him. And now he had to finish them all off. But suddenly he remembered how Shin said that in this world there is no person who wants to die. And at the moment before his death, he will simply think that he was unlucky. But if with his death the war can be won, he is ready to die sacrificing himself. Zhong thought it was funny because the words that came to mind at that moment did not belong to his love, but to an ordinary guy. Chon said that this was true, and if his death could end the war, then he was ready to sacrifice his life. He will kill as many of them as possible. And Son Beck must definitely bring Tazar's head. Taza was watching the battle at that moment and said that the fight had dragged on much longer than he thought. The servant told the chief that they were resisting the inevitable. "Tazar," answered the boy. "Didn't he say that there would be a traitor among them?" He knew that the people of the Middle Lands could not be trusted. The servant told the chief not to worry. As long as Zhong-il Guan's forces were divided, victory would be his. The servant looked back and saw that Zhong-il Gang had not been killed yet. But suddenly, one of the Mongols shouted to the others to stop them, and they were attacked. Taza saw this and stood up and thought. He asked the warrior, what was the matter? Didn't they agree with that guy? The servant was also very surprised and thought, what happened? And why is P here? Tazar decided and said that since they have guests, they need to meet them appropriately. Taza decided to enter the battle himself and told the armorer to bring his spear. The servant told the chief that they had not yet received confirmation. He will only be able to gain the support of the palace when they are absolutely certain of their defeat. Taza turned around and told him to go and tell that eunuch that the deal was off. Bayek entered the war and began to fight the Mongols to the death. Time after time he killed everyone. Peck looked around and saw that there were more support troops than he thought. And at this rate, and suddenly he felt someone attack him from behind and repel his attack. Taza was surprised by this because this guy blocked his spear, and he has good instincts. Taza immediately shouted that he would personally fight him. But Peck was not afraid and stood before him on his horse. The chief was receiving messages at the time and had told the servant to read the message again. The servant said that the message was that the general was the governor of the East, and his treason was revealed to the world. The new emperor will punish him for the murder of the previous emperor by destroying 3 generations of his family. But for his enormous contribution to the country, he will be the only one who will be forgiven. And the daughter of the governor-general will appear before the royal court and pay for treason with her life. The chief immediately ordered General Ma to cut off his head and send it to the eunuch. They immediately seized the traitor. He screamed and begged the governor-general to have mercy and forgive him. And finally, he told the governor-general that at this rate his entire family would disappear. The general asked the chief what he would do. They would not stop the traitors from here. The chief got angry and replied that they were going to the Palace of Prosperity. At this time, Lime was in her room embroidering pictures. But suddenly she pricked her finger, and she said that everything was wrong since the morning. But suddenly the servants came to her and spoke. Lime asked the nanny what had happened. The nanny answered her that she needed to run away immediately. After all, the gentleman was accused of treason. Lime, hearing such words, simply lost the gift of speech and could not say anything. But at that time, Beck was fighting with the leader of the Mongol detachment. The battle was equal, and everyone was trying to kill each other. Taza said he was riding well for a middle dog, but as soon as he struck, Peck blocked it. Peck got very angry and attacked back and told him to shut up. But Taza was also fast and dodged. But Peck didn't stop and made another strong and fast blow. Taza saw it and dodged. Taza told him that it was a good technique. However, Moen's spear was not that light. Taza launched a powerful attack, but the boy managed to dodge and remained unharmed. But the enemy did not want to stop and continued to overtake him. Peck saw this and thought, what should he do? And so he didn't even have a chance. But he remembered that the Oirats were a tribe of Mongols called forest people. Although they are Western Mongols, they are known for their bravery due to their mixed blood. Other Mongolian tribes call their kings Khans, but the Oirat use their own word, Taishi, for this. The bravery of the Oirats is well known, such as the Tombo incident, when they captured the Ming Dynasty emperor. In recognition of the other Mongol tribes, he was the only one who could use a different name. And now, he realized that Taishi Oiratov is Taza. The enemy asked the guy, is he tired already? But now, he's disappointed. Peck felt that he was wildly strong. Taza told the guy that if he had nothing more to show, then he should just die. Peck saw Taza aiming his spear at him, but now he realizes that he is superior in strength and skill. Peck was very confused and wondered what to do. And in a moment he remembered how he was asked if he had ever thought about learning real martial arts. Peck said he knew the warrior was familiar with them, but no matter how you look at it, he killed more than he did. The warrior said he admitted it. He did well. But if there were a master here, everything would be different. The techniques he knows are good, but only against those who do not know martial arts. Peck said that was a good excuse. Nothing could be said. The warrior asked him if he really wanted to argue. And now, Peck realized that no matter how strong the commander was, he would not be able to cope with someone who knew martial arts. Peck now realized that he had only one way to survive. He let go of the horse and descended to the ground. Taza looked at this and was very surprised. After all, this guy let go of his horse and was ready to fight like this. But Taza asked the youth, what kind of jokes are these? The warrior abandoned his horse? He seems ready to die. Peck started thinking and decided to remember how it all happened by chance. But it won't work just like that. And true martial arts, the one he relied on the most. This is the one he hated the most, and the one he wanted to be like the most. Peck decided to try this fighting technique, and having gained enough speed, he decided to attack. Taza was surprised and said that the boy was running towards the horse, and he called him just a fool. But Peck immediately changed his attack movements, and Taza even saw it. But it was too late because the guy managed to attack and got very close. Taza could do nothing against such a strong attack. And Peck remained the winner in this battle because he killed the leader of the Mongols. During the battle, Taza was badly wounded, and the blood was just itching to come out of his body. Looking at his hand, Tazar saw that his internal organs were damaged. Peck approached him and asked if he was tired already. Taza replied to the boy that he had previously called him a youth because he saw that he was young, but up close he seemed even younger. Peck asked him if he had any last words to say. Tazar told him not to think that the world of the Middle Lands would last forever. One day, everything would change. Peck didn't chat with him for long and cut off his head, and after that he told the Mongols that the war was over, and he set before them the head of Tazaris, who cut it in half. In the course of this, the end of the war was more boring than expected, because after the death of the Khan, the Mongol army always scatters. Peck came to his camp and held Tazar's head in his hands. At this point, General Chong was wounded and covered in blood, but he was still holding on and breathing. Chon opened his eyes and said that the commander had returned. Beck did not answer and threw Tazar's head in front of him, but after that he said, "Here is Tazar's head." Chon was wounded and replied that the young man had done well and he was a good boy. In fact, Peck felt uneasy because of his weak voice. His life was about to end, but at the end, Chon took his sword in his hands and raised it in front of him. Beck told him not to worry about the bride, he would take care of her, and he thanked Chong for this and finally called him brother. Chong completely let go of his hands and even let go of the sword. And at that moment, he realized that the general was dead. Bayek wished him a good rest and told Mo Yun not to worry about him. Suddenly, he heard a voice that said that this mudblood Chon had ruined everything. Beck immediately turned around and saw the enemy. The soldier said that since the leader's plan had failed, the commander should not even count on a peaceful death, and he attacked him with his blade. Peck immediately recognized this technique, but the soldier did not stop and was ready to finish him off. Peck stood there and realized he had abandoned his weapon. But then someone shouted to fire directly at the enemy. The soldier turned around in an instant and was very surprised. But when he raised his head, Peck saw strange weapons flying at them. The soldier did not immediately understand what was happening, but seeing the arrows in front of his face, he immediately said goodbye to his life. At that moment, Peck stood nearby and watched as dozens of arrows flew at the soldier. Bayek wondered whose arrows these were. But suddenly, Captain Ye San came behind him and said that he knew the boy was alive. Bayek knew that San was the oldest commander in the Iron Horse squad, and judging by the fact that his main force was intact, he had withdrawn them before the battle began, and killing a comrade should destroy all evidence of collusion. Peck asked, "Squad leader? Was it really he who betrayed their army?" Commander Ye San asked in surprise, "Betrayed? But why is he so sure of it?" Beck replied, "But isn't it betrayal that the Emperor's army didn't protect as expected and left?" Commander Ye San asked, "Who were they supposed to protect?" They had nothing else to protect, so why was he calling him a traitor? Bayek asked the commander what he was talking about. Commander Ye San said okay, he would tell him. The Governor-General's daughter was in danger. After such words, Peck did not stop and galloped in her love to save her. He asked the commander to repeat it again. And if he is not lying, then he will forever be a traitor to him, and not a commander. Commander Ye San said that the emperor was dead. And most likely, the imperial palace is now engulfed in a war for power. And as he heard, Chang Maso had decided to get rid of the Eastern general who had been bothering him all this time. And shouldn't he hurry? And even though he lost what he was supposed to protect, the guy is still a person he wants to protect. Bayek tried his best to make it in time and hoped that he would not be late. Commander Ye San looked at the Governor-General, who was already dead. Ye San said that judging by his face, he left without regrets, and after that, he turned around because Zhong pissed him off until the very end. Ye San thought about it and said that it might sound like an excuse, but he really didn't know about this attack. He simply didn't want to see his subordinates die because of superiors who were squabbling for power. Although, looking at Sun, who was riding among the Mongols, holding Tazar's head, he thought that he had to save him. although he himself sent him to his death. And now, he promises him. If Commander Song returns, he will do for him what he could not for Chon, but only if he survives. Only then will everything be as he now wants it. But in Murim at that moment there was a battle, and warriors were trying to get into the territory. The archer shouted at them not to let them climb the wall, and the traitors deserved it all. But suddenly the head himself appeared before them, and pulling out his sword, he cut off the hand of one of the enemies. The leader said that his warriors should not stop and that they should fulfill their duty. The servant told his commander at this point that they had too many losses, and he thought it was time for them to intervene. After all, the old man said that he would become the head of the squad if he successfully completed the task, but taking into account the losses. But the commander of the group, Ambu Ha Chong Shim, got angry and grabbed him by the throat and hung him right in front of the abyss. The servant asked the commander what he was doing. Chong Shim replied that since the old man was kind to him, he thought he could talk as he pleased. But let him say it again now. It is precisely because of their recklessness that they have not been promoted yet. The servant told the commander that with such skills he could only be a shadow of his peers. Chong Shim replied that he was right, and no matter how hard he tried, he was only the commander of the Ambu group. The servant said that he understood everything, so let the commander let him go. Chong Shim replied that there was just one thing he didn't know. He kept killing people just because it was fun, and sometimes in this way. The servant asked the commander at that moment to calm down. But Chong Shik did not leave him a chance and threw him off the cliff. Chong Shik said he was an idiot, and the leader said his chatty mouth was a problem. But then a warrior came and brought a letter to the commander. The letter said that Taza was dead. Zhong Il-guan was dead. The Mongols were retreating. There would be no support. Chong Shik said that they were idiots and couldn't even do their job properly. And there were no winners in the Battle of Imsan. So none of them would receive reinforcements. If this news reached him, then it had already reached them. But the chief received the letter at that moment. Chong Shik understood that if the old general found out that reinforcements would not come, he would take his daughter away. And this will even make things easier for him. He immediately ordered his men that it was time to hunt. At that moment, the general was talking to his daughter, but Lime told her father that she didn't want to. And why should she go alone? She will wait for Sun here. The general told his daughter that Beck will not be able to come. Lime asked what this meant. The general replied that the troops at Yomsan had been routed, but when he looked up, he saw a group of Chong Shik's men in front of him. He said that they were simply Zhang Maso's dogs. But Peck's path turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. After all, he was ambushed by a crowd of enemies. But during the battle, he did not lose his head and began to fight them, killing everyone who stood in his way. But suddenly he felt a wound on his hand, and he saw how the blood went through his defense and filled a puddle. He knew his left arm was hurt. He was prepared for this, but it was still so far away. The warrior shouted that this guy was exhausted, and this creature was just a man, and he ordered them to attack him all together. Peck knew it was an endless fight, but there were too many of them. He was a little confused and wondered what to do. But suddenly someone helped him, and spears began to be thrown straight at the enemies. Peck turned around in an instant and saw his guys. Nam started to swear at the commander and asked why he went alone. They will clear the way, and the rest of the way to protect the commander. Peck knew that helping him now was treason, and he thought they were fools. Chongbong suddenly galloped up to him and asked the commander, "Who else is a fool here? Let him leave them here and move on." Chongbong extended his hand and told him to grab it. Beck now realized that they were impossible to handle and extended his hand in response. Bayek looked and said that they needed to move to the Changpen fortress. When they arrived, the commander met them and said that reinforcements had finally arrived. Bayek apologized and said there would be no reinforcements. The warrior asked Commander Sun what that meant. He heard that no one had won the battle. There must have been troops left. Peck replied that, frankly speaking, their army had been almost completely destroyed. Zhong Il-guan's troops were destroyed by the sudden attack of the Mongols, and the troops that came as reinforcements refused to help the general of the East. The warriors started talking and saying that there would be no support. And what can they do with what they have? The warrior immediately realized that his soldiers were nervous. Liao Dong's support was their only hope, but if this continued... But suddenly, Paek told him to unite with the Liao Dong army. The Iron Horse squad cleared the way. The warrior immediately looked and saw that his army was well trained, and every soldier trusted him. And now he understands that Mo Yon raised him very well. Baek asked General Ma if Lime was okay. General Ma replied that, unfortunately, he was late. The lady had recently left for Liao Dong, but he needn't worry. The Governor-General personally went to see her off, so nothing will happen. And helping him means being branded a traitor for generations to come. And if his warriors want to leave, they better do it now. Jongbong shouted that it was better to become a traitor than to live a miserable life. The others also said that they would not work for the eunuch. Paek said that it was good. And then they would know what was most important now. He shouted to us that we had to survive. That's right, Commander. Paek replied that this was fine and that they were now heading to Liao Dong. He asked General Ma if he was sure he would not go with them. General Ma replied that the commander himself knew that the Governor-General was a master of his craft. There is no one among the warriors who can harm him, but he still sends him there. Paek really knew how strong the old man was. But why then? And he was so worried. But Paek did not stop, and when he arrived in the forest, he saw dead bodies. But Paek went into the forest and saw the wounded nanny. She saw Paek and said that he had grown so much. She was worried about him. Even the master didn't know whether he was alive or dead. And the mistress will be happy too. Paek saw at once that the wound was very deep, and it was too late. The nanny told the boy not to worry about her, to run after the lady and save her. And she also asks him for forgiveness for being too strict with him. Before her eyes is his look of a child betrayed by the world. And with it, he came to the place where he was to rule. It's too cruel a place for a child. Seeing how he grew up even in such a difficult environment makes her happy. And let him take care of the lady. Paek closed her eyes and replied that he didn't blame her. She did all this for Lima. Let her just wait a little, and she will send her to a better place. Paek turned around and started running as fast as he could to save his love. But the general was fighting with the others in the forest at that moment, trying to protect his daughter and honor. The enemies told the old man to stop resisting and finally die already. After all, it would be good for everyone. But the general was not ready to give up so easily and used his sword skills and used a fire attack. With one blow, the general destroyed 3 enemies who tried to kill him and to seize her daughter. Commander Shim looked at the general at that moment and realized that he was the best master in the palace. But an old tiger remains a tiger. But Shim did not waste time and immediately attacked. The general was ready for this and easily repelled the attack, the general said, and this dog turned out to be stubborn. Shim was already happy with his victory and told the old man to give in. But the general answered him that among the snakes there was a wolf hiding. And raising his sword, he struck the enemy straight in the head. Lime was also nearby and was afraid for her father when she saw that his hand was covered in blood. The general told her that everything was fine and that she should be quiet. A wound like that doesn't deserve her to worry. Shim said that the general of the East is truly the best of the best. But will he be able to deal with them all alone? Immediately, everyone else also stood up and took up their swords. The general noticed that there were more and more of them, and he realized that reinforcements had arrived. Shim told him that it was time to finish, and let him not worry about his daughter. Their master would surely appreciate her. But suddenly at that moment, Paek attacked him with his spear. But Shim managed to put his sword up and protect his body. The warriors asked the captain if he was okay. Shim immediately saw that this was the general's adopted son. And had he really survived the battle? Paek said that fortunately he was not late this time. Lime saw son and immediately beamed. The general asked him if he was okay. Paek turned around and replied that he would buy them time, let them leave with Lime. Lime asked him what he was talking about. They had just met. Peck knew he was sorry, but there was no way out. The old man could protect her better than he could, and this was the best way to protect her. But the general stood next to him and asked where he had seen a father who would abandon his child in danger. And he ordered him to take Lime and run away with her, and they must survive. The general and Peck immediately entered into battle with the enemies, even if their number was several hundred. Shim saw that the old man and the boy were exterminating his people and shouted for him to die already and stop showing off. But at the moment he thought, how did this happen? This was the perfect chance. If this continues, the master will be furious. And the matter turned out to be more complicated than he thought. But suddenly, looking at the sky, he saw the main thing. But Peck and the general continued to fight the enemies. And they didn't even let them get to them. The warriors began shouting to the others to continue attacking. After all, there were only 2 of them. But Peck didn't leave them a chance against him, because his powers are so great, and they are just targets for him. But at the last moment he got there, but Shim stuck his weapon right into his chest. But at the end, Shim said that he did not believe. But before his death, Shim asked where the child got such strength from. Peck understood at that moment that he could do it, and he needed to hold on a little longer. Suddenly the general shouted to the boy that he was being attacked from behind. Peck immediately turned around and saw a snake in front of him. Peck immediately realized that this was definitely a snake. But the general managed to approach and immediately cut off his head. Having cut off the snake's head, she still tried to move on the ground, but soon his strength evaporated and she died. The general asked the boy if he was okay. But suddenly he felt very ill, and his body began to secrete blood. Peck came up to him and said that he had overdone it. Let him leave here right now, but the general told Peck that he had not, and he ordered him to take Lime and leave here. Peck asked the old man what he was talking about. He should be the one leaving, not sending a warrior. The general stood up and told Beck that this was his last request as his father. Beck didn't even know what to say to the old man. But suddenly the chief of enemies appeared and said that it was so pleasant to watch a family quarrel. The enemies immediately saw their master and fell to their knees and said that they greeted their master. The general immediately felt incredible power, and his martial arts became much better. And he won't last long, but Beck was very angry, because it was Chang Maso. The general told him that his ugly face had not changed at all. Maso asked the old man how long it had been since they had seen each other. Did the old man know how much he missed him? He kept inviting him to the palace, but since he wouldn't go himself, he had to come to him personally. The general made his decision and told Beck to take care of Lime. But Beck didn't really want to leave the old man, but he listened to the order. Running in the other direction, Peck picked up Lime on the way and started running. But Lime didn't understand and asked, "What's the matter?" Peck told her that he was asking for her forgiveness. He had to do it. But Lime did not want to leave her father and screamed. The general glanced at his daughter out of the corner of his eye and followed her with his gaze. But Lime couldn't just leave and screamed. But the general said that Peck was just an asshole, and until the very end, he never called him father. Maso immediately ordered his men to run after the boy and the girl. Shim obeyed the order and went to carry it out. But Maso told him that he would not forgive a second mistake. Shim became afraid and shouted to his men to run into battle. But the general could do nothing to them because in front of him stood another enemy and his true rival. Maso asked the old man what he thought he could stop. But the general replied that he believed in his son. And now his damn life will end here. The general gathered his strength and decided to attack immediately. But Maso was ready and immediately took his sword attack. Their strength was so great that the energy was flying in different directions. Maso told the old man that he was surprised. After all, he was the best in the imperial family. But the general was shocked that the enemy had defeated his sword so easily. Maso immediately jumped into the air to get some distance. He said that the general's wounds were too deep. If he continues to exert himself and use force, he will go crazy from the backlash. The general asked, "Is the emperor's killer worried about his sanity?" But the general understood that Maso was right. He was already at the limit, but he had to hold out, at least until then. But the general decided to attack again and told the enemy not to worry. He would be in his right mind until he killed him. The general understood all the same that he had to hold out until his children escaped. Maso started laughing and said that it was very interesting. But the general used 12 slashing swords. Maso understood that his techniques were created to protect the emperor, and they were developed in accordance with the non-aggression agreement between the army and the imperial court. And it's a secret document designed to prevent martial artists from opposing the emperor. It only contains permitted martial arts, but he must know that there are other forces in the world. Maso did not wait long and immediately attacked. The force of the blow was so great that the general tried to parry it, but was thrown very far away. The general looked at his sword and saw that the sword given to him by His Majesty had cracked. He understood that this was a sacred sword that symbolized the power of the imperial family. Ordinary martial arts would not be able to make it crack. Maso said that the general stopped such, and apparently he is really good. But suddenly the general was very surprised because the enemy used a strange technique. He immediately felt this energy. After all, it is actually much more majestic than it seems. Maso suddenly spoke up, something he had always wondered about. They were the same people as the imperial family, so why should they give up on their dreams just because they weren't born into a noble family? And so he rose as high as he could, despite having to become a eunuch. And then he thought, and if these pathetic bastards run the whole country, then why can't he do the same? The general answered the enemy that he had ceased to be a man. But Maso pointed his sword and ordered the snakes to come out. And he ordered them to destroy the remains of the past. The snakes immediately attacked the general with their sharp teeth. But the general stood to the last and was ready to fight them and prove that he was not so easy to deal with. But there was a huge explosion, and the general was already completely exhausted. Maso said that, how time flies, the emperor's best swordsman now looks so pitiful. The general replied to the enemy that it turned out that he had studied martial arts outside the palace. And it seemed to be the martial art of demons. Maso said that it was very evil. The main thing in martial arts is strength. But what difference does it make whether it is the martial arts of the imperial family or the demons? But the general asked, how can a man who receives a salary from the palace be so greedy? He himself said about the non-aggression agreement, its violation will turn against him. Maso raised his sword and said that he was grateful to him for the warning. The general at that moment raised his head and was ready to say goodbye to his life. The general thought that if he had known that everything would end like this, he would have been softer towards them, and he hoped that his children would be able to survive. Maso did not spare the general in this bloodthirsty battle, and with a wave of his hand, he cut off his head. At this time in the forest, the guy was collecting plants and singing a song to himself. He didn't even pay attention and did his job. But the warriors approached him and asked if he had seen a young boy and girl here. The boy looked at them and asked who they were. The warrior answered him that he should only answer the question that was asked of him. But the chief pointed with his hand and told him to shut his mouth. Shim went up to the boy and looked him in the eyes. Shim understood that, judging by the lack of reaction, it was unlikely that he knew anything. Even if they threatened him, they would not achieve anything. He was an ordinary ignoramus. Shim told him that if he met such people, he should report them. They were criminals who had committed treason. The boy told them that he understood everything. Shim immediately told his people that they were moving on, and they couldn't have gone far. But Shim understood that there was no point in the death of innocents. And now, people like him are the master's people. But the guy suddenly stood up and grabbed his sore back. He even said that he couldn't do it anymore, and the years were taking their toll. Looking to the side, the guy told the guys that they could go out now. Peck and Lime immediately appeared from the bushes. Peck immediately bowed to the boy and said that he thanked him for saving their lives. The boy replied that he was just sitting quietly. Peck told Lima to say goodbye too and that it was time for them to go. But Lima was not herself at all and remained silent. Lima told him that she wanted to go back to her father. Peck told her that she understood that they couldn't. The girl told him that it didn't matter, that he was strong, and she doesn't understand anything about it. But he has power. Peck immediately remembered how he asked his brother to come back. Lima asked him again to return to their father, but Peck tried to refuse her, but she interrupted him. Lime immediately said that she understood him, but she would go to save him even alone. Peck tried to stop her, but he couldn't catch her. And with his head down, he understands her condition better than anyone else, so he just can't stop her. And now, he needs to take her by force and run. But why does he doubt it? The guy asked him if he doubts it because he is afraid that she will hate him. But isn't hatred better than regret? Peck was immediately offended by the words about regret. He immediately remembered all the moments with her when she was angry and offended at him. But he laughed and rejoiced. Peck asked himself what he was even thinking about. He had decided not to let her go again. Peck told the boy that one day he would repay him for saving them. Turning around, Peck immediately ran after her. But the guy said that he had a good look. He even wanted to take her as a student. But suddenly he came to his senses and asked, what other student? What kind of nonsense he started talking. And apparently he had grown old. Even his mind had become clouded. But Lime went very far into the forest, and seeing nothing in front of her, she began to search for where she was. And then Lime realized that she really couldn't do anything, and she needed to return to Sonu. But her heart told her something else. After all, she can't rely on him forever. But suddenly, she heard a rustling in the bushes and became wary. She turned around and thought it was Dream. But the enemy appeared in front of him and shouted that he had found her. Shim asked where Beck had gone. Why was the lady wandering alone in the forest? Maybe that freak had abandoned her and run away. Shim asked the lady to forget about him and go with them. Lime told them not to come near her. Shim immediately told his people that her body was precious, so let them treat her with respect. The warriors surrounded her and told her to just come with them, and if she resisted, they would have to take action. Lime saw his hand in front of her and called out to Sonu. The warrior told her that it was useless to call out to someone who had escaped. After all, everyone knows that Song Beck values his life more than anything else. He will never come. But suddenly Beck came and cut off his hand right away. The warrior did not expect such a turn of events and began to scream in pain. But the second warrior also could not resist for long and lost his head. Lime was so happy to see Peck that she was no longer ready to run away from him and always be there. Peck apologized to her and said that he was ready to return to his father. Lime, hearing these words, was happy and smiled back at him. The warriors then surrounded him and said that this brat was very stubborn, and he ordered his men to push him back. Peck saw that he was surrounded and immediately used the iron spear's tremor. His single attack destroyed everyone that surrounded him. Regarding Lima, Beck was always ruthless and was ready to kill anyone to keep her safe and sound. Peck looked and noticed that no matter how many he killed, they all came at him, and he needed to take out their leader to destroy the rest. But first, he had to take Lime away. And then he told her to leave everything to him and run away from here. But Lime didn't want to do that and part with Peck again. But at the moment there was only one way out: throw her into the water. Bayek was not afraid of his enemies, and came to the decision that he needed to fight them and save his girlfriend. With a few crushing attacks, he slew them all, but Lime was scared at this point. Beck told her to stay close to him, but the commander who was chasing them said their luck had run out. He immediately ordered his men to finish him off and take the woman. Peck proceeded to fight, and Lime just watched it and saw that it was all about her. And if it hadn't been for her stubbornness, and if she hadn't run away, if it hadn't been for her, sleep would have been safe. Peck fought them without respite, and suddenly he stopped, and looking at them you could see he was a little tired. For a moment, Beck saw that he had nowhere else to retreat to. But he had a duty to protect her, and he'd have to give it his best. He remembered the fact that he had no powers, so he lost them, and his brother had also abandoned him for the same reason. And everyone who helped him died. But only Lime survived, that he must not lose her. Bayek was so ruthless that even anger enveloped him, and he killed 2 enemies with 1 blow. Pulling out his bloody spear, all the enemies were surprised at how strong he was. The squad leader got angry and told the guy that he was just a goddamn asshole. And Beck, in turn, was very tired and believed that a little more and he could do it. But suddenly the commander himself jumped on him and shouted at the guy that he was a pathetic upstart. But Peck was glad that he had finally decided to come out into the white light. And he wondered who would lure him out, but it turned out to be him. The captain immediately struck the first blow with his axe, but Beck used his spear and repelled it. But after that, Peck felt a strong pressure that he couldn't handle and flew backwards. But with his feet pinned to the ground, he stopped and began to attack the enemy once more to protect his love. But he wondered where he got such power from. Suddenly, the commander spoke up and said that now he understood. And his technique is incomplete. He thought it was a Kanzal technique, but it looked like he had mixed other martial arts into it. And he kept trying to figure out the source of his power. But after one blow, he realized it. He didn't have enough internal energy for the techniques. It might work against regular guys, but not against a real master. And now he's going to show him what real martial arts looks like. The captain attacked the guy and yelled at him to try and stop him. Peck was not afraid, and waited for his moment to reflect the blow and have time to counterattack. Bayek saw that there was no need to be slow and started to attack first himself. But the commander fought back and said he was slow. So I decided to ask the guy, what's wrong with him? Where's his confidence gone? And let him start responding to his punches properly. But Bayek didn't take it all anymore and answered him with his spear technique of multiple strikes. But the commander wasn't surprised by this and chuckled at him, saying that the guy could even imitate the aura around the spear, and apparently the guy wasn't that simple. But imitation is imitation. Real internal energy is used like this, and I used it on the guy right away. Bayek didn't expect it to be so strong, so he decided to take it on his body. But he realized that at this rate, he wouldn't survive much longer. And something had to change. And Limey at this point, even someone not even versed in martial arts realizes not even sleep can handle his skill. And her existence is a burden to him if he disappears. If she's gone, Sion can escape him and live happily ever after. Suddenly, Peck fell to his knees and realized that Hogwan was right. And it looked like he couldn't handle a man who was a serious student of martial arts. The commander put his sword in front of his face and told him that if he got killed now and was too bored, wouldn't the guy think so? Bayek realized at this moment that he didn't know any way to defeat him, but he must do everything he could to make Lima escape. Lime suddenly turned to him and told him that he must surely live. Bayek was afraid for her and was very upset. But Lime decided to commit suicide and throw herself off the mountain. The boy ran to her to save her, but Lime closed her eyes the moment she fell and didn't even see Peck run after her and hold out his hand. Lime dropped like a stone into the water, and Peck looked at the place where she had fallen and did not see that she had swam out. Bayek looked at her and realized that he couldn't protect her. He didn't want to say goodbye to her and shouted her name. The commander saw it too and saw that things were getting lousy, and he had to report it to the master somehow. But Beck didn't let him wait for him for long and turned around and immediately attacked him with his spear. The captain also raised his hand and told the guy it was all his fault, and waved his sword and told him to die. But Beck turned his spear around and deflected his first blow. Then he decided to return the favor. But the captain was a little shocked that the guy blocked his attack, and blocked the basic technique of the 6 spear combinations. And Beck thought there were some tricks to this. And why was the captain suddenly using basic martial arts against him? But suddenly, Peek dropped the spear from his hands. But the commander was surprised that the boy dropped the weapon. Peck did it on purpose, and the moment the commander turned around, he charged at his face from both feet. The blow was so strong that the commander didn't even have time to dodge and was wounded in the face. The commander sat on his ass and said the guy was just an asshole. But Peck didn't continue beating him up and started running away. He decided he could save her. And it's not too late. He must make it in time. The warriors were a little surprised and didn't understand what he was doing. The commander shouted to them why they were frozen and ordered them to quickly run after him. The warrior pulled out his sword and said the guy was just crazy. And everyone tried to hurt him, but Beck dodged them all. After going through everyone, Peck said that he would definitely save her. The commander saw that he was able to escape and yelled that he was a rat, but ordered his men to capture him. Suddenly, the man saw some strange footprints along the way and immediately recognized them as that guy's. And after that, He wondered why only his. He looked behind the tracks and saw that they were leading him that way. At that moment, the captain gathered all his men and pursued the lad. But the captain still remembered that the guy had dropped his weapon and was trying to escape. And they couldn't catch the woman, but they had to kill the scumbag. The captain shouted to his servants that if they couldn't kill him, he would slaughter them all. The guy was in a tree at this point, watching herds of people chasing the same guy. Bayek ran as hard as he could in that second, saying only to himself that he had to move faster. After all, they would catch up with him soon. Suddenly he saw a lake in front of him and was glad he had reached it. But the commander's men had seen him earlier and were yelling that he was here. Beck turned around and was surprised to see that they were already here. The warrior pulled a bunch of bunches out of his pocket and, throwing them at him, shouted that the catching up was over. But one of them turned out to be a knife, which hit the guy right in the legs, and Peck couldn't handle it and collapsed to the ground. The warriors rejoiced and said they hit right on target and the guy sure as a rat. Peck was lying on the ground and he could feel that his leg was wounded. And he had already realized that he couldn't feel it and that was the end of it for him. But he pulled himself together and decided that this was not the end. Even if his legs were cut off, he would go on. But the guards simply surrounded them on both sides and left him no chance of escape. They left wounds on his body with their swords. Bayek could not cope with them and fell to his knees wounded. The warriors mocked him and said that this fellow without a leg would do nothing and it might be better to cut it off at once. But one of them didn't dare to do that and offered to keep him. Beck slowly oozed liquid and headed toward the water. He mentally asked Lime to wait a little longer. After all, he would come to her soon. Feeling a light breeze on his arm, he was already glad. But he still believed he could save her. But he had no more strength left. Suddenly, a guy appeared in front of him and asked him if he wanted to live. Beck looked at him and recognized him as the man who had saved them in the forest. Peck replied to the man that he wanted to live, and he should live. The man suddenly saw that the guy had passed out. The warrior asked at this point, where did this guy come out from? But the other replied that he didn't know, and there was definitely no one here. The second warrior asked, wasn't that the man? How did he end up here in the first place? The warrior replied that Ha-Tegum had saved him, so if they killed him, they could have him, and they had decided to just scare him. The man took the boy on his back and suddenly heard the warriors turn to him and pointed their swords at him. The warrior ordered him to throw the kid to the ground immediately. But Mujik was pissed off when the officials got in the way under his feet. But then the commander came running and asked his servants if he had captured him. But the man was a little wary when he saw the man in charge. The commander ran as hard as he could and asked where the bastard was. But suddenly he saw the man they had met earlier in the forest. The commander said that they met again, and if he left the kid and went away, he would stay alive. The man asked, "Can't you just leave?" The commander replied that he would not repeat it. He told him to leave the boy, and then he would live. The man replied that the world had not changed at all from before to now. The commander was surprised at that moment and asked the man what he was doing. The man was waving his tool at that moment. The commander asked him if he was going to fight them with a sickle. Don't make him laugh. And does he even know who they are? Suddenly, everything went dark and the warriors were surprised. The warriors asked why the sudden darkening and what was the matter. But looking in front of them, they saw the moon. And then the man said it didn't matter who they were. What mattered was that they were now in his way. The man had no more pity for them, and flying at them with his weapon, began to exterminate everyone in his path. Releasing several strong attacks, he didn't target the guys, the tree. And turning around the attack, just chopped the tree into several pieces. When the commander saw this, he was surprised and could not believe that such a thing was even possible. But before he could even say a word, the man's attack just went through him and cut him open. The man looked at them afterward, but saw that no one was left alive and all were dead. The man looked at the guy and said he wasn't sure picking him up was the right decision, but perhaps he would become a new wind in this world. That same evening, the old man was fishing on the lake. The old man said it was very strange, and so abruptly it got dark and then dawned again. And as long as he'd been alive, He's never seen anything like this before. And he recently dreamed that he had caught a carp, but there were no small fish today, as it suddenly began to peck unexpectedly, and the old man immediately prepared to catch the fish. Pulling the rod, he suddenly stopped and felt that very feeling. He decided that there was definitely something unusual in there. And since he wants to play, the old man doesn't mind either. The old man began to agonize and said that even so it didn't work, and shouted for the fish to stop hiding and show themselves. After a while, the old man was getting tired and said he thought it would be the biggest fish of his life. But looking closely at the fish, he saw a girl lying there and asked, "What is this even?" Arriving home, the old man decided to prepare some food. While Lima was in bed and resting, suddenly she came to her senses and opened her eyes. She looked around and thought, "Where is she?" The old man saw her and asked if she was awake. He stood in front of her and handed her some food. But Lime was badly frightened and abruptly retreated to a corner and took the blanket with her to cover herself. The old man closed his eyes and realized he hadn't thought about appearances. He told her he'd picked her up by accident and let her eat before it got cold. He left the food on the table and realized that when a man lives alone, he doesn't think about appearances. He turned around and asked her what her name was. Judging by her clothes, she wasn't an ordinary person. Lime heard his question, alert, and suddenly remembered all the past moments. But she got really mad and started yelling that she didn't know, and she doesn't remember anything. The old man asked if she remembered anything at all. Lima replied that she did, and that she didn't remember anything at all. The old man said it was a problem. He only fished it out of the river. He doesn't know anything else. But suddenly something occurred to him that he even stood up and said he almost forgot. Taking the locket, he showed her and said it was around her neck. And while he was treating her, he had to take it off, and maybe she would remember something with him. But suddenly Lime started coughing and couldn't stop. The old man saw this and asked what was wrong with her. Lime took it and replied that she didn't know. It's not like she doesn't remember anything. But then why don't the tears stop? At this time in the evening in Sonsu, the old man was telling the man that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And even he couldn't remember the last time. The man asked, "Was it about 10 years ago?" The old man replied that he had been away for a long time, and he thought they would meet only in heaven. And as he sees it, the guy hasn't changed a bit, and the martial arts are amazing. The man decided to praise him back too, and said the old man's skills in medicine are much more amazing, save practically a corpse. And how old is he now? The old man replied that after seeing his great-grandson, he wasn't even counting. He was just waiting to die, but it looked like he still had things to do, so he would have to live. The man said he stopped counting after 100 too, but the old man decided to talk about this guy. He asked his great-grandson if he would like to take him on as an apprentice. The man replied that they looked alike to him. He sicked his brother, Cho Ren, who they were separated from as children, and then he didn't have the strength, so he had to entrust it to others. And it sounds like his situation is similar, and he decided he wanted to help him. Suddenly he saw that the tea in his hands was already cold. The old man told his great-grandson that if he so wished, he could do so. But the man replied that he thought to teach him everything. But the old man wondered why his best student chose to treat a stranger like that. Suddenly, the door suddenly opened and Peck came out. Bayek asked, "Where is he?" But at that moment, he was completely wounded and wrapped in bandages. The old man replied to the guy that he was already awake and revealed that he was in Sonsu, and this man brought him here, and he cured him. Beck remembered immediately that this man was the herbalist. Suddenly he even remembered how he had lost Lime, and the pain made him unable to help himself, and he fell to his knees. Bayek thought, "What's wrong with him?" He felt like his body was falling apart, and the old man saw that his medicine was working. The medication that saved his life is effective, but it causes wild pain throughout his body and can cause him to lose consciousness. And that's why he didn't use it even with serious injuries. But here he's enduring that pain. And even so, the more intense the movements, the stronger it would be. And now he needs to stop it before it gets worse. But Man got up before the teacher and walked forward. Beck realized at that moment that he had to go. And if his Lima is dead, he must see her corpse in person. The man asked him where he was going, and was he really going to look for that child? The man said she's probably fine, but this place is full of officials and they're people right now. And with those skills, he would just die. Bayek darkened and told himself he had to live. Something child of his life, he said, and there was no way he was going to die until he found her. Beck got to his feet and walked slowly toward the forest. And then the man told him that he would teach him a way not to die, even if he wished to do so. Peck turned around and couldn't believe it. But the man told him to study, and there's nothing harder than living. The next day, the old fisherman said that the world is so vast and there is no way and no end. And he walks along the road, and there is no end to it. His body is tired and his feet ache. But why can't he bring himself to make a halt? Suddenly, Lime asked him, "What is that there?" The old man replied that a sad end awaited their love, for she had left too soon. Lime decided to be supportive too, and said that the leaves were falling, the wind had died down, and flowers were growing on the silent mountains. The old man was surprised and asked her, did she know that verse too? Lime replied that it just suddenly came to mind. She seemed to like it, since it had stuck in her memory. The old man said it was very good that she had at least some memories. He thought once she got there, she would be able to find the rest. So there's no need to worry. And he named her Siren. Earlier, the old man had told her that she was Chul Siren from today. The girl asked back in surprise. The old man replied that yes, and you can't go around without a name all the time. And his last name, because his name is Chul Ugen. His name means beautiful, like the sky. Does she like that? The girl repeated that her name was Chol Sirin. But Ugen said that still about her memories, perhaps the demonic cult knew a way to recover them. Siren recalled his words at this moment and vaguely remembered what a demonic cult was. But she remembered exactly that they rejected the common laws, adhered to their own, and lived independently outside the Central Lands. But for their cruelty, they were nicknamed the demonic cult. Just because Grandpa turned out to be a member of a demonic cult. Suddenly, Ugen told Cyrene that they were almost there, and they would go through the cave and on through everything. After passing through the cave, Ugen said that it was the 100,000 mountains of the demonic cult. Siren looked at it and was surprised that it was the demonic cult's lands. Entering the city afterward, people were shouting for people to come to them and buy something. Siren was a little surprised that it was very peaceful. Ugen asked her, was she surprised that people in a demonic cult were so peaceful? Sirenette was confused and replied that, no, and it's not like that. Ugen started laughing and said, it's okay. All the people of the Middle Lands feel that way. And there are people living in this place too. And after the Great War, the people of the Midlands treated them like demons. Everyone cursed them every now and then. And even ordinary people with no martial arts skills were killed in the name of justice. But let her just see. How can all these people be sinners? They are just like the people of the Central Plains, living their lives, happy and sad. But he felt very bad that they would end up hating each other. But they didn't stay in this town and traveled through it. Cyrene understood that she should be grateful already for him saving her. But why she was being so negative about something she couldn't even remember properly? He must be disappointed. Ugen asked her, is she still worried about prejudice about the cult? Cyrene apologized and replied to the old man that he saved her and she turned out to be a bad granddaughter. Ugen said, no, not everyone here is perfect. Like the Central Lands, there are bad people here who have caused their reputations to plummet, and she needs to recover a little bit. And now, they're going that way. And before him stood the dark forest through which they had to pass. Suddenly they stopped, and Siren realized that this was the territory of a demonic cult. And there's even a huge entrance. But she saw the man and wondered why she was shaking. Ugen walked over and held up a sign in front of them. But it didn't work out in the end. So Ugen asked, what's the matter? Was it not enough? The warrior answered the Lord that it was not, and ordered all the people to immediately greet the deputy head. Siren was surprised that her grandfather turned out to be the deputy head of the cult. Ugen told her to come through as well. The people within the sect were already worried and said that the deputy head had arrived. "The great demon has returned." But one of the guys was surprised to hear their voices and asked, "Deputy head?" Everyone cheered for the deputy, but one of the guys hugged him and Ugin was telling the cult leader what he was doing in front of people. Everyone was staring. The cult leader asked, "What's the big deal? Can't he hug a friend he hasn't seen in 30 years? Ugin asked the guy if he was doing well. The cult leader replied that he wasn't doing much. He was doing the boring work of a cult leader. The head of the demonic cult, Yoon Jong-han, asked him who was the girl behind him, and her beauty couldn't be hidden behind the cloth. Ugin turned around and motioned for Siren to say hello. Siren took off her hat and showed herself to greet the head of the demonic cult. Everyone was shocked to see her true beauty, and everyone said it was the first time they had seen such a beautiful woman. Some even said that now, about the faces of their wives, they even thought it was sickening. But suddenly the guy saw her and thought, "Why is this woman here?" But Bayek at this moment was practicing and studying a lot of information, and was even trying to clench his fist. Peck looked up and said he thought he had almost recovered. But suddenly he saw a book beside him. But earlier man had told him he needed a month to fully recover. Until then, let him read this. And this is Beishong, a martial art based on the body. What he's going to learn requires harmony of mind, body, and energy. So it will be good for him. Bayek opened the book and thought how it was possible that there were martial arts that could only be mastered in theory. He can't wait for full recovery. But he threw down the book and decided he needed to get stronger sooner rather than later. So he started training. But suddenly a girl and her sister suddenly came up to them and asked him what he was doing. After all, he was told not to move until his body recovers. How dare he disobey orders? Bayek, after all this, started serious training to become stronger and save his love. But his head was full of different thoughts, but he was still able to shut off his senses and start training. But in the moment, Bayek remembered his teacher saying he wasn't doing the right thing, and now realizes that his teaching is much more powerful. The teacher looked at his movements and told the kid that his strength was still like that of a child. Because he was too focused on his appearance, he was constrained by the techniques themselves. Let's get Peck off the hook first and try to start over. But Bayek didn't understand what that even meant. After all, he doesn't know how to basically do it. But suddenly Seo came and approached him. Beck turned around and saw that she was standing far away and not approaching. Sitting down at the table, Seo took out a box from her pocket and said that there was now no trace of even small wounds on the Lord's body. What happened in the end? Beck replied that it was probably all because of Mrs. Zhao's amazing skill in medicine. But Seo started looking around and asked where Min had gone. Beck asked, and Madame came alone, not with Min's presence. Seo replied that Min said she would catch her entering the market, so she would come, so she purposely walked slowly, but until she came, it's a little unexpected. Peck thought all of this was strange, and rising from the table he immediately ran through the forest. But while running he remembered that Seo had said that Min had gone to get clothes, for the Lord had an old one and would catch her at the market to order her to make new clothes and then come. Bayek realized that that child wasn't originally from these places. There probably aren't any acquaintances here. Therefore, if she lingered like this, it was really strange. Suddenly, in the market, a man approached her from behind and called her name and said they hadn't met in a while. Min turned around and saw a crowd of huge men in front of her, and immediately realized why they were coming towards her. But Bayek remembered everything and saw that for the past months, Min had never been late once. And something must have already happened. At this time, Min was already lying on the ground with her hands tied and her mouth closed. After locking her in the basement, the man said she was a fool. Because she had been hiding for so many years, they had lost a lot of energy looking for her. But in the end, she was in their hands anyway. Let her wait a little longer and see her soon, because they'll get double for her again. After closing the door to the room, the man came out and met a guy who addressed him like a big brother. The guy asked him, "What's wrong?" The guy asked him, "Is she really okay?" The man immediately replied that he didn't understand anything that was said. The guy said the thing is, He's afraid they might cause too much trouble. Though it is a secluded place, they have already created panic in the village to the extent that it is not known whether the police will take action. The man replied to the guy that it was probably because he hadn't been here that long, so he didn't understand the circumstances well enough. The guy was surprised and said he probably did. The man told him to remember that the smaller the village, the more convenience for them. And it's such a secluded place, so in a place like this, there won't be any officials to care and look for her. But Peck suddenly found some abandoned clothes along the way. It seemed strange to him that he even took it to look at it. Baek said that Min said she would go to the market to order clothes for him. And cloth in such a secluded place, it says that's the path she often takes. And it looks like someone just stole it. And judging by the condition of the fabric, it looks like it was recently stolen. And the baby's probably in the neighborhood. Peck looked around and decided that if he looked for each place separately, it would take too long. And if there was the use of light force to climb that tree, you could find the baby right away. And the powers that person could use at that time, now he had also learned how to use Chen Qi, but he doubts very much whether he will be able to do it again. But even after removing his doubts, he is obliged to achieve it, because that was the martial art he had practiced. Beck applied his strength, for he must do it. Applying his technique, he climbed the tree with ease, and without even looking that it was that long. Landing on a branch, he kept his balance, and decided he needed to keep going. He was surprised that it wasn't as hard as he thought it would be. But his foot decided otherwise, and as he slipped, he started to fall, but managed to hold on with his fingernails gripping the wood. After hanging from the tree with one hand, he was surprised that he had mastered the fighting power. With a slow push, he was able to stand up on the branch again. Peck had said it was impossible even if he consciously tried to apply it, but it would work when he didn't want it to. That's what they call breaking techniques, he thought. Biek started looking around and wanted very badly to find Min. After all, she was still a little girl. But Min was in the house at the time, and she wasn't alone. The men must have caught the others earlier and kept them here for a few days. Min remembered that day when she had stumbled upon them for the first time, and realized that she had been inexperienced then, and should have doubted immediately when they approached her, as well as the unforgettable moment when she lost her parents. They gave her food, buying her nice clothes, so she didn't know the truth that there were people who wanted to get a child like hers, and because someone like her dared to love Mr. Peck. And so the penalty will be quite obvious. But suddenly something started happening in the street, and the men were asking the man who he was. And why did he come here? But after that only blows were heard, and shouts to catch this man and strangle him. Min heard everything and thought at that moment, what was going on? Suddenly, all of a sudden, right in front of her eyes, the door broke into small pieces, and then a voice was heard that was addressed to her. Min opened her eyes and saw Mr. Bake's shadow. Peck said she's waited a long time, hasn't she? And now it's time for her to go home. Peck saw that she was exhausted and lifted her onto his back and strode home, straight through the woods. But suddenly he turned his head to the side and saw that Min was greatly distressed, and her red cheeks gave her away. Beck said he heard she even went to the market to make him clothes. But why did she wear it herself first? But Min suddenly dared to ask him why he did that. Beck didn't understand her question at first, and was a little confused. And does the Lord know how dangerous these people are? They not only trade in human beings, but also kill without the slightest hesitation. If something suddenly happened to the master, how could she bear it? Besides, she's just a simple maid who was once sold to Hong Lai, and then managed to escape. And could someone like her have any right? Suddenly, Peck said that she was part of his family. And she's his dear little sister. Min couldn't stand those words, and in a moment just cried hard, for no one had ever said that to her before. Biek turned around and seeing her tears asked, "What happened?" Min asked. Could she call him brother? Biek replied that if she was comfortable with it, she could call it that. Min didn't believe it and asked him if she really could. And Beck mentally conveyed to Lime that he now had another lovey-dovey little sister. But he should have called her consort. It would be more correct. The next day in the morning, Beck started sparring with his teacher. and the teacher didn't even give in and used the strongest techniques. But suddenly the teacher looked up and saw that his blow had been repelled. The teacher saw that his student had already figured out how to control the flow of power. But he didn't stop there and continued to strike from different directions. Peck turned out to be a much better student than he had expected, for from the looks of it, he understood everything at once. But the teacher realized that only to control the current, one cannot subdue the enemy. What is he going to do next? The teacher thought. But in a moment of opening his eyes wide, he saw that his apprentice was on his way with his punch. But the teacher just had time to react, and raising the dust in front of him decided to confuse him a bit. Peck stopped and decided he was screwed, but didn't know what to do next. The teacher suddenly spoke on the other side of the dust and asked, was it the right of the heavens, his technique? Looking up, he saw that he hadn't touched him after all, for the teacher had jumped into the sky. The teacher came down and told the student that it turns out he had already mastered something. Peck replied that preparing techniques also means that he exposes his strengths to his opponent. His mentor wants him to put the techniques aside and realize that you need to discover the power that comes from the unconscious. The teacher said it is exactly like that. When the techniques disappear, the essence manifests. And when he has mastered it, he will be able to see all phenomena and open his eyes before the two moons. Beck was shocked that his mentor praised him for the first time, but he still couldn't achieve it. Just a short distance, but he still can't reach, and he doesn't know when he'll be able to reach Lime. When the teacher left, he instructed the student to prepare a wooden sword for him. And starting tomorrow, it will be a sword of art. Beck was greatly surprised after his teacher's words about the sword, for never before had he told him to do such a thing. A few days later, Seo and Min were in the forest, but Seo saw that the younger one was suffering from something and didn't even talk to her. Seo turned to her and told her to give her swords. After all, an unburnt child can't be forced to work like that. And Mr. Beck does change his mind. Plus, in this period, she would still have to stay up all night to sew clothes for the Lord, wouldn't she? Min replied that it was no big deal. Thanks to Madame, now she no longer felt any pain. And taking care of Big Brother Beck is her job. Seo was surprised at that moment to hear that Beck was her big brother, and even thought that she had misunderstood her. The next day, Beck tried on his new clothes and liked them a lot, and told Min that he was always here if she needed anything. Min was happy at her brother's words and said it was great. Suddenly, Seo came in and saw them and thought, what's going on here? And since when did they become so close to each other? She knows the Lord saved her, of course, but being so close is too much. Seo decided to leave that aside and saw that they looked really beautiful together. But then the teacher came in and said that this sword was just a tool for killing dogs. No better, no worse. It's a sword, born with such a purpose. That's why it has no techniques. A sword that's only meant to kill dogs. It's that famous sword. Beck said it's the name of the Taekwondo style. But the teacher replied that he didn't know if the guy knew, but he had actually already mastered Tueti Jian Fei with his own body. It is for this reason that it can only be mastered through battle, that it is called Tueti Jian Fei. He had survived many battles, had crossed the border of life and death more than once. And now it was time for him to step up and show him the art of war, what he had seen and what he had felt. Beck was a little shocked and realized that he had never used a sword before. But he would. Beck took the sword in both hands and said that the disciple was still lacking experience, so he had never used the sword, and asked to apologize in advance for that. The teacher looked at it and saw that this pose isn't a sword. So it is indeed a sword and the correct technique. The teacher smiled and said that it was really exciting. Beck looked at him menacingly and asked what exactly. The teacher replied that he now understood what was happening next. Beck immediately picked up speed to make the first attack, but after that, dust rose on the battlefield, from which nothing was clear or understandable. During this time on the other side of the world, Lime was training with her new teacher and always defeated her opponents. Cyrene told them to all attack her in one go, and there's no need to be afraid just because she's a chef. The teacher said she would learn the sword art to destroy everything and wipe everything out. And to master this art, she must remain calm even in the most difficult situations, surpassing all others. The teacher approached her and asked if she understood his words. Siren replied that a sword is a tool for killing, no better and no worse. The teacher looked at her with pride and said that this was exactly the way it was, and now let her act on it. Siren immediately used her fast speed and attacked her opponents. After sparring, Beck headed into the forest to train, and pulling out his sword began to apply his new techniques. The force of the attack was so powerful and fast that the sword simply chopped the trees in two. Stopping, Peck looked around and saw that he'd gotten things done faster than he'd expected. But this technique was strong and made itself known, for Beck couldn't catch his breath properly. Bayek asked. He successfully completed it, didn't he? The teacher replied, a single blow to sever the soul, a magnificent sword art. And it was very well done. And the next day, Bayek went to the teacher and introduced himself and asked to be accepted as a student. Bayek remembered that it had been 3 years since they started teaching him martial arts. His teacher's hair had already turned gray, and you could see how he had aged. If he didn't know anything about martial arts at the time, perhaps he wouldn't have noticed, but now he clearly understands. The aging of the teacher is due to the fact that he has developed a way of transmitting inner strength through the body to help him absorb spiritual herbs. The moment when the inner strength was handed over to him by his teacher after more than 100 years of successful training, it was as if time had stopped for him and started flowing again. He was the one who cut into the teacher's remaining time, and now he knows how to respond to a gratitude as deep as the sea. And what's more, he's still on his way to find the lost cup, for he cannot lose it. Suddenly his teacher asked him, when he left here, what was he going to do? Beck was surprised at such a question and froze, but the master smiled and turned around and told him to follow him. The teacher walked deep into the forest and led him to a grave. Beck looked at the grave and thought, how about one part? He cleaned up very neatly and with great respect. But after all, whose property is this, he thought. The teacher told the disciple that it belonged to the owner, the Lord of Destruction and Heavenly Power. He had once promised to always be there for him throughout his life. And if he ever died, then his place would be right here too. Bayek immediately realized that his teacher already knew he would be leaving soon. The teacher suddenly told the student to accept it. Lowering his head, Bayek saw that the teacher was handing him a strange book that he had never seen before. Taking the book, he saw that it said, Sword of the Moon, Destructive Sword. The teacher said that the Sword of the Moon Destructive Sword was originally a set of 5 sword art techniques. Until now, he had added 2 more techniques, turning it into a 7-technique sword art. This is the sword art that he has been creating his entire life, carefully perfecting every detail. And now, he feels it's finally time to pass it back to the people. Bayek simply fell to his knees and bowed his head to his teacher. He realized that even if he repaid for 100 years, it still wouldn't be enough. And there's no more time. It hurts so much, and he'll definitely come back. And until then, he asked the teacher to take care of himself. The next day, Peck went outside early in the morning to embark on a new journey of his life. Turning around, he looked to his room and his gaze took in the teacher, who was still asleep. Bayek tells the teacher that he wants to say goodbye to him one last time, but he's afraid that he'll leave behind only regret. Bowing his head, Peck headed on his way, but his thoughts still didn't leave his past life. But the truth is, he'll be gone soon. Thousands of thoughts are going through his head all the time, and if you talk long enough, it'll be long, and he thinks Min will be very sad. Suddenly, the teacher came up behind him and called him carefree and asked, "Is he going to leave without leaving a word?" Bayek turned around and was surprised to see the teacher. The teacher suddenly didn't speak and threw his sword into his hands. Bayek asked, "What kind of sword is that?" The teacher replied that it was Ju Lun's sword. It was not his, but the sword of the Hua Shan school, and he will go to the Hua Shan school and take this sword. They will give him the sword that belongs to his teacher. Furthermore, once he mastered the Shuijian school's Shuijian technique, there would definitely be hostility. He must become strong enough to be able to destroy all these offenses. The teacher asked him if he could do that. Bayek crossed his swords and replied that he could definitely do it. But Min decided to say goodbye to him too, but Seo couldn't stop her and stopped. Seo said afterward that she would be waiting for him, and so he should definitely come back. At this time, Beck was thinking about the past while the teacher was addressing him. But he was flying in the clouds and apologized. The teacher said that, after all, what did she think he was doing calling him all the time, and he didn't answer. Peck replied that he was just remembering a little about the past. And didn't he say to call him by his name when they weren't around each other? At this time, in Vok Lam Kwan was all abuzz. People were working hard, and the city was not empty. But on this day, Han Xiang arrived in the city. Xiang said that he hasn't come back here for a long time, but why is it so quiet, as if something is wrong? Although the other teacher seniors are absent, he doesn't see a single fight. Walking around, he heard a strange sound and thought it was from the battle hall. At this time, there was a battle in the battle hall, and the fan shouted to Zhang Gongzi to let them see the pride of the sword and his skill, and let him use this moment to show them what is the greatness and authority of true excellence. Dai Tui told Chi Min to his opponent that today he will put an end to the ranking issue. Min replied to him not to be stubborn. He had come to Vok Lam Kwan before him for a whole day. Dai got really pissed off and flew his attack, saying he doesn't accept that. Min wasn't scared and said that this was why he didn't want to talk to those rude and lowly martial artists. Today, he will teach him what the true path is in the Jiang Ho world. Dai answered him not to cry when he loses. But Min just didn't bother much and set his sword to attack this insolent man. The battle was still going on and the fans were placing big bets for victories. The bettor was telling people to move faster and bet everything. The bettor approached the people and asked which of them wanted to bet and on whom. The guy replied that he was betting on young master Tie Sung, the heir to the martial art of the great hero Tam Kuk. The second guy said he was betting on young master Chi Ming, disciple of the great hero Han Xiang, and he was the best in the world in the 3 perfections and 3 secret arts. Suddenly, the betting man approached the man and said that today was the great battle of the century to decide who would become the youngest disciple among the 4 Lam Quan disciples, and if he didn't bid quickly, he would be sorry. But Stavoshnik took a closer look and was a little shocked to realize who was standing in front of him now. Dai asks his opponent what he's doing. Is he going to avoid it until the end? So when can they find out who wins and who loses? Min realized that still the same brute force approach, but his sword art was limited to only chopping blows. If this continues and his strength runs out, victory will be as easy as turning the palm of his hand. Min was slightly distracted in the moment and saw the sword in front of his face, but managed to wrap his sword around and repel the attack. But the force of the blow was so fast that Min didn't expect it, and he was thrown backwards. Min got angry and said, "In this life, who uses a sword and not a martial art with a sword? Almost ruined his precious sword." Dai replied that's why he told him to switch to using a sword. Let him not use that sword as a woman, and have him pull out all the remaining swords. He doesn't want to hear such words as he hasn't used all his power yet, so he lost. Min got angry and asked him, "What did he say?" Dai asked him, "Did he mean what about the woman?" Min looked at him rudely and said the guy would be crawling back on his hands today. Min immediately threw his sword into the air while his opponent watched and laughed at him. Dai asked him if he was finally ready to get serious. Min replied that he had driven himself into this position. "Don't let him complain later," Dai said, finally showing him the 3 perfections, the 3 secret arts. Min threw all of his swords into the air and used the sword control art. Min said that indeed he felt that he had taken offense at Ho Tam Kwek's disciple. His disciples will soon be crippled because of this. Dai replied that he would use a sword from today, and he would shatter his sword to pieces. Min lastly said that he was sorry, really. After all, the junior teacher would soon become an invalid. Min used his 3 sword abilities and pointed them directly at his opponent. Dai said the art of sword control, if too slow, then what to do? And only 1 strike is enough for that. But suddenly, a sword suddenly flew in from nowhere and reflected all 3 of the Min warriors' swords. All 3 swords fell to the ground at once, and no one understood what had happened. Min was also looking at everything with his mouth open. But then Xiang came out and placed 5 swords in front of him, which surrounded him from different sides. Min looked and saw his teacher. But Xiang immediately gathered them in a room and said they were fools. And how dare he talk such nonsense when the Hoa Shan tournament is only a short time away? And if someone gets injured, what will they do then? The boys replied to the teacher that they apologized to him. Xiang said that they should realize that this Hao Shan tournament with the demonic sect would involve the disciples of the martial arts union, even though they are disciples of Vok Lam Quan. But do not underestimate the younger generation of the 10 sects, one-sided sect, and the 6 great clans. He believes they understand his words. Min saw that this is a deadly battle that takes place every 20 years between a demonic sect seeking to infiltrate the Central Plains and the Wu Lam martial arts schools. And to minimize losses, both sides choose representatives for a martial arts bout every 20 years. However, the demonic sect was constantly stopped by Vok Lam Quan's strength, so they proposed to hold duels between young masters. That is why the disciples of Vok Lam Quan must attend the great martial arts gathering organized by the Martial Arts Union to choose a representative. Honestly, if Big Brother Tong Ang participates, it will already be enough to win. Why should he go? Suddenly, Xiang asked, "Where are An Ni and Tui Lin?" Dai replied that Big Brother Tong Bek was now in Ma Tin, but Min shut his mouth and said he must have gotten something mixed up. Not Ma Tin, but Ah Tin, the new tea establishment. Suddenly, the elders came from behind and said that Di said that it was Ma Ting, wasn't it? The girl ordered Day to speak again. At this time, there were so many girls in front of Than Hu Lao's room, trying to get in. Opening the door, the girl said she was very pretty. All day long, she had just seen these old men, and today she finally got to enjoy the sight. The girl said that today this young master is hers, and let the others dare not touch him. But who is that ugly girl next to him? Is it a favorite? The girl asked her older brother, "What kind of game is this?" He had said they were going to destroy Bimon. Suddenly, a girl walked in and said that indeed the title of White Knife suited a great man like him, and she is very happy to meet Mr. Tong Bek. And her name is Pham Tzu Zhou, and she is the governor of Beijing. The governor of Beijing, Zizhou, said that it was impossible. And does the guest realize what a magical sect is to dare to come with such a request? And she knows that Mr. Tong Bek is a legendary white jade sword, famous throughout the river and lake. But the magic sect isn't some mediocre evil school, as they say in conversations around the world. Bayek replied that he knows that Tang Jiao is a servant of the magic sect, and Tang Jiao is a beachhead set up by the magic sect to take over Zhongyuan. And in 15 years they have stolen secret techniques and divine artifacts from righteous sects and committed countless crimes. And he has personally investigated and knows for sure that they are a revitalized squad of the magical sect. Yi Bayek held out a small box and said that he only needed one thing, the whereabouts of the leader of the magical sect. Opening the gift, Zhou was not surprised and replied that she actually thought there was something serious in there. And it turns out that he is just a disciple of the famous Han Hianju. And it's just a group of naive boys. But the girl next to Beck got angry and stood up and slammed her fist on the table, and further started saying that she tried saying that again. Even if she is the head of Ha, insulting their teacher Han Hien is unforgivable. Zhou asked her directly, doesn't she realize how high Han Hien's position is? Han Hien is the pillar of the righteous sect. Especially now, the Huashan family is getting weaker, and they might want to die. But that's their business. But they should think about the consequences when Han Hien's disciple is killed. A magic sect is not an opponent that can be neglected like some unknown random people they can defeat. The girl turned to her older brother and told him to clean himself up. And it's better to leave this gang than to stay with these petty scum. If their teacher found out about it, at least they would be less ashamed. But suddenly Beck thought and asked if the terms could be changed. Zhou replied that as long as it didn't involve the magic sect, she was willing to help. And then Beck decided to go the trump and put the half medallion his teacher had handed him on the table. Seeing the medallion, Zhou was shocked, for she realized that it was half an order. Baek told her to help him find one person. Immediately after the conversation, they went to the territory of the head of Beijing. But suddenly the girl asked her older brother if it was okay not to go. And the older brother is already quite strong. He has Hayam Tianha first in the world. Why else would he look for the family martial art? But Baek apologized to his younger sister and replied that it was her own business. But the girl felt that it still wasn't enough. She thought that now the big brother's family, it's just the two of them. But Baek saw her and asked why she was making that face. No need to be afraid. No matter what others say, their family is still all them. And it's just a thing he has to do as the heir of the family. And asks her to understand. And not to worry too much. He's just buying the family's secret techniques on the black market. And he'll be right back. At this moment, Mrs. Peking Zhou was watching them from her huge house. She was actually thinking, is this the right decision she made? Although Hawamun is the best intelligence organization in the world, she is actually just fine dust. Investigating a magic sect is an extremely dangerous matter for them. But earlier, she had told him that this request couldn't be accepted anyway. Beijing is a huge city, and Mr. Tong should know this better than anyone, not to mention the relatives who disappeared 15 years ago. Even the organization was without strength. But Baek insisted and asked Mrs. Beijing, why? And Zhou noticed that those eyes look calm, but the way he holds half of the order clearly betrays a deep, indomitable sadness. Does she really see herself in him? Thought Zhou. All her life, she has deeply understood the pain of losing someone, and that's why she wants to help, if only a little. And lastly, she stopped him. She thought and said that although she can't accept this request, but she can give the master one tip. And of course, this matter is also extremely dangerous for Hawamun. The rules of the family cult appeared on the black market, but Zhou asked him one last time, what does it even mean? But Baek had already made up his mind and headed off on a new journey. But standing in front of a huge house, he thanked Fo Chin, and even if it's a trap, but even if it is, he will still come to them. And Zhou hoped that she wished for Mr. Tong to meet the right person, whether it be reunion or revenge. On the way, little sister reflected that she and Mr. Tong had been Han Hien's disciples since childhood, living as blood brothers. But Mr. Tong always looks the other way. But one day he said that despite what others say, their family is all them. And if Song and Chi Min know that, they would probably be very happy. Suddenly, a strange man walked by her side, who was on his way to Beijing. But the stranger suddenly asked if he could talk to her. The girl was surprised and immediately turned around to look at the man. After talking about his request, they worked things out, and the wanderer thanked the girl for her help. The girl noticed that it was really strange. She had just left the tavern and already someone was asking for directions there. But taking off his hat, he saw the city and said, "Here it is, Beijing." And it was a long time since he had been here. Entering the brothel, the wanderer was met by several girls and greeted. But then the elder turned to the girl and asked why she was delaying, and let her greet the new guest immediately. But the wanderer said that he wanted to meet Fo Chin. But the elder, hearing such words, just froze in place. But the girl replied that she didn't know what to do. After all, Mr. Fo Chin only accepts guests with an appointment. But the wanderer took off his hat and said that he will do it again. He makes to meet the head of the sect. But Wanderer suddenly remembered his childhood when he used to play with his friends. But the girls would laugh at him and tell Mrs. Fo to look at this man. He looks so much like a monkey. The mistress answered them that it was not right to tease the little brother. She looked at the children and saw how much fun they were having. Zhou thought that these children were orphans gathered for Hawamun. Even if they had been close since childhood, in the end they must live for Hawamun's sake. But Zhen Yuan shouldn't be a child who has to live under such conditions. Even born with noble blood, but unable to live in his own family because of his mother's low status. And only one person of high status is enough to provide him with a safe status. The girls suddenly burst into Miss Fo Chin's room. Zhou replied that she had previously told them that she was not receiving guests today. But the girl was so shocked that she told the mistress that it was their younger brother who had come. Madame immediately blew up and told her people that today business ends here. and the service here stops. Mistress understood that the most important thing is the Don Chin Lao branch, which is responsible for processing all of Ha Wumun's information. And this is also where the strongest Ha Wumun masters come in. But who are they really, she thought. But suddenly she opened the second door and saw all her guards lying on the floor and still unconscious. She realized that they were all still alive. It was possible to control them but not kill them. But in the end, who did it? But suddenly a voice came through and said that he had only come to meet the head of the sect. But they had all attacked him and he had no choice. When the lady heard his voice, she just froze in place because it sounded very familiar to her. But then he saw the head and said that it was very unexpected that she was the head of Ha Wumun. And they hadn't seen her for a long time. But Joe invited him to the table and held out the alcohol and said that she was really surprised that he was alive. She had heard that he had not yet escaped the pursuit of the Eastern Precinct. But the Wanderer replied that the head was really well aware of his life. Zhu asked him, does he not know, and the great sister of her is the man from Ha Wumun? But did they all find a relationship, and the disciple was so close to her? Zhou noticed that he had really changed. Before he was like a wild beast full of murderous energy, but now he was quiet and sharp like a shining sword. After all, what happened, she thought. But Wanderer got straight to the point and said that he needed information about Ma Tuo to kill him. And when he asked in other branches, he was told that the information about the eastern section was only controlled by the sect head and above. He thought he needed more information if he wanted to kill him with his own hands. Zhu was shocked and did not understand. Is the guy conscious? Zhang Ma Tuo now has more power than the emperor himself. And yet, he is going to single-handedly kill the most powerful person. And these eyes really intend to alone kill Ma Tuo. If the little wolf assassin survived after endless battles, it is possible he succeeded. In fact, Zhang Ma Tuo is not only an enemy of the Dong family, but also one of the 9 great enemies of the Ting family. And they should have approached him. After all, she is the head of Ha Wumun, and there is no deal that does not have value. Zhou answered the guy straightforwardly, saying that she would tell him everything. Only, the information about Zhang Ma Tuo is very expensive. Immediately after the conversation, he fought alone against the enemies. One of the older enemies got scared and shouted to the guy to stay away from them, but the Wanderer answered him nothing, and immediately went at him with his sharp sword and cut off his head. Leaving his enemy headless, he did not notice that there was a small child near him, who was shocked by what he saw. The child was very frightened and turned his face towards the forest and started to run away. But then he opened his book in which it was written that Ma Tuo came from Guangzhou, and he had one older sister, who was made a maid in the imperial palace and poisoned to death. For the sake of avenging his sister, he immersed himself in meditation to infiltrate the imperial palace. The guy swept up his martial skills that absorbed the positive energy of the heavens, and perhaps the information from Ha Wumun was accurate. That day, Zhou showed him a child, and he asked, "Who is it?" Zhou replied that it was the son of the great warrior, Tin Niat, and let him try to become his uncle. And this is a condition for her to tell him information about Zhang Ma Tuo. But closing his book, he was still thinking about becoming this child's uncle. And the information was indeed very valuable. At this moment, Tuo was sitting on his throne and said, "This is a real nudist. Even if he got the golden crown, he still couldn't become the emperor. And even if there was a new heir today, he was already tired of playing with toys. It would be better to fight Dongfyung Tianhao. It would be much more fun for him." But suddenly, someone shouted his name menacingly, and Tuo froze. Tuo looked at his guest and immediately recognized him at a glance. But the Wanderer had told him that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. But Tuo couldn't help himself in front of him and started laughing loudly. But Wanderer didn't like it and looked straight into his enemy's eyes. Tuo said it looked like the guy had learned some martial arts techniques. But Tuo didn't talk to him for long and grabbed his sword and rose from his throne. But his energy was greatly intimidating. Tuo asked the guy, "Then what's next?" And now they would see how far the guy had progressed, and immediately headed to attack. But the Wanderer was not afraid of his enemy, and stood still to the last and waited for a fight. But Tuo waved his sword and let loose an attack of his serpents. But still the guy looked down on him and wanted to finish him off. Tuo said that this transformation dragon comes out of the sea into a strong energy. Would he be able to avoid it this time? The traveler replied, what kind of strong energy the enemy had. He had already released it too powerfully. But Wanderer kept his strength secret to the last, and picking up the moment he jumped out with great speed into the air. Tuo was shocked at what he saw, for he had never seen such a thing in this guy before. Tuo called the guy crazy and asked him how he dared to invade his strong energy. But the Wanderer realized that the enemy had sucked all the life energy from how many people. His inner strength was truly terrifying. But only when Jin Qi Shen united could one reach the true level of stronghold. And how can this enormous internal energy be considered a strong energy? These things are in front of him, and it would be enough for him to just cut them off and he would be done. The Wanderer gained that very speed and dared to go through the enemy with his sword, cutting off the snakes' heads. Tuo got angry and shouted at the guy not to laugh. But what did he think he had reached the level of a fortress sword? But the Wanderer answered him that his sword was even worse than the sword of the northern barbarians. But when Tuo heard such insulting words, he shouted at him that he was an insolent fellow, and they clashed swords in the center of the room. But the power of the energy on both sides was so great that everyone stood still and didn't even move. The energy spread throughout the room and destroyed everything around them. But still, none of them took a step back. And the Wanderer tried to take out his enemy in one blow and to the end. But Tuo wondered, how could this guy reach this level of martial arts? But he's not alone here. Tuo said the guy was a fool, daring to make an assassination attempt on him, and also flaunted his inner strength like this. And this outburst immediately attracted the warriors of the Eastern Precinct. And frankly, he's very impressed. And after only 3 years, he's already so strong, but he only needs to hold on a little longer, and his team will come. Wanderer's response is that all he has to do is carve it all the way out. And looking at him, he realizes how weak he used to be. And frankly, his level in this world is quite high, and even more so if he is attacked by a mob of weaklings. No matter how many they are, they still won't hurt him. But Tuo replied that he should not brag. And then the Wanderer said that now he would see if it was really bragging. The Wanderer began to slowly thrust his sword and bring his enemy down underneath him. But Tuo just didn't expect this and tried to counter. But Wanderer used his energy that he let through his sword and made the enemy's sword start to collapse. Tuo couldn't believe it and thought, could he be overwhelmed in his inner strength? But Wanderer said that his martial skills, and if Jin Qi Shen isn't united, then it's just an empty shell. And then Tuo looked at all of this with great surprise, and he saw his sword just shattered into small pieces. But after that, the Wanderer didn't stop just there, and delivered another crushing blow in which he left his enemy without an arm. Tuo couldn't believe it, and his inner strength was surpassed. The traveler said that it was even ridiculous. How could one discuss the level of a fortress sword with such a level? And it's even sad. So many true warriors have fallen under that half-hearted level. He's not worthy to be talked to further, so he needs to die. Tuo realized he was completely defeated and told the guy not to get close to him, and he'll give him everything he wants. Power, money, women, and even good things. He'd clear him of the charges of crime, of opposing authority. He would clear Dongfyong Tianhua's name. Not even that. And he's ready to put him on the throne of the emperor. And now, he's asking the guy to pardon him. And then he realized that he must survive at all costs. And he had to hold out until his guards arrived. The traveler said he agreed with him, and it was time to act. The way he had treated him before, if Tuo could avoid his sword energy, he would have mercy on him. Just one technique, and if Tuo can avoid it, he will stay alive. Tuo was surprised and asked him if the guy is really talking. The traveler answered him not to make him repeat himself. Tuo said he understood and believed in him, and thought the guy was a fool, and what he was most sure of was the flying technique. He realized that he had enough time to wipe out the warriors of the eastern section from the palace's doorstep from early morning, and he would regret his naivete. And perhaps, for now, he was addicted to his power, as he was in the old days. And he probably didn't expect that he could get away so quickly. From that distance, sword energy wouldn't be able to fly. So how could he have sliced sideways so abruptly? And why did it happen? But Wanderer used all his strength, and from a long distance, he simply tore Tuo's body into two pieces. Approaching Tuo's dead body, Wanderer actually thought he was stronger, but it turned out to be just stolen power, inflated by contrived pathos. And his school would be destroyed by someone like Tuo. He had come to find him to ferret out information about Li Moi, but had gotten nowhere. When he went outside, he saw that Tuo's men had heard him shouting, and they all gathered in front of his door. But the Wanderer said Tuo was dead. And if he hadn't caused trouble, he wouldn't even kill them. The squad leader said it couldn't be. Is Kun really dead? That monster. The traveler was surprised, for he saw them asking him to kill them and get the new leader's position. But not only can't the warriors catch him, and then Kun's status would be at Tanholt's door. The traveler turned to them and said that it looks like they are not going to give up so easily. But after saying that, everyone froze in place, and Guy told them that it was all their own fault. The commander asked the fellow what it was. The Wanderer raised his sword and told them not to dare to rejoice. The next day, Lady Zhou received the letter and immediately sat down to read it. Zhu couldn't believe it. He was actually able to do this. And the letter said that Ma To had died along with 150 eunuchs from the Oriental workshop, and the palace was investigating a case related to the cause of the floods. Zhou thought that Tong doesn't have any assistance. Does he really do everything alone, she thought? But either Zhuang Ma To's reputation was greatly exaggerated. Suddenly, out of the blue, someone knocked on her door, but Zhou didn't pay attention to it, and thought that Tong had much stronger than expected. But the guest saw that she didn't respond and opened the door and threw the box right on her desk. Zhu saw the box and was surprised, and after looking up, she didn't expect this at all. The guest asked Madame, "Why do you have to hide this information like this?" But Zhou took a closer look and asked in surprise, "Is it really Dong Tu?" The guy replied that he and Madame had not seen each other for a long time, and showed her his trademark smile. But in the evening, she and he went out to the pavilion grounds and sat together in the backyard where small children were playing. Tu said that time flew so fast, only 3 years old, and the little kid had already grown so much. And even the older sister had prepared a hot meal for the boy to eat. And does she know? If this little kid becomes a martial arts master after eating, then maybe the Ting family will take her as a wife. Zhou asked the kid, "What's wrong? Isn't little brother in Shanghai right now? They say the demonic sect has some strange movements going on." Tu asked if uncle can't visit his nephew. Madam replied that the brother knows that she doesn't ask about the affairs of the demon sect, and further asked him if it was Ma To's business. Then she could explain, and tried to tell, but the guy interrupted her, and said that she knows all this because of that guy named Tong. Although whoever Mo To is, Tong is also a big client of Na Mon. That's why he did the investigation. And Tong's strength is considered equal to the major sects in the Jianghu world, and they were wiped out in just one night. At first, he thought of those organizations that could have destroyed Tuo. Just one person. And then Madam thought about it, and still expected it was just one Tong Bakus. But Toho had said that Tong Bak was an unimaginable master. And there are corpses that he chopped with one blow, killing 30 people. And after investigation, it was found out that he is the same age as her, but has terrifying fighting skills. And what's more, this master is this boy's uncle. What a humiliation. That's why he gave him the precious Zhongbai Shen. A native uncle can't lose to some stranger who isn't related by blood. In any case, it's time for him to go now. And let sister not forget, stewing Zhongbai Shen well and feeding him plenty of it is a very effective thing. Zhou replied that Dong Xiongwan's internal dal can be solved by himself. Was Zhong Ma to so important that there was a deal and she didn't even know about it? The guy asked how could this be? Even if the court loses one, someone else will take his place. The relationship between Ha Wumon and the court can't be destroyed. Zhou asked him, Then why did he come here? The guy replied that it was magic that had fulfilled its role. And at that moment, Jo was shocked at what she heard. But Beck kept thinking, why magic? But the magic pulled out a white knife, a black knife, but it looked like a blader. Because of that, there was a theft. But suddenly, a trap was already set along his path. The mercenaries were already waiting for him and were sitting in the trees. One of the mercenaries said that bastard. It was said that he had fallen under the 7 fairy soul weapons, but still managed to escape like that. But anyway, it's all reprisals, useless hand-waving. Once one falls under the 7 fabulous soul weapons, even the 4 great masters won't be able to avoid it. And this is the moment that the magic leader has been waiting for so long. And one must recover the white knife at all costs. The mercenaries immediately pounced on him. Beck felt it was over. His eyes were beginning to blur, but he had to do it, and he had promised his brother that he would definitely go there. And so he would do it. Suddenly someone said, "It's like this," and it was the headman of the Tong house. The mercenaries chased him through the trees and shouted at him to bring the white knife back here. But the guy was not afraid and grabbed his sword and headed straight in their direction to destroy the enemies. But the wanderer was nearby in the forest at that moment, and when he saw the huge explosion, he stopped and thought there was a fight. But the wanderer said that the underworld was no different from the battlefield. At that moment, Peck fought the mercenaries and destroyed everyone in his path. The mercenary told the guy before he died that after falling under the 7 fabulous soul weapons, he could still defeat them, but let him not get his hopes up that he could survive. And they would be coming soon enough. After all the fighting, Beck fell to the ground from powerlessness. And he can't see anything anymore. And he'll die here soon. And lastly, he thought that Komai would be very angry with him. And now, asking his mentor to apologize, and his incapable student should be the first to leave. And if he had known this before, he would have treated everyone more warmly. And now he realizes how very sorry he is for many things. And he even apologizes to his father and mother. And he swore he would find it, and in the end, he still hasn't found his brother. And he's very sorry. But the traveler still didn't leave him alone to die. He started to carry him on his back to a quiet place. Bayek felt saved by the traveler and called him a great hero and thanked him. Already he was eternally grateful that he had brought his news to Wo Lam Quan, and he had also agreed to take a dying man like him back to his native land. And when they get to Wo Lam Quan, he will thank him generously. And he even managed to ask the honored hero if he had any brothers and sisters. And as he is carried like this on his back, he remembers the past days. Of course, then he was the one who carried others on his back. But suddenly the wanderer told the lad that they had arrived and he should be a little quieter, and stopped in front of the entrance and realized that so much time had already passed. But this town was completely abandoned and everything around it was ruined to a single house. And Wanderer felt tensed up inside himself, for this was his first time here since he was 5 years old, so he didn't remember anything. And originally, he had only stopped by here on his way to Hoa Shon. And who would have thought? Suddenly, everything changed at that moment, and Beck started to vomit a strange liquid out of his system. The traveler asked the guy if he was okay. Beck replied that they were here, and he would never be able to forget that familiar smell of pine. And someone once told him, when a man is about to die, he always wants to return to his homeland. Now he understands. The great hero should also visit his home more often. If he comes and doesn't see it, it will be a pity. But the wanderer told him to stop talking and not to waste any more words. But as he entered one of the rooms, he too remembered this beautiful place. And Peck said it was his little brother's room. The traveler asked if he could let go now. Beck sat down next to the door and thanked the wanderer for his help. And in gratitude, he handed him the book and the locket and said, could he ask for one more of his? And as he moved, he would see that the floor looked different, and let him pick it up. The traveler found the stash and was shocked at what he saw. But Peck said it was his little brother's treasure trove. But Wanderer replied that there was nothing of value there. It was probably just a little kid's toys. Bayek asked him to have the kid put his stuff in there. If he survived, he'd go back and find them. And he had a younger brother, a young male, who was lost. He looked everywhere, and he prayed the whole time, just that he would still be alive. And too bad, he needs to apologize to him. And if he meets him, tell him to tell him what he said. And he wasn't the one who left his brother that day. He shouldn't be angry with him. The traveler suddenly got angry and destroyed the box with his own hands. But Peck said he didn't want to die. And suddenly, in a moment, he stopped talking and completely passed out. And all of a sudden, the traveler came up to Peck and said that he had promised not to leave, hadn't he? And he promised not to leave his brother, so why did it have to be like this? Wanderer asked. He had said he had apologized, hadn't he? And he should forgive him now. Wanderer got angry and started yelling at the guy to say what he wanted to say. And why is he treating his little brother like this? Suddenly he appeared and turned everything upside down, letting go of his brother's body. Wanderer said that he's not angry that he left him behind. He's angry that he died without asking his permission. He's even angrier because he didn't have time to apologize to his brother. Leaving his brother's body, he went to the corner where the 3 swords lay and immediately took one of them in his hands, saying that in those hours his brother had already fallen at the hands of another. But at that moment, a group of people had already gathered in front of the house, who had come for his brother. The masked girl was saying that no matter how he took cover, they would still have to come back here. And suddenly, all the boring memories are back in her head again. But his warrior, who was with a helmet on his head of all things, didn't answer and made strange noises. But the girl called him Luke Tai and asked him to calm down. And his mentor is already dead, and revenge is taken, and anger only spoils matters. But one of the mercenaries said he was struck by the poison of the 7 holy soul shards. After reading the new chapter, he won't be able to survive. And here the girl thought that she used Tong Jia's massacre method as bait to attract the white knife, and thought it would be simple, but who expected that the master of the white knife is a disciple of one of the 4 sages of the underworld, and one must exterminate the crows to the root. And the 4 sages of the underworld must not be allowed to return to this world. Suddenly, out of the blue, the wanderer came outside and asked them, had they come to look for the white knife? The girl was surprised to hear Tong Fu Chan's familiar voice, and decided that the voice was similar, but it was something else. And the owner of the white knife is Tong Ang, so that means it's the new hap. But the guy with the helmet on his head suddenly started growling again. He too said that it was Tong Fu Chan. The girl answered him to come to his senses. And he is not Tong Fu Chan. But Luke was so angry that he immediately ran forward to fight and destroy the enemy. Chan stood still at this moment and waited for Luke to come even closer. But the bow immediately jumped into the air and decided to strike one blow and finish him off. Suddenly, Chan raised his head and, seeing his enemy's hand, he didn't understand what it was or why it was glowing. But the bow released his energy through his hand and directed it straight at the guy. But Chan smiled and realized that avenging his brother was not his task. And letting his energy into his sword, he began to fend off all of Luke's attacks, which he sent in one blow. And then he decided that he was going to avenge his brother. Chan said it was a matter of the white knife, and attacked with a single blow. The Bao, seeing the white light in front of his face, was just shocked by this. The masked girl was also thinking, what was that? And what was the little guy's incredible strength? The Bao could not handle such energy and was defeated. But the force of the blow was so powerful that he was thrown to the other side of the world. The next morning, Chan picked up his brother and carried him into the forest, and then he decided to give him a proper burial. And lastly, he said that Mentor had once told him to read the chapter to betray everything, but he can't do that. And now he and his brother say goodbye, and he promises that he will visit him from time to time.